Story 1. My girlfriend stared at me across the table and said, "You're pathetic. I love you, but only as the safe option, not the man I actually want. You're boring, predictable, and frankly embarrassing." The fork in my hand felt suddenly heavy. We were at Rossini's, the Italian place where we'd celebrated our first anniversary. Red checkered tablecloths. Candles and wine bottles crusted with years of wax. The waiter had just brought out the tiramisu we were supposed to share. My face went cold as she laughed, tossing her hair, that cascade of auburn waves I used to wrap around my fingers at night. "I need real men before I settle for someone like you." Real men. The words hung in the air like smoke from a fire I couldn't put out. "Vanessa, what are you?" "Don't." She held up one manicured hand, nails painted the color of fresh blood. "I've been thinking about this for months, Marcus. You're a good guy. You pay the bills on time. You remember birthdays. You're exactly the kind of man women are supposed to want when they're 35 and their biological clock is ticking like a time bomb." The couple at the next table had stopped eating. I could feel their eyes on us. "But I'm 26, she continued, leaning back in her chair with the confidence of someone who knew they held all the cards. "And I'm not ready to die of boredom just because you think being reliable is the same thing as being desirable." I should have walked out right then. That should have been the first red flag. No, scratch that, we were way past flags at this point. This was a full marching band of warnings playing directly into my face. But I just sat there like an idiot, watching her stand up and smooth down her black dress, the one I'd bought her for her birthday last month. She'd said it made her feel beautiful. Now I wondered if she'd been planning this moment even then, trying it on in front of the mirror and picturing my face when she delivered her exit speech. She walked out, heels clicking against the tile floor with military precision. The waiter appeared at my elbow, clearly unsure whether to offer condolences or just drop the check and run. "The tiramisu," I said stupidly. "We didn't eat the tiramisu." He nodded slowly. "Would you like it boxed up, sir?" I almost laughed. What was I going to do, eat heartbreak cake alone in my apartment while rewatching the relationship highlights in my head? Actually, yes. That's exactly what I was going to do. The first video appeared 2 days later. I was at work, sitting in my cubicle at Hammond & Associates, trying to focus on the quarterly projections spreadsheet that my boss needed by Friday. My phone buzzed. Then buzzed again. Then started buzzing so continuously that I thought something terrible had happened, a death in the family, a national emergency, something that actually mattered. It was Jake from accounting who finally came over to my desk. "Hey, man. You've seen it, right?" "Seen what?" He shifted uncomfortably, his face going red. "Maybe you shouldn't look at your phone for a while." That's when I knew. Before I even opened Instagram, before I saw the notification count climbing past 300, I knew. The video was professionally lit, like she'd planned it. Vanessa at some rooftop bar I didn't recognize, wearing a silver dress that caught the light every time she moved. She was leaning into a guy who looked like he'd walked off a cologne advertisement, sharp jawline, styled hair, the kind of watch that cost more than my car. The caption read, "Upgraded from my old ball and chain." The comments were worse than the video itself. "About time, girl, you deserve someone who can actually keep up with you." Who was the ex? LM Woo, he must be crying right now. This is what happens when you stop settling for mediocre. I watched it 3 times before I could make myself close the app. Each time, I noticed new details that made my stomach turn. The way she touched his arm. The laugh that I'd thought was reserved for our private moments. The confidence in her eyes that said she knew exactly what she was doing and exactly who would see it. Within days, her social media became a highlight reel of my humiliation. Videos of her flirting with strangers at clubs. Photos of her draped over different men like they were interchangeable accessories. And always, there were captions designed specifically to gut me. "Imagine thinking a deadbeat like him could keep me satisfied." Ladies, never settle for a man who thinks adventure means trying a new restaurant. Update, still haven't missed the safety net. Too busy actually living. My friends saw it all. Everyone saw it all. That's the thing about public execution in the digital age, there's nowhere to hide when your shame has been hashtagged and shared across 3 platforms. I tried to avoid going out, but Derek cornered me at the coffee shop near my apartment on a Saturday morning. Derek, my supposed best friend since college, who'd been at my side through my father's funeral and the night I got my promotion. "She's not wrong though, is she?" Derek said, stirring his latte with the little wooden stick they give you when you're trying to look sophisticated. "I mean, you've always been kind of safe. Not a bad thing necessarily, but I can see why she'd want something more exciting." I stared at him. "Are you serious right now?" He shrugged. "I'm just saying what everyone's thinking, man. You're a good guy, but good doesn't always equal thrilling. Maybe this is your wake-up call." I left my coffee untouched on the table and walked out. Behind me, I heard him call my name, but his voice sounded hollow, like he was reading lines from a script someone else had written. They all whispered behind my back after that, repeating her words like they were gospel. At the office, in the grocery store, at the gym where I'd been going to try and work off the anger that sat in my chest like a stone, everywhere I went, I could feel the judgment. Marcus, the boring one. Marcus, the predictable one. Marcus, the man who wasn't enough. I stopped checking social media entirely. Deleted the apps from my phone. But the damage was done. Her narrative had taken root, and I was powerless to pull it out. 3 months passed like water through a broken dam, fast and destructive, leaving debris in places I didn't expect. I threw myself into work. Stayed late at the office. Volunteered for projects nobody else wanted. Anything to avoid going home to my apartment, where every corner held a memory of her. The couch where we'd watched movies. The kitchen where she tried to teach me to make her grandmother's paella. The bedroom where I'd thought I knew what love felt like. I boxed up everything she'd left behind: clothes, books, that stupid ceramic frog she'd bought at a flea market because she thought it was ironically cute. I took it all to Goodwill in 3 trips, each one feeling like I was amputating a piece of myself. My boss, Carol, called me into her office on a Tuesday afternoon. She was in her 50s, sharp as a knife, with gray hair she wore pulled back in a tight bun and reading glasses that made her look perpetually skeptical. "Marcus," she said, folding her hands on her desk. "You're doing good work. Really good work. But I'm worried about you." "I'm fine. You're here until 9 or 10 every night. You've taken on twice your normal workload. And last week, I found you asleep at your desk at 6 in the morning." I had no defense for that one. I'd been working on the Morrison account, got caught up in the numbers, and next thing I knew, the sun was coming up and my neck felt like I'd spent the night in a medieval torture device. "I'm just focused," I said. "Focused is good. Self-destruction disguised as productivity is not." She pushed a business card across the desk. "Therapist. She's good. I went to her after my divorce." I took the card because it seemed rude not to. "Thanks. Marcus." Her voice softened. "Whatever that girl did to you, whatever she said, it doesn't define your worth. You know that, right?" I nodded, but we both knew I was lying. It was a Thursday night in November when she showed up at my door. I'd just gotten home from the office, loosened my tie, and was contemplating whether I had the energy to cook or if I'd be ordering Chinese food for the 4th time that week. The knock came at 7:30, 3 sharp raps that sounded almost apologetic. I wasn't expecting anyone. Derek had stopped calling after our coffee shop confrontation. My mother checked in once a week like clockwork, always on Sunday afternoons. Everyone else had either taken Vanessa's side or decided the whole situation was too messy to touch. When I opened the door, I barely recognized her. Vanessa stood in the hallway, but this wasn't the polished, confident woman who'd walked out of Rossini's 3 months ago. Her auburn hair hung limp and greasy around her face. She had a bruise on her left cheekbone that had faded to a sickly yellow-green. Her clothes, jeans with holes in the knees and an oversized sweatshirt that might have been gray once, hung off her frame like she'd lost 20 pounds she didn't have to lose. And the smell. Cheap perfume trying desperately to cover up something sour and desperate underneath. "Marcus," she said, and her voice cracked on my name. I should have closed the door. Should have told her to leave, to deal with whatever consequences she'd earned on her own, to find someone else to save her from herself. But I'd loved this woman for 3 years. You don't just turn that off like a switch, no matter how much you want to. "What happened to you?" She smirked through tears that had started running down her face, cutting tracks through makeup she'd applied badly in an attempt to hide the damage. "Guess what? Everyone got what they wanted from me and threw me away. But you'll take me back, won't you? You're too weak not to." There it was again. That casual cruelty she wielded like a weapon, even when she was the one falling apart. Something shifted in my chest. Not anger, exactly. Something colder. More precise. I stepped aside. "Come in." She practically collapsed through the doorway, her relief so palpable it was almost embarrassing. I closed the door behind her and watched as she took in my apartment, the space she'd once shared, now stripped of all evidence she'd ever existed there. "You got rid of everything," she said quietly. "What did you expect?" She turned to face me, and for the first time since she'd arrived, I saw genuine fear in her eyes. "I messed up, Marcus. I messed up so badly." "Sit down," I said, gesturing to the couch. "I'll make tea." While the kettle heated on the stove, I listened to her talk from the kitchen. The words spilled out of her in a desperate rush, like she'd been holding them in so long they'd started to ferment. The guy from the first video, Blake, had taken her to Saint-Tropez for a weekend. Treated her like royalty for exactly 3 days before leaving her at the hotel with no return ticket and a maxed-out credit card in her name that she didn't know he'd opened. The next guy, someone named Trevor, had convinced her to invest in his startup, which turned out to be a pyramid scheme that cost her $8,000 in savings. Then there was Dominic, who'd seemed perfect until she discovered he was married with 2 kids and a wife who'd shown up at Vanessa's apartment with screenshots of their messages and a lawyer's business card. They all used me, she said as I brought out 2 mugs of chamomile tea. Every single one of them saw me coming from a mile away. I thought I was being sophisticated, you know? Playing the field. Living my best life. All that garbage I posted online, I actually believed it. I sat down in the chair across from her, maintaining distance. Why are you here, Vanessa? She wrapped her hands around the mug like she was trying to absorb its warmth. Because you're the only good thing I ever had, and I destroyed it for Instagram likes and the attention of men who didn't even know my middle name. Your middle name is Rose, I said quietly. After your grandmother who raised you when your parents were too busy fighting to remember they had a daughter. You hate mushrooms but you'll eat them if they're in pasta because you don't want to seem picky. You sing off key in the shower and you think nobody can hear you. You have a scar on your knee from when you fell off your bike at 7 and you told everyone it was from fighting a bear. She started crying harder. Real sobs this time, not the calculated tears she'd used at the door. I know everything about you, I continued. I knew you better than those men ever could have, because I actually cared enough to pay attention. And you called me pathetic for it. I know. You humiliated me publicly. Made me a joke to everyone I knew. Turned my life into a cautionary tale about what happens when you're not exciting enough. I know. Her voice was barely a whisper. I set down my tea and leaned forward. So tell me, Vanessa. Why should I take you back? Give me one reason why I should let you back into my life after everything you did. She looked up at me with red, swollen eyes. Because you're better than me. Because you're the kind of person who forgives people even when they don't deserve it. Because you're exactly as kind and boring and predictable as I said you were, and that means you'll give me another chance. The words hung in the air between us. She thought she had me figured out. Thought she knew exactly how this would play out. Nice guy Marcus, too weak to stand up for himself, too desperate for love to turn away someone in need. I let her believe it for exactly 10 more seconds. Then I smiled. You're right, I said, standing up. I am going to help you. Relief washed over her face. Thank you. Thank you so much, Marcus. I promise I'm going to help you understand exactly what you threw away. The relief flickered. What? I walked over to my bookshelf and pulled out a folder I'd been keeping there for the past month. Inside were printouts, screenshots, documents, carefully compiled evidence of everything she'd done. Do you remember Trevor's pyramid scheme? I asked conversationally. The one that cost you $8,000? She nodded, confused. I reported it to the Federal Trade Commission. Took me about 3 hours of research to figure out which agencies needed to be notified. Trevor's currently under investigation. They froze his assets last week. Her eyes widened. And Blake? The one who stranded you in Saint-Tropez with that credit card fraud? I traced the card back to him. Turns out he's done this to 6 other women. I compiled all the evidence, found the other victims through some creative social media detective work, and we filed a class action lawsuit. His court date is in January. Marcus, Dominic's wife? I continued, my voice still perfectly pleasant. Her name is Patricia. We've been in touch. I helped her file for divorce and provided screenshots of every message you two exchanged. She's getting the house, full custody, and 80% of his assets. Her lawyer said it's the most clear-cut case of infidelity she's seen in 20 years. Vanessa had gone pale. You did all that? I did. I opened the folder and started laying out papers on the coffee table between us. I also tracked down every man you posted about online. Want to know something interesting? Most of them had girlfriends. Some had wives. A few were wanted for various things, fraud, assault, theft. I made sure every single one of their partners knew exactly who they were spending time with. Why would you do that? Because I'm boring and predictable, I said. Which means when I commit to something, I see it through to the end. Even if that something is making sure the people who hurt you face consequences for their actions. She was shaking now. I don't understand. Here's what's going to happen, I said, my voice calm and measured, the same voice I used in business meetings when I was negotiating contracts. You're going to leave my apartment. You're going to go to the address I'm about to give you. It's a women's shelter run by a friend of my mother's. They have resources, counseling, job placement assistance. You're going to get yourself together. Marcus, please, I'm not finished. I picked up one more document from the folder. This is a statement I prepared about the harassment I experienced from your social media campaign. Defamation, emotional distress, reputation damage. I had a lawyer look at it. We have a case. Her face crumbled. You're going to sue me? No. I set the paper back down. I'm going to hold on to this. And you're going to delete every post you made about me. Every single one. The videos, the captions, the comments, all of it goes away. Then you're going to post one simple statement: I made serious mistakes and hurt someone who didn't deserve it. I take full responsibility for my actions and I'm working on becoming better. That's it? That's it. And then you're going to disappear from my life completely. No contact. No surprise visits. No late night phone calls when you're feeling vulnerable. You're going to let me move on with my life the same way you tried to move on with yours. She sat there in stunned silence, mascara running down her cheeks, looking nothing like the confident woman who'd told me I was pathetic 3 months ago. You've changed, she finally whispered. No, I said. I just stopped pretending that being kind meant being weak. I spent 3 months listening to everyone tell me I wasn't enough, that I was too boring, too safe, too predictable. And somewhere in all that noise, I realized something. What? Those aren't flaws. They're the reason I'm still standing and you're not. I'm boring because I don't need constant excitement to feel alive. I'm safe because I think before I act. I'm predictable because when I make a commitment, I keep it, whether that's to a relationship or to making sure bad people face consequences. I walked to the door and opened it. The shelter's address is in this envelope along with $500 in cash. It's enough to get you started. After tonight, we're done. Vanessa stood up slowly, legs shaking like a newborn deer. She took the envelope from my hand. I really did love you, she said softly. I was just too stupid to realize what that meant. I know, I replied. That's the saddest part. She walked past me into the hallway, then turned back one more time. For what it's worth, I hope you find someone who deserves you. I already am, I said. Myself. I closed the door before she could respond. 3 days later, all her posts were gone. Every video, every caption, every public humiliation, deleted like they'd never existed. In their place was the statement I'd requested, word for word. The comments section filled up immediately. Character growth. Respect. This takes guts to admit. Hope you get the help you need. Some people didn't believe it. Thought I'd forced her somehow, which I suppose was technically true. But most people moved on quickly, the way the internet always does, already hunting for the next drama to consume. Derek texted me, saw Vanessa's post. You okay? Fingers brushing for just a second, the last time we'd ever touch. I didn't respond. My mother called. I heard from Patricia at the shelter. You did a good thing. I did what needed to be done. That's not the same thing, sweetheart. But I'm proud of you either way. At work, Carol stopped by my cubicle. You're leaving early today. I have the Morrison files too. The Morrison files can wait. You've been here since 6 this morning. Go home. Watch a movie. Order food. Remember what life feels like outside these walls. I went home. Ordered Thai instead of Chinese for once. Watched a movie I'd been meaning to see for months. Went to bed at a reasonable hour. It felt strange. Normal. Like I was finally exhaling after holding my breath for 3 months. 6 months later, I ran into Derek at a bookstore downtown. He was browsing the mystery section, and I was picking up a cookbook, something about Italian cuisine that had good reviews. Marcus, he said, looking genuinely surprised. Hey, man. How've you been? Good, I said. And I meant it. I owe you an apology. For what I said at the coffee shop. That was out of line. Yeah, it was. He shifted awkwardly, the way people do when they realize their words have lasting consequences. I was repeating what she said without really thinking about it. That wasn't fair to you. No, it wasn't. Are we okay? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Derek had been my friend for years, but he'd also been willing to throw me under the bus the second someone else's narrative seemed more interesting than the truth. We're not the same kind of friends we used to be, I said carefully. But I don't hate you. Maybe that's enough for now. He nodded, looking relieved and disappointed in equal measure. Fair enough. We talked for a few more minutes about nothing important, his job, my job, the weather, sports scores we both pretended to care about. Then we said goodbye and went our separate ways. I didn't feel angry. Didn't feel hurt. Just neutral. Like he was someone I used to know well and now didn't, and that was okay. The therapy sessions Carol recommended turned out to be helpful in ways I didn't expect. Dr. Sarah Chen didn't try to fix me or tell me I should feel differently than I did. She just listened, asked questions, and helped me untangle the mess of emotions that Vanessa had left behind. You're not pathetic for having loved her, Dr. Chen said during one session. You're human. Humans love people who hurt them all the time. The pathetic thing would be refusing to learn from it. I don't know what I learned, I admitted. Then let's figure it out together. It took months, but eventually I started to see it. The lesson wasn't about being more exciting or less boring. It wasn't about changing myself into someone more dynamic to avoid being hurt again. The lesson was simpler. Some people will hurt you not because you're not enough, but because they're dealing with their own emptiness and trying to fill it with external validation. And you can't fix that for them. You can only decide whether you're going to let their emptiness consume yours. I chose not to. I never saw Vanessa again after that night in my apartment. Patricia from the shelter told my mother that she stayed for 2 months, went through their job training program, and eventually moved to Portland to work for some nonprofit. She seemed like she was genuinely trying, Patricia said, but she carried a sadness with her that didn't fade. Good, I thought when my mother told me. Not because I wanted her to suffer, but because sadness meant awareness. Awareness meant she understood what she'd lost. I hope she found whatever she was looking for out there in Portland. I hope she learned to be happy without needing validation from strangers or excitement from chaos. I hope she figured out that boring and safe aren't insults, they're the foundation everything else gets built on. But mostly, I just hope she left me alone. 2 years after Vanessa walked out of Rossini's, I went back to that restaurant. Different date this time, Amanda, a woman I'd met through a friend of Carol's. She was a librarian with a dry sense of humor and a collection of vintage mystery novels she was unreasonably proud of. We ordered the tiramisu to share. "This place is nice," Amanda said, looking around at the checkered tablecloths and candlelight. "Do you come here often?" "Not in a while," I said. "It's been a couple years actually." "Bad memories?" "Just memories. They're not good or bad anymore. They just are." She smiled at that, a small, understanding smile that said she'd been through her own version of this story and come out the other side. The tiramisu arrived, and this time, I ate it. It was exactly as good as I remembered. We talked about books and work and the weird neighbor in her building who kept exotic fish and played opera music at 3 a.m. Normal, boring, predictable conversation. It was perfect. As we left the restaurant, Amanda linked her arm through mine. "Thanks for dinner. I had a really nice time." "Me too. Same time next week?" "Absolutely." We walked down the street together, and I realized something that would have broken me 2 years ago. Vanessa was right about one thing. I am boring. I am predictable. I am the safe option. But those aren't flaws to be fixed. They're choices I made about how to move through the world. And the people who can't see the value in that, who need constant drama and excitement to feel alive, aren't my people. Amanda was. Carol was. My mother was. Dr. Chen was. They saw boring and predictable and safe, and they didn't see weakness. They saw stability. Reliability. Someone who would still be there when the excitement faded and real life started demanding attention. And that, it turned out, was exactly who I wanted to be. Sometimes late at night, when I can't sleep, I think about that moment at my doorway when Vanessa said I was too weak not to take her back. She'd been so certain. So confident that she knew exactly how our story would end. The look on her face when she realized she was wrong, that was the moment everything changed. Not for her. For me. I spent years being the kind of man who believed that love meant sacrificing yourself on the altar of someone else's needs. That being good meant being accommodating. That strength was measured in how much pain you could absorb without breaking. Vanessa taught me a different lesson. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is close the door. Sometimes being good means protecting yourself first. Sometimes love, real love, means knowing when to walk away. I helped her because I could, not because I should. I destroyed the men who hurt her because I believe in consequences, not because I was trying to win her back. And I closed that door because I finally understood that my peace was worth more than her redemption. That's not weakness. That's not being pathetic. That's just being smart enough to know when a story is over. The last time I checked Vanessa's social media, which I only did once, months after Portland, out of idle curiosity, her posts were different. Pictures of hiking trails and coffee shops and books she was reading. Simple captions about gratitude and growth. Nothing performative. Nothing designed to hurt or impress anyone. She looked older. Tired but peaceful, like someone who'd finally stopped running from themselves. I hope she's happy now. I genuinely do. Not because I forgive her completely or because I think we could ever be friends, but because her happiness means she's not my problem anymore. She's someone else's story now. A chapter I read once, learned from, and closed. And I'm okay with that. More than okay, actually. I'm living my boring, predictable, safe life, and it turns out, that's exactly the kind of life worth living. What I didn't tell Dr. Chen, what I couldn't tell anyone, really, was what happened in the weeks immediately after Vanessa left my apartment that night. The truth is, I didn't feel victorious. I didn't feel strong or empowered or any of those words people use when they talk about standing up for themselves. I felt hollow, like I'd carved out something essential and replaced it with cold machinery that ran on logic instead of feeling. I'd spent 3 months becoming someone new. Not better, necessarily. Just different. It started the day after Vanessa walked out of Rossini's. I was lying on my couch at 2 a.m, staring at the ceiling, when I realized something fundamental had shifted inside me. The pain was still there, sharp and immediate, like a knife between my ribs, but underneath it was something else. Something that felt almost like curiosity. I wanted to understand. Not why she'd done it, that was simple enough. She was 26 and terrified of being ordinary, and I represented everything ordinary she was trying to escape. No, what I wanted to understand was the ecosystem that had allowed her to humiliate me so publicly, so completely, with zero consequences. So I started researching. I learned about narcissistic personality patterns and trauma bonding and the psychology of public shaming. I read articles about social media and how it rewires our brains to crave validation like a drug. I studied manipulation tactics and love bombing and hoovering, terms I'd never heard before but recognized instantly once I understood them. And then I started looking into the men she was posting about. Blake was easy to find. His Instagram was public, full of photos on yachts and private jets that, with a little digging, turned out to be rented props for his luxury lifestyle coaching business. A business that was really just him convincing wealthy, insecure women to pay him thousands of dollars for exclusive experiences that inevitably ended with them stranded and broke. I found his business registration. Found the LLC he'd created in Delaware to hide his assets. Found the complaints filed with the Better Business Bureau that had never gone anywhere because the victims were too embarrassed to follow through. That's when I started making phone calls. Hello, is this Jennifer? My name is Marcus. I know this is going to sound strange, but I think we were both involved with the same man. It took weeks to track down all 6 women. Weeks of careful conversations, of building trust, of convincing them that I wasn't some crazy ex trying to start drama but someone who genuinely wanted to help them get justice. We filed the lawsuit together. I paid for the lawyer with money I'd been saving for a vacation Vanessa and I had planned to take to Greece. Funny how that worked out. Trevor was even easier. Pyramid schemes leave paper trails like breadcrumbs through the forest. I just had to follow the money, document the structure, and submit everything to the right federal agencies. The bureaucracy did the rest. Dominic was the most satisfying, though. Not because I enjoyed destroying his marriage, I'm not a monster, but because Patricia deserved better. When we first spoke on the phone, she'd been crying so hard she could barely breathe. I have 2 children, she kept saying. How do I explain this to my children? You tell them their father made choices that hurt people, I said. And that sometimes loving someone means holding them accountable. She'd gone quiet for a long moment. Then, who are you? Why are you helping me? Because someone should have helped me, I said. And they didn't. That was the truth underneath everything else. I was helping these strangers because I wished someone had helped me. Because I wished, in those first terrible days after Rossini's, that someone had looked at what was happening and said, this isn't okay. This needs to stop. But nobody had. So I became that person instead. The night Vanessa showed up at my door, I'd been tracking her for 2 weeks. Not physically, I'm not that kind of creepy. But online, through mutual friends, through the digital footprints we all leave behind without realizing it. I knew about the bruise before I saw it. Knew she'd been staying at a motel on the south side of town that charged by the hour. Knew her bank account had been overdrawn for 9 days. Knew she'd been calling her mother repeatedly, only to have the calls go to voicemail. I knew because I'd become very good at finding information people thought they'd hidden. So when she knocked on my door, I wasn't surprised. I'd been expecting her. Had been preparing for exactly that moment, rehearsing what I would say, how I would stand, the expression I would wear on my face. Everything I told her that night was true. The lawsuits, the investigations, the help I'd provided to Patricia, all of it real. But what I didn't tell her was how much time I'd spent imagining the conversation. How many versions I'd written and rewritten in my head until I found the one that would hurt her most efficiently. Because that's what I'd become. Efficient. Precise. Someone who could calculate emotional damage the way other people calculated interest rates. Dr. Chen would have had a field day with that, if I'd told her. A year after Vanessa left, something strange happened. I got a message on LinkedIn from a woman named Sarah. The preview text read, "I think you might have saved my life." I almost deleted it as spam. But something made me open it instead. The full message was longer, rambling in that way people write when they're trying to say something important but don't know where to start. Sarah explained that she'd been dating Blake, the same Blake I'd helped prosecute, and had been about to invest her life savings in his business opportunity when his arrest made the local news. "I looked up the case details and saw your name listed as one of the people who'd provided evidence to the plaintiffs," she wrote. "I did some research and found out about your connection to one of his other victims. I just wanted to say thank you. You probably don't even know I exist, but you saved me from making the worst mistake of my life." I read that message 5 times. Then I closed my laptop and went for a walk that lasted 3 hours. I walked until my feet hurt and my mind went quiet and I could finally process what I was feeling. It wasn't pride exactly. More like validation. Confirmation that the person I'd become, cold, calculating, efficient, had done something genuinely good. That maybe the machinery I'd built inside myself could be used for purposes other than revenge. I wrote back to Sarah that night. Kept it brief and professional, wished her well, told her I was glad the information had helped. Didn't mention that her message had cracked something open inside me that I'd thought was permanently sealed. Dr. Chen would have been proud if I'd told her. The thing about transforming yourself into a weapon is that you don't get to choose when to stop being sharp. For months after Vanessa left, I kept looking for problems to solve, injustices to correct, people who needed someone to fight for them when they couldn't fight for themselves. I helped a coworker document her boss's harassment. Tracked down a hit-and-run driver who'd crashed into my neighbor's car. Spent 3 weeks unraveling a charity scam that was targeting elderly people in my mother's community. Carol finally pulled me aside after I'd spent my entire lunch break on the phone with a lawyer about the charity case. "Marcus," she said carefully. "What are you doing?" "Helping people." "No," she said. "You're punishing people. There's a difference. They deserve it." "Maybe. But do you deserve to spend the rest of your life being the personal hitman?" I didn't have an answer for that. She sat down across from me, pulling off her reading glasses to clean them, something she only did when she was about to say something important. "When my marriage ended," she said, "I spent a year trying to prove to everyone that I was fine. Better than fine. I threw myself into work, lost 30 pounds, dated men I didn't even like just to prove I could. And you know what I realized?" "What?" "That I wasn't healing. I was just running. And eventually, you run out of road." "I'm not running." "No," she agreed. "You're hunting. Which is the same thing in a different direction." That conversation haunted me for weeks. Because she was right, even though I didn't want her to be. I'd turned my pain into purpose, my humiliation into justice, my heartbreak into a crusade. And somewhere in all that transformation, I'd lost sight of something important. I'd forgotten how to just be. It was Amanda who finally helped me figure it out, though she didn't know she was doing it. We'd been dating for about 3 months when she invited me to her apartment for dinner. She cooked this elaborate pasta dish with homemade sauce that had clearly taken hours to prepare, and we ate it while watching some British detective show she was obsessed with. Afterwards, we were sitting on her couch, and she was showing me her collection of vintage mystery novels, first editions she'd been collecting since college, each one carefully wrapped in protective plastic. "This one's my favorite," she said, pulling out a worn copy of Rebecca. "I've read it probably 20 times. Some people think that's weird, reading the same book over and over, but I don't know. There's something comforting about it." "Why is it your favorite?" She thought about it for a moment, running her fingers over the cover. "Because the narrator never gets a name. She's just I throughout the whole story. And I used to think that was a flaw, like the author forgot to give her an identity. But now I think it's the point. She has to figure out who she is separate from everyone else's expectations of her." I stared at her. "Have you always been this insightful?" She laughed. "No. I dated a guy for 4 years who told me constantly that I needed to be more exciting, more spontaneous, more, I don't know, less me. After we broke up, I spent a year trying to become the person he'd wanted. Went skydiving, took salsa lessons, said yes to every invitation no matter how much I didn't want to go. What happened? I realized I was miserable. That the person I was trying to become wasn't someone I even liked. So I stopped. Came back to my books and my quiet life and my routine. And it turns out, there are people who actually like this version of me." She looked at me then, with those steady brown eyes that never looked away from difficult truths. "You're one of them," she said. "Right?" "Yeah," I said. And I meant it. I really am. That night, lying in bed alone after I'd gone home, I realized what Carol had been trying to tell me. I'd spent so long becoming someone who could hurt the people who'd hurt me that I'd forgotten how to be someone who could just exist. Who could eat pasta and watch detective shows and admire book collections without turning everything into a strategic mission. I'd forgotten how to be boring in the best possible way. Dr. Chen helped me unpack all of this in our sessions. Helped me understand that transformation doesn't have to mean destruction. That you can learn from pain without letting it define every choice you make afterward. "You became a weapon," she said during one session. Which makes sense, given what you experienced. Weapons protect us. But you can't build a life with a weapon. Eventually, you have to remember how to be a person again. What if I don't know how anymore? Then you practice. The same way you practiced being efficient and calculating and cold. You practice being warm. Being present. Being someone who exists for reasons other than correcting life's injustices. That sounds exhausting. It is, she agreed. But so is being a weapon. At least this kind of exhaustion leads somewhere worth going. She was right, of course. The work of becoming human again, really human, not just efficient, was harder than anything I'd done in those months after Vanessa left. It meant letting go of the cold certainty that had kept me moving forward. It meant accepting that some injustices would never be corrected, some bad people would never face consequences, some pain would never make sense. It meant forgiving myself for loving someone who'd hurt me. For being vulnerable. For being, As Vanessa had said, pathetic enough to believe in something that turned out to be false. But slowly, painfully, I learned. I learned to sit with Amanda and watch TV without my mind spinning out to 3 other things I should be doing. I learned to have conversations with coworkers about nothing important without looking for problems to solve. I learned to call my mother just to talk, not because I needed something or she needed help with something, but just to hear her voice. I learned to be boring again. And somewhere in all that relearning, I discovered something unexpected. Being boring is actually incredibly difficult. It requires a kind of courage I'd never appreciated before, the courage to be fully present in ordinary moments. To find meaning in small things. To build a life that doesn't need drama or excitement or vindication to feel worthwhile. Vanessa had been right about me being predictable. But she'd been wrong about it being a weakness. Predictability meant Amanda knew I'd show up when I said I would. Meant my mother never worried about me disappearing. Meant my coworkers trusted me with important projects because they knew I'd see them through. Being safe meant people felt comfortable around me. Meant they could be vulnerable without fear of it being used against them later. Meant I created stability instead of chaos. Those aren't flaws. They're the building blocks of everything that actually matters. 3 years after that night in my apartment, I got a letter in the mail. No return address, but a Portland postmark. Inside was a single handwritten page on cream-colored stationery. Marcus, it began. I don't know if you'll read this. I don't know if I even deserve for you to read this. But I'm writing it anyway because my therapist says I need to take accountability without expecting anything in return. I'm sorry. For all of it. For the words I said at the restaurant, for the posts, for showing up at your door expecting you to save me from myself. I'm sorry for not seeing what I had until I destroyed it completely. I'm sorry for trying to make you into something you weren't, when the truth was you were exactly what I needed and I was too stupid and scared to recognize it. I'm doing better now. Really better, not the fake kind of better I used to post about online. I have a job I like, friends who actually know me, a therapist who's helping me figure out why I spent so many years running from anything real. I'm learning to be okay with ordinary. It's harder than I expected. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I'd stayed. If I'd never said those things at Rossini's. If I'd just been brave enough to appreciate what we had instead of always looking for something more exciting. But I know that's not how life works. We don't get to go back. We only get to move forward with the consequences of our choices. I hope you're happy. I genuinely do. And I hope whoever you're with now knows how lucky they are. Because you were the best man I'd ever known, and I treated you like you were nothing. That's on me. All of it. I don't expect forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I finally understand what I threw away. Take care of yourself, Marcus. You always deserved better than what I gave you. V. I read the letter 3 times. Then I folded it carefully, put it back in the envelope, and placed it in the bottom drawer of my desk. I didn't write back. Didn't need to. The letter wasn't really asking for anything, just offering a long overdue acknowledgement of truths we both already knew. Amanda asked me about it that evening. I'd told her the whole story early in our relationship, every part of it, including the things I wasn't proud of. She'd listened without judgment, without trying to fix anything, just accepting it as part of who I was. How do you feel? She asked. I thought about it. Really thought about it. Nothing, I said finally. I feel nothing. And that feels exactly right. She smiled and took my hand. Good. We were at her apartment again, her book collection surrounding us like old friends. The British detective show was playing in the background, though neither of us was really watching it. Outside, rain pattered against the windows in a rhythm that was predictable and boring and absolutely perfect. This was my life now. Quiet evenings and gentle routines and someone who thought my predictability was a feature, not a bug. Vanessa had called me pathetic for wanting this. Had said I was boring, safe, embarrassing. She'd been right about all of it. And I'd never been happier. Story 2. The roses were blood red. 12 of them, arranged in a crystal vase that caught the fluorescent office lights and threw tiny rainbows across my desk. I remember thinking they were beautiful before I realized they weren't for me. Before I understood what they meant. My name is Marcus Chen. I'm 34 years old, a senior financial analyst at Hartfield & Associates, and until that moment, I thought I had a decent marriage. Not perfect, we'd been arguing more lately, about money, about time, about nothing and everything, but decent. Salvageable. The kind of thing you work through because you made vows and you meant them. I was wrong about everything. Vanessa had shown up at my office unannounced that morning. That should have been the first red flag. She never came to my workplace. Said it was boring, said she didn't want to spend her free time watching me crunch numbers and pretend to care about quarterly projections. But there she was, in a red dress I'd never seen before, heels that made her tower over my cubicle wall, makeup applied with the precision of someone going to war. Surprise, she'd said, and her smile didn't reach her eyes. I'd stood up, confused, glancing at the calendar on my computer screen to make sure I hadn't forgotten something important. Our anniversary was in June. Her birthday was in September. What are you doing here? Can't a wife visit her husband on Valentine's Day? She'd leaned against my desk, crossing her legs in a way that would have seemed seductive if there had been any warmth in her expression. I thought we could do lunch. Somewhere nice. My treat. The delivery guy had arrived 15 minutes later, carrying that vase of roses like it was made of spun glass and dreams. He'd looked at me, then at Vanessa, clearly uncertain who the recipient was supposed to be. Vanessa had taken them from him with a smile that finally looked genuine. "These are for me," she'd said. I'd laughed. Actually laughed, because I'd assumed, stupidly, naively, that she'd sent them to herself as some kind of romantic gesture meant to surprise me. Maybe she'd wanted me to think someone else was interested in her, to make me jealous, to remind me to appreciate what I had. It seemed like the kind of thing from a romantic comedy, misguided but ultimately harmless. "That's sweet," I'd said, reaching for the small card tucked among the stems. "Did you write something cheesy?" That's when her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. Her fingernails dug into my skin. She'd painted them red that morning, I noticed, and her eyes went flat and cold as a frozen lake. "Don't read it." The office sounds faded. The clicking of keyboards, the murmur of phone calls, the hum of the air conditioning, all of it became white noise, meaningless static against the sudden roar of blood in my ears. "Why not?" She pulled the card free and held it against her chest, and that's when I saw it. The slight tremor in her fingers. Not fear. Excitement. She was excited. "Because they're from a real man, not a pathetic excuse like you." I heard the words. Processed them. But they didn't compute. It was like she'd suddenly started speaking a language I'd never learned, stringing together sounds that should have meaning but formed only nonsense. "What?" She pulled out her phone. Scrolled through her contacts with her thumb while holding those roses in her other hand like a trophy. Found a name I couldn't see and hit dial. Put the phone to her ear and waited, and in those 3 seconds before someone answered, I watched my wife's entire face transform. The coldness melted. Her eyes softened. Her mouth curved into a smile that I recognized because I'd seen it before, years ago, when we were dating. When she used to look at me like I was the only person in the world who mattered. "Yes, I got them, they're beautiful. So much better than anything my worthless husband ever gives me." The voice on the other end was male. Deep and confident, and laughing like this was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. I could hear him clearly in the sudden silence of my cubicle area because everyone, every single person within earshot, had stopped working and turned to watch. Jennifer from accounting had her hand over her mouth. Tom from IT was staring with the kind of horrified fascination people reserve for car accidents. Sarah, my department head, was standing frozen in her office doorway with a file folder clutched to her chest. "I know, right?" Vanessa continued, her voice honey-sweet and poisonous. "He actually thought he was enough for me. Can you imagine? This mediocre little man who comes home exhausted every night and falls asleep in front of the TV. Who hasn't taken me anywhere exciting in 2 years. Who thinks a nice dinner means Olive Garden and a gift card to Target." More laughter from the other end. He was enjoying this. They both were. I felt something crack inside my chest. Not my heart, that's too poetic, too clean. This was messier. Like a bone breaking, or a dam giving way, or the moment when you realize the ground beneath your feet isn't solid anymore and you're already falling. "Vanessa." My voice came out steady. "I don't know how." "Hang up the phone." She looked at me then. Really looked at me. And I saw that she'd been waiting for this moment. Planning it. She wanted me to see. Wanted everyone to see. "I should go," she said into the phone, still smiling. "I need to finish humiliating my husband in front of all his coworkers. Yes, I'm at his office. I wanted to make sure everyone knew what kind of man he really is." She paused, listening. "I love you too." She ended the call. The silence that followed was suffocating. I could feel every pair of eyes on me, could imagine what they were thinking. Poor Marcus. Pathetic Marcus. How long has this been going on? Did everyone know except him? "Pack your things," Vanessa said, and her voice was ice again. "And crawl out of my life. You were never enough for me, not as a man, not as a husband. Not as anything that matters." She set the roses on my desk. Turned on her expensive heels. Started to walk away. And something in me snapped into focus. I'd spent the last 10 minutes in shock, my brain struggling to process what was happening, to make sense of this sudden demolition of my life. But watching her walk away, watching her leave me standing there like a whipped dog while my coworkers whispered and stared, something cold and calculating took over. I looked at those roses. At the card she'd left behind, now lying face up on my desk where she'd dropped it in her theatrical exit. "To V, every thorn is worth it for you. Can't wait for tonight. D. Derek." I knew exactly who Derek was. Derek Sutton. Investment banker. Drove a BMW. Lived in a penthouse downtown. We'd met him at a charity gala 6 months ago, and Vanessa had laughed at all his jokes and touched his arm, and I'd thought she was just being friendly. Just being social. That's what you do at those events. I'd been so incredibly stupid. But I wasn't stupid anymore. I picked up the roses. Walked past Sarah's office without looking at her. Made my way to the elevator with the vase held carefully in both hands, my face carefully blank, my mind suddenly, startlingly clear. Tom caught up with me at the elevator. "Marcus, man, I'm sorry. Don't," I said quietly. "Just don't." The elevator arrived. I stepped inside. Tom didn't follow. In the parking garage, I found Vanessa's car. The silver Mercedes I'd helped her pick out 2 years ago, the one we'd argued about because it was too expensive, but she'd insisted and I'd given in because I wanted her to be happy. Because making her happy had seemed important. I looked at those roses again. Thought about Derek's laughter. About Vanessa's transformed face when she'd talked to him. About that red dress she'd worn specifically for this performance. Then I got in my own car, a sensible Honda Civic that Vanessa had always said was embarrassing, and I drove. Not home. Not to a bar. Not to a lawyer's office, though that would come later. I drove to Hartfield and Associates' main data center. You see, being a senior financial analyst means you have access to certain systems. Certain information. And when your best friend from college happens to be the IT director, the same Tom who'd tried to comfort me by the elevator, you have even more access than most people realize. I'd helped Tom set up the company's financial security protocols 2 years ago. I knew where every backup was stored. Knew every password. Knew exactly how to access files that were supposed to be confidential. Derek Sutton's files, for instance. Because Derek wasn't just some random investment banker. He was a client. A major client. Hartfield and Associates managed his portfolio, handled his taxes, helped him structure his deals. And I had access to all of it. I spent the next 3 hours in that data center, and what I found was illuminating. Derek Sutton was a fraud. Not a small-time fraud. Not a few fudge numbers or questionable deductions. This was massive, systematic, beautiful in its complexity. Shell companies in the Caymans. Money laundering through real estate deals. Tax evasion that would make the IRS weep with joy if they ever found out. Securities fraud that violated about 15 different federal laws. And I had proof of all of it. Spreadsheets. Bank statements. Emails where he'd been stupid enough to discuss his schemes with his accountant. Everything. I copied it all to 3 different encrypted drives. Then I did something that would have horrified me 24 hours earlier. I called the SEC, the IRS, the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. And I sent them everything. But I wasn't done. Not even close. Because Vanessa had wanted to humiliate me. Had wanted to destroy me in front of everyone I worked with. Had wanted to make sure I knew exactly how little I meant to her. So I was going to return the favor. I drove to Derek's penthouse. The roses were still in my passenger seat, starting to wilt in the enclosed car. Perfect. The doorman knew me. Vanessa and I had been to a party here once, and I'd tipped well. "Mr. Chen. Here to see Mr. Sutton?" Surprising my wife, I said, smiling. "She's up there for Valentine's Day." Thought I'd join them. He'd looked confused for a moment, them? But shrugged and waved me through. Rich people did weird things. Not his job to question it. The elevator ride to the 23rd floor felt like ascending into some other reality. I could see my reflection in the polished brass doors. I looked calm. Composed. Like a man on his way to a pleasant social call. I felt like a bomb with a lit fuse. Derek's door was unlocked. Of course it was. Why would he lock it when he was expecting Vanessa? When he was waiting for his married girlfriend to arrive for their romantic Valentine's evening. I walked in without knocking. The penthouse was exactly as pretentious as I'd remembered. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Modern art on the walls that probably cost more than my car. A glass dining table set for 2, with candles and champagne and what looked like takeout from that French place that charges $50 for a salad. Derek was in the kitchen, his back to me, doing something with wine glasses. He was wearing expensive casual clothes, the kind of carefully curated outfit that's meant to look effortless but probably took 30 minutes to assemble. Slate gray pants, black button-down with the sleeves rolled up, no shoes. Like he was auditioning for a cologne commercial. "You're early," he said without turning around. "I like it." Eager. "I'm not Vanessa," I said. He spun around, wine glass in hand, and his face went through about 5 different emotions in 2 seconds. Confusion. Recognition. Concern. Calculation. And finally, amusement. "Marcus." He set down the glass carefully. "This is awkward." "Is it?" "Look, man, I don't know what Vanessa told you." "She told me you're a real man," I interrupted. "Unlike me. She told everyone in my office that I'm pathetic." That I was never enough for her. I walked further into the room, still holding those dying roses. She was very thorough. Derek's expression shifted. The amusement faded, replaced by something colder. So why are you here? To fight for her? To beg me to back off? He laughed. You're too late. She's already made her choice. Actually, I'm here to give you these. I held out the roses. You sent them to her. Thought you might want them back. He stared at me like I'd lost my mind. You came all the way here to return flowers? No. I smiled. It didn't feel like my smile. It felt like something I was wearing, a mask that fit perfectly but belonged to someone else. I came here to watch your life fall apart. That got his attention. Excuse me? How much did you steal, Derek? Rough estimate. 50 million? 75? I found transactions going back 8 years, so it's probably more than that. And the money laundering, that was clever. Using real estate purchases to clean the money, then selling at a loss but pocketing the clean cash. Very sophisticated. The IRS is going to be impressed. The color drained from his face. Literally drained, like someone had pulled a plug. What did you do? I sent them everything. SEC. IRS. FBI. Bank statements, email exchanges, corporate structures, the whole beautiful mess. They should be getting the files right about. I checked my watch now, actually. As if on cue, Derek's phone rang. He lunged for it, saw the caller ID, and his hand started shaking. This isn't funny. It's not meant to be funny, I said. It's meant to be devastating. Like what you and Vanessa did to me. Except yours comes with federal charges. He answered the phone. Listened for 30 seconds while his face went from white to gray to a kind of greenish pale I'd never seen on a human being before. I need to call my lawyer, he managed to say, and hung up. They're freezing your assets, I said helpfully. All of them. The penthouse, the cars, the offshore accounts, everything. You're going to need a good lawyer. Really good. Maybe several. You don't understand what you've done, Derek whispered. These aren't people you mess with. The money I was moving, it wasn't all mine. Some of it belongs to. He stopped. Realized he was about to confess something even worse. To who? I asked. Organized crime? Corrupt politicians? This just gets better and better. The door burst open. Vanessa stood there in her red dress, breathless and beautiful and furious. She must have gotten a call from Derek. Must have raced over here too. What? Comfort him? Help him? She saw me standing there with the roses and froze. Marcus? She looked between us, trying to understand the scene. What are you doing here? Returning Derek's gift, I said. He won't be able to afford roses where he's going. What are you talking about? Derek sank onto his expensive couch and put his head in his hands. He turned me in. The SEC. The IRS. Everything. Vanessa's face went very still. You didn't? I did. But we didn't, you can't, she was sputtering now, her composure completely shattered. You're going to ruin everything. Yes, I agreed. That's the idea. I'll divorce you. She screamed. I'll take everything. The house, the savings, everything. No, you won't. I was still smiling. Still wearing that mask. Because I filed for divorce 3 hours ago. And my lawyer, who's much better than you'd expect because I've been paying him from a private account you didn't know about, has already filed motions to protect my assets based on your admitted affair. Which, by the way, was witnessed by 47 people at my office. I watched her process this. Watched her realize that she'd miscalculated. That humiliating me publicly had given me the evidence I needed to make sure she got nothing. And Vanessa? I stepped closer. That house you love so much? The one in both our names? I'm keeping it. Because while you were planning your dramatic exit, I was paying attention. I have records of every time you withdrew money from our joint account for shopping that actually went to hotel rooms with Derek. Every fancy dinner I thought you were having with girlfriends. Every girl's weekend that was actually a trip with your boyfriend. My lawyer has it all. Her mouth opened. Closed. She had nothing to say. You wanted me to crawl out of your life, I continued. But I'm walking out. With dignity. With everything that's mine. And I'm leaving you with exactly what you deserve. A boyfriend who's about to go to prison and a reputation as the woman who destroyed her husband for a criminal. Derek's phone rang again. And again. He didn't answer it. Just sat there staring at nothing while his world collapsed around him. I walked past Vanessa toward the door. She grabbed my arm. Please, she whispered. Marcus, please. I made a mistake. I didn't mean. Yes, you did, I said quietly. You meant every word. You wanted me to feel small and worthless and destroyed. Congratulations. For about 20 minutes, you succeeded. I pulled free of her grip. But I'm not that man anymore. I'm the man who just burned your life to the ground. Remember that. I left the roses on Derek's glass dining table. Walked out of the penthouse. Took the elevator down 23 floors while my heart hammered in my chest and my hands shook with adrenaline I'd been suppressing for hours. The doorman nodded to me on my way out. "Have a good evening, Mr. Chen." "I will," I said. And I meant it. The next week was chaos. Derek was arrested. The FBI raided his offices. Vanessa tried calling me 263 times, I know because I never blocked her number, just never answered, and I watched the call count climb with a certain grim satisfaction. My coworkers treated me differently. Not with pity anymore. With something closer to awe mixed with fear. Tom bought me a drink and asked how I'd known about Derek's crimes. I told him I just looked carefully at what was right in front of me. The divorce went through quickly. Uncontested. Vanessa's lawyer told her she had no leverage, no case, no hope of getting anything except whatever mercy I was willing to show. I showed none. She kept the clothes in her closet. I kept everything else. She signed the papers without reading them, and I never saw her again. Sometimes I think about that moment at my office. The roses. The phone call. The humiliation she'd so carefully orchestrated. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd just accepted it. If I'd packed my things and crawled away like she'd demanded. But I didn't. I turned Valentine's Day into their nightmare instead. And I'd do it again. Derek got 15 years. Securities fraud, money laundering, tax evasion, the charges kept piling up. Turns out some of that money belonged to people who weren't happy about federal attention, and there were rumors of threats, of witnesses being intimidated. Derek requested protective custody. Vanessa moved back in with her parents. Found a job as a receptionist, which I only know because Jennifer from accounting still follows her on social media and occasionally updates me without being asked. She cut her hair short. Stopped wearing red. I stayed at Hartfield and Associates. Got promoted, actually. Sarah said anyone who could spot financial fraud that's sophisticated should probably be looking at all our clients. I have a new title now. Senior Compliance Director. Better pay. Better office. I still drive the Honda Civic. It runs fine. And every Valentine's Day, I buy myself roses. Red ones. 12 of them. I put them on my desk and I remember exactly what I'm capable of when someone tries to destroy me. I remember the man who walked into that data center broken and walked out with the tools for revenge. I remember Vanessa's face when she realized she'd underestimated me. That the pathetic excuse of a husband she'd mocked was actually the architect of her downfall. I remember Derek shaking hands as he answered the phone and understood his empire was ashes. And I remember something else. Something that keeps me awake sometimes, late at night, when the satisfaction has faded and I'm left alone with the enormity of what I did. I destroyed 2 lives in an afternoon. Methodically. Coldly. With the precision of a surgeon and the ruthlessness of an executioner. And the worst part? I'd do it again without hesitation. Because that's who I am now. Not the man who accepted humiliation. Not the husband who made excuses and tried to keep the peace. Not the fool who thought love and loyalty meant anything against calculated cruelty. I'm the man who burns down empires when you hurt him. I'm the man who keeps receipts. I'm the man who smiles politely and ruins you so completely that you'll never recover. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if that makes me better than them or worse. But mostly I just water my roses and watch them bloom, blood red and perfect. And I sleep just fine. Except for the night 3 months after the divorce when someone knocked on my door at 2 in the morning. I'd been dreaming about the office that day. The roses. Vanessa's smile. In the dream, I'd walked away instead of fighting back, and everyone was laughing. I woke up sweating, heart racing, and that's when I heard it. 3 sharp raps on my front door. I lived alone now in the house that used to be ours. I'd changed the locks the day after she moved out, replaced the furniture she'd taken, painted over the nail holes where her pictures used to hang. Made it mine. But at 2 in the morning, standing in my dark hallway in boxer shorts and an old t-shirt, it still felt like a place where ghosts could find me. I looked through the peephole. A woman I didn't recognize stood on my porch. Mid-30s, blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing jeans and a jacket despite the late spring warmth. She looked tired. More than tired, exhausted in a way that went bone deep. "Mr. Chen?" She called through the door. "My name is Rachel Cortez. I'm a federal prosecutor. I need to talk to you about Derek Sutton." I opened the door with the chain still on. "It's 2 in the morning." "I know. I'm sorry. But this couldn't wait." She pulled out a badge, held it up to the gap in the door. It looked real. "Can I come in? Please. It's important." Something in her voice made me undo the chain. She walked past me into my living room and immediately went to the window, peering out through the blinds like she expected to see someone watching the house. That's when I noticed her hand resting on her hip, right where a holster would be under her jacket. "You're scared," I said. Cautious. She turned to face me. "Mr. Chen, How much do you know about the people Derek Sutton was working with? I know some of the money he was laundering wasn't his. That's all he said before he stopped talking. Rachel nodded slowly. Derek was moving money for the Volkov organization. Russian mob. Very sophisticated, very dangerous, very unhappy that their financial pipeline got exposed. She paused. They think you were working with law enforcement. That you were a plant. An undercover operative who spent years getting close to Derek specifically to bring him down. I almost laughed. I'm an accountant who caught his wife cheating. I know that. The FBI knows that. But the Volkovs don't care about the truth. They care about the fact that $73 million of their money is now frozen in federal accounts and their entire East Coast operation is under investigation. She moved away from the window. They've put a price on your head, Mr. Chen. $500,000 to whoever delivers you to them. The room tilted slightly. I sat down on my couch, the new one I'd bought after Vanessa left, comfortable and practical in mine. You're joking. I wish I was. Rachel sat across from me, leaning forward with her hands clasped. We arrested 3 men yesterday trying to surveil your office. We've intercepted communications about you. They know where you live, where you work, what you drive. They know everything. So what am I supposed to do? We're offering you witness protection. Full relocation, new identity, the works. You testify against Derek, help us trace all the accounts, explain the financial structures you uncovered, and we keep you safe. Testify? I already gave you everything. The files, the evidence. We need someone who can explain it to a jury. Derek's lawyers are good. They're going to claim the financial records are ambiguous, that you misinterpreted legitimate business transactions. We need you to walk 12 ordinary people through exactly what Derek did and why it's criminal. She met my eyes. And we need you to do it while staying alive. I thought about my life. My job. My house. The careful reconstruction of my existence after Vanessa had demolished it. If I disappear, she wins. Vanessa. She gets to tell everyone I ran away. That I couldn't handle what she did to me. If you don't disappear, you die, Rachel said bluntly. The Volkovs don't forgive. They don't forget. And they definitely don't care about your pride. How long? The trial is in 8 months. After that, if you want to come back, we can discuss options. But honestly, Mr. Chen, people who cross the Volkovs don't usually get to come back. I looked around my living room. At the life I'd fought so hard to reclaim. At the normalcy I'd built from the wreckage of my marriage. I need to think about it. Rachel stood. You have 48 hours. After that, you're on your own. She handed me a card with a phone number. Call me when you decide. Don't tell anyone what we discussed. Not your friends, not your family, not your coworkers. The Volkovs have people everywhere. She left through my front door and disappeared into the night like she'd never been there at all. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Just sat on my couch, holding that business card, thinking about how revenge had seemed so simple when it was just about Vanessa and Derek. When it was personal. When I thought the consequences would stop with them. The next morning, Tom found me at my desk staring at nothing. You look terrible, he said, setting down a coffee he'd brought me. Didn't sleep? Something like that. He sat on the edge of my desk, lowering his voice. You hear about the arrests? 3 guys watching our building yesterday. Security flagged them to the FBI. I heard. They're saying it's connected to the Sutton case. That maybe some of his associates are unhappy about the investigation. Tom paused. Marcus, if you're in danger. I'm fine, I lied. Just tired. But I wasn't fine. I spent that day watching everyone who came near me with new suspicion. Was the delivery guy really a delivery guy? Was the woman in the elevator actually going to the 5th floor or was she following me? When I left work, I took a different route home and checked my rearview mirror every 30 seconds. This was my life now. This was the price of revenge. That evening, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Marcus? Vanessa's voice. Shaking. Marcus, please don't hang up. I should have hung up. Should have blocked the number and deleted this last connection to my old life. But I didn't. What do you want? Someone came to see me today. 2 men. They asked about you. About Derek. About what I knew. She was crying. Actually crying, and I heard real fear in her voice. Marcus, they said things. Terrible things about what they'd do to me if I didn't tell them everything. I told them I don't know anything, that we're divorced, that I haven't talked to you, but they didn't believe me. Vanessa, listen to me carefully, I interrupted. Call the police. Tell them exactly what happened. Ask for federal protection. Do it now. Federal protection? Marcus, what's happening? What did you do? I did exactly what I told you I'd do. I ruined him. But it turns out Derek's friends don't handle failure well. I kept my voice steady even though my heart was hammering. You need to be smart about this. Don't go anywhere alone. Don't follow any patterns. Don't trust anyone you don't know. I'm scared, she whispered. Good. You should be. I hung up. My hand was shaking. I looked at Rachel's card again, at that phone number that represented safety at the cost of everything I'd built. But I didn't call. Not yet. Because I realized something. The Volkoffs thought I was some kind of operative. They thought I was important enough to kill, dangerous enough to fear. They'd made me into something I wasn't. So maybe I needed to become that thing. I spent the next day doing research. The kind of research you can't do from home, using library computers with cash-bought guest passes, VPNs routing through 6 countries, the whole paranoid routine. I learned about the Volkov organization. About Dmitry Volkov, the patriarch who ran the East Coast operations from a mansion in the Hamptons. About his son, Alexei, who handled enforcement and had a reputation for creativity when it came to revenge. I learned about their businesses, the legitimate ones that fronted for money laundering, the restaurants and nightclubs and real estate companies that made them look respectable. And I learned about their weaknesses. Because everyone has weaknesses. Even Russian mobsters. The Volkovs moved their money through a network of offshore accounts, but they kept their real books somewhere accessible. Somewhere they could check their profits and losses, track their operations, make sure nobody was stealing from them. And that somewhere, according to 3 different sources on forums I probably shouldn't have been reading, was in a secure server in the basement of their flagship restaurant in Manhattan. A restaurant called Troika. I called Rachel on the second night. I'll testify. But I need something first. What? Access to the FBI's case files on the Volkov organization. Everything you have on their financial operations. Silence on her end. That's classified information, Mr. Chen. I can't just hand over an active investigation. Then I can't testify. Because I need to know what I'm walking into. I need to understand the full scope of what Derek was involved in. Call it preparation for trial. More silence. Then, I'll see what I can do. But Marcus, whatever you're thinking. I'm thinking I want to survive, I said. That's all. She got me the files. Delivered them to my house at midnight in a sealed folder with classifications stamped all over it. This doesn't leave your possession. You read it and return it. Understand? Understood. I spent 3 days reading those files. Learning everything the FBI knew about the Volkovs. Their structures, their operations, their money flows. And I found it, one paragraph in a surveillance report mentioning that Dmitry Volkov personally reviewed his organization's books every Sunday night at Troika after closing, using a secure terminal in his private office. That's where the real records were. Not the sanitized versions they showed investors or gave to their accountants. The actual books. Every crime, every dollar, every operation documented because Dmitry Volkov was old school and didn't trust computers he couldn't physically control. I returned the files to Rachel and told her I was ready to enter witness protection. Smart choice, she said. We'll move you this weekend. Pack light. Bring nothing that can identify you. One more thing, I said. I need to make a stop first. Tie up some loose ends. What kind of loose ends? Personal ones. I'll be quick. She didn't like it, but she agreed. Gave me 24 hours to handle my affairs before they moved me to a safe house. I used those 24 hours well. Troika was exactly the kind of place you'd expect from people laundering money. All mahogany and leather, with oil paintings of Russian landscapes and vodka bottles backlit like religious icons. The kind of restaurant where a steak costs $200 and comes with a side of intimidation. I walked in on a Sunday night at 9 o'clock wearing the most expensive suit I owned. Told the hostess I was meeting someone. Found a seat at the bar and ordered their cheapest vodka because I needed to stay sharp. The bartender was young, nervous, clearly new. First time here? Business dinner, I said, sliding a $100 bill across the bar. My associate is running late. Tell me, is Mr. Volkov here tonight? I was hoping to pay my respects. The bartender's eyes went wide. I'm not supposed to. It's fine, I assured him, sliding another 100. Just curious. I've heard he's very hands-on with the restaurant. He's downstairs, the bartender whispered, pocketing the money. In his office. He comes every Sunday to review. To work. But you can't go down there. Nobody goes down there except family and trusted associates, I finished. Of course. I wouldn't dream of disturbing him. I nursed my vodka for 30 minutes. Watched the staff. Noted the security camera positions, the emergency exits, the door behind the kitchen that led to the basement stairs. At 10 o'clock, the restaurant started clearing out. Last customers paying their bills, staff beginning to clean up. At 10:30, I stood up and walked toward the bathrooms. Kept walking past them. Through the kitchen where exhausted line cooks were scrubbing stations and barely glanced at me. Down the stairs marked private that I absolutely wasn't supposed to access. The basement was quieter. Dimmer. I heard voices speaking Russian, smelled cigar smoke. Found the private office by following the sound. The door was solid wood with a keypad lock. But the ventilation grate above it was just screwed in, and nobody thinks about security from the ceiling. I'd like to say I had some elaborate plan, some Ocean's 11 scheme for getting past their defenses. But the truth was simpler and more desperate. I unscrewed the grate with a pocket multi-tool, pulled myself up into the ventilation shaft, thank God for the yoga classes I'd started after the divorce, and crawled until I was directly over Dmitry Volkov's office. Through the grate in his ceiling, I could see everything. Dmitry Volkov himself, 70 years old and distinguished in that way that makes you forget he's ordered dozens of murders. He sat at his desk reviewing a laptop screen, comparing it to handwritten ledgers spread out before him. Old school, keeping digital and physical records. 2 bodyguards stood by the door. Armed. Alert. Between me and any escape route. I took out my phone, already set to silent, and started recording video through the ceiling grate. Captured everything on that laptop screen, every page of those ledgers that Dmitry flipped through. 15 minutes of undeniable evidence of every crime, every payoff, every operation the Volkov organization ran. Dmitry's phone rang. He answered in Russian, his voice sharp with anger. One of the bodyguards stepped out. The other moved to the window, looking out at nothing. I kept recording. Then the grate shifted under my weight. Just slightly. Just enough to make a sound. Dmitry looked up. Stared at the ceiling. Right at me. Our eyes met through the metal grate, and I saw the moment he understood what was happening. Saw him reach for his desk drawer where he probably kept a gun. Saw the remaining bodyguard turn toward the ceiling with his hand inside his jacket. I did the only thing I could do. I smashed through the ceiling grate and dropped directly onto Dmitry's desk, scattering his precious ledgers, my weight knocking the wind out of the old man and sending his laptop clattering to the floor. The bodyguard drew his weapon. I grabbed Dmitry by his expensive tie and yanked him in front of me just as the guard fired. The bullet meant for me hit the wall instead. Stop, I shouted, holding Dmitry between me and the gun. Stop or I break his neck. I wouldn't have. Couldn't have. But the bodyguard didn't know that. He froze, weapon trained on me, shouting in Russian. English, I demanded. I know you speak English. Let him go, the bodyguard said, accent thick but understandable. Let him go or I kill you. If you kill me, I drop him and his head cracks open on this desk, I said, tightening my grip on Dmitry's collar. Then you explain to Alexei how you let his father die. Your choice. Dmitry wheezed something in Russian. The bodyguard's jaw clenched, but he didn't lower his weapon. Here's what's going to happen, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I'm going to walk out of here with all of this evidence. The laptop, the ledgers, all of it. And if anyone follows me, if anyone tries to stop me, I send copies to every news outlet, every federal agency, every person who would love to take down the Volkov organization. You are dead, man, Dmitry rasped. Already dead. Probably, I agreed. But I'll take you with me. How does that sound? Your legacy ending in a federal prison while your empire burns? Or you let me walk and maybe, we can make a deal. What deal? I don't testify against Derek. I don't tell the FBI what I found here. I disappear and you forget I exist. Consider it a professional courtesy. I hurt you, you hurt me, we call it even. Dmitry laughed. Actually laughed, this wheezing, bitter sound. You are either very brave or very stupid. Both, I said. Definitely both. The second bodyguard burst back in, weapon drawn. Now there were 2 guns pointed at me. My chances of survival had just dropped to approximately 0. But Dmitry raised his hand. Said something sharp in Russian. Both bodyguards lowered their weapons slightly. You have, what is phrase? Big stones, Dmitry said. Coming here. Threatening me in my own place. He studied me with eyes that had seen too much violence to be impressed by more. What is your name? Marcus Chen. Marcus Chen, he repeated. The accountant. Derek's accountant. They say you are spy, but I think no. I think you are just man who got very angry. He smiled, showing too many gold teeth. I understand angry. Angry makes people do stupid things. Is that a yes to my deal? Is maybe. Maybe you walk out. Maybe I let you live. But maybe I am curious. Why you do this? Why you risk everything to hurt Derek? He took something from me, I said simply. So I took everything from him. Dmitry nodded slowly. This I understand. This is business. You want a deal? Fine. We deal. You give me laptop and ledgers. You keep your evidence, I know you already copy. You walk away, you never testify, you never speak of this. And I forget you exist. And the price on my head? Is removed. You are a ghost. We never see you again. I looked at those bodyguards, at their fingers still resting on triggers. At Dmitry's calculating eyes. At the office door that might as well have been a mile away. Deal, I said. I released Dimitri. Gathered the laptop and ledgers, fully expecting a bullet in my back any second. But it didn't come. Dimitri straightened his suit, adjusted his tie, and nodded to his bodyguards. They stepped aside. You are interesting man, Marcus Chen, Dimitri said as I edged toward the door. In different life, maybe you work for me. You have talent for this. I'll pass, I said. Of course. But remember, deal is deal. I see you again, you testify, you talk to police, deal is over. And I am not so merciful twice. I walked out of that office. Up the stairs. Through the kitchen where the line cooks definitely noticed me this time but said nothing. Out the front door of Troika and into the Manhattan night, carrying evidence of crimes I'd never speak about again. My phone rang before I reached my car. Rachel. Where are you? She demanded. You were supposed to check in 2 hours ago. Something came up. I'm ready now. Ready for what? To testify. To enter witness protection. All of it. I looked back at Troika, at the restaurant where I'd just made a deal with the devil. Let's end this. The trial took 6 months, not 8. Derek's lawyers tried everything, but I walked that jury through every transaction, every shell company, every deliberately obscured money trail. Made it simple enough that anyone could understand. Made it undeniable. Derek Sutton was sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. His assets were forfeit. His empire dissolved. And I watched from the witness stand as the man who'd laughed at my humiliation was led away in handcuffs. Vanessa showed up to the sentencing. Sat in the back of the courtroom and cried. Not for Derek, they'd broken up before he was even arrested. For herself, maybe. For the life she'd thought she'd have with a rich, powerful man instead of a mediocre accountant. She tried to catch my eye. I looked right through her. After the trial, Rachel offered me that new identity. That clean slate in some nowhere town where the Volkovs would never find me. I declined. You're sure? She asked. The deal with Dimitri, if he changes his mind. He won't, I said. And I believed it. Men like Dmitry Volkov kept their word, not out of honor but out of pride. He'd given me his terms and he'd stick to them because anything less would make him look weak. So what will you do? Go back to my life, I said. Go back to being Marcus Chen, Senior Compliance Director. Go back to my house and my job and my ordinary existence. After everything that's happened? Especially after everything that's happened. So that's what I did. I went back. Returned to Hartfield and Associates where my coworkers treated me like some kind of legend. Moved back into my house that was finally, completely mine. Started living again. 6 months after the trial, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a single rose, black, not red, and a card that read, "Deal is deal. You're a ghost." I put the black rose in water and watched it slowly wilt on my kitchen counter, this reminder that I'd touched something dark and walked away alive. And sometimes, late at night, I think about that Valentine's Day. About the roses that started everything. About Vanessa's cruelty and Derek's arrogance and my own cold fury that transformed into something I barely recognize. I think about the man I was before, the one who would have just taken the humiliation and walked away quietly. And I think about the man I am now, the one who walked into a mob boss's office and walked out alive. They're not the same person. I'm not sure which one is worse. But I water my roses, both red and black, and I remember what I'm capable of when someone mistakes my kindness for weakness. I remember that revenge has a price, and sometimes you pay it in pieces of yourself you can never get back. And I sleep just fine. Mostly. Story 3. She said it on a Tuesday. I remember because we were supposed to meet for lunch at that Italian place she loved, the one with the checkered tablecloths and the waiter who always remembered her order. Eggplant parmesan, extra basil, dressing on the side. I'd gotten there early, like I always did, and ordered her the caprese salad as an appetizer because I knew the kitchen got backed up around noon and she hated waiting when she was hungry. When she walked in 20 minutes late, she didn't apologize. She just slid into the booth, looked at the salad sitting there with the mozzarella already starting to sweat under the overhead light, and said, "I wasn't really in the mood for this today." I should have seen it then. That little flicker of annoyance in her eyes when she looked at me. Like I'd done something wrong by caring. Like I'd overstepped by remembering she existed. "Sorry," I said, already reaching for the menu. "I can get you something else." She waved me off, picking up her fork with this theatrical sigh. "It's fine. You just always do this." "Do what?" "This." She gestured vaguely at the salad, at me, at the entire situation we were sitting in. "You're too invested. Relax, it's not that serious." My heart sank. Not because the words hurt, exactly, but because of how casually she said them. Like she'd been holding that thought for weeks and finally found the right moment to let it slip out. Like it was something she'd been workshopping in her head, testing different phrasings until she landed on the one that sounded just dismissive enough to sting but not enough to start a fight. I sat there, fork halfway to my mouth, trying to figure out what she meant. Too invested in what? In her? In us? In making sure she had a decent lunch? What are you talking about? I asked. She picked at the mozzarella, avoiding my eyes, separating it into little white chunks on her plate. You're just intense. You check in on me all the time. You plan everything. You always want to know where I am and what I'm doing. It's exhausting. I thought that's what people in relationships did, I said. My voice came out quieter than I intended, almost apologetic. Yeah, but we're not married or anything. It's supposed to be fun. Light. You're making it feel like work. She said it like she was explaining something obvious to a child. Like I was the one being unreasonable. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because I genuinely didn't know what else to do with my face. For 6 months, I'd been the guy who drove her to the airport at 5 in the morning when she had early flights, who remembered her sister's birthday better than she did, who kept an extra phone charger in my car because she always forgot hers. I was the one who listened to her complain about her boss for 40 minutes every Thursday after her team meetings. I was the one who brought her soup when she was sick, who switched our dinner reservations when she changed her mind about wanting Thai food, who learned how to make her coffee exactly the way she liked it, 2 sugars, oat milk, not too hot, so she didn't have to stop on her way to work. And now she was telling me it was too much. Okay, I said. She looked up, surprised. Okay? Yeah. Okay. I'll dial it back. She smiled then, relieved, like I'd just agreed to stop playing my music too loud in the car. Thank you. I knew you'd understand. I paid for lunch. She didn't offer. She never offered. That should have been the first red flag, but I'd been ignoring those for months. I decided to take her advice literally. If it wasn't that serious, then I'd treat it like it wasn't that serious. No more good morning texts asking how she slept. No more picking up her favorite coffee on my way to meet her. No more rearranging my entire schedule when she wanted to see me last minute because she was bored. I'd be casual. Light. Fun. Whatever that meant. The first few days, she didn't notice. Or if she did, she didn't say anything. I saw her that Friday at a bar with some mutual friends. One of those places with exposed brick and craft cocktails that cost $18. She walked in wearing that leather jacket I'd gotten her for her birthday, the one she said she'd been wanting for months, the one I'd spent 3 weeks hunting down in the right size and color. When she saw me, she waved and came over, leaning in like she expected a kiss. I gave her a quick peck on the cheek and turned back to my conversation with Mike about the basketball game we'd watched the night before. Hey, she said, lingering at my elbow, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. You didn't text me back earlier. Oh, sorry. I was busy. Doing what? I shrugged. Just stuff. Work things. Her eyebrows pulled together, just slightly. The same look she got when a show ended on a cliffhanger. Are you mad at me or something? Nope. Why would I be mad? She studied my face for a second, trying to find something there, some crack in the surface. Then she shook her head. Never mind. You want to get out of here soon? We could go back to your place. I'm actually meeting some guys from work later. Might stay out a while. Oh. She blinked, her mouth opening slightly. You didn't mention that. Didn't think I had to. She laughed, but it sounded forced, like she was trying to convince both of us that this was funny. Okay, well, have fun I guess. She drifted off toward the bar, her jacket disappearing into the crowd. I watched her order a drink, glance back at me once with this confused expression, then start talking to someone else. My chest felt tight, but I ignored it. This was what she wanted, right? Space. Casualness. No intensity. Mike nudged me. Everything good with you too? Yeah, why? I don't know. She seemed off. I took a sip of my beer. She's fine. We're fine. But I wasn't sure if that was true. And part of me didn't care. Part of me was tired of being the one who always cared more, who always tried harder, who always showed up. Maybe it was her turn to feel what that was like. The following week, she texted me about dinner. She wanted to try some new sushi place downtown that her coworker had told her about. The kind of place with a wait list and a menu you couldn't read without squinting. I told her I couldn't make it, I was going to the gym with a friend. That was true, but I also could have rescheduled. The gym was at 6. Dinner wasn't until 8. I had time. I just didn't want to make time. She sent back a string of question marks. Is everything okay? She wrote. Yeah, why? You're being weird. How? I don't know. You just are. I left her on read. Not to be cruel, but because I genuinely didn't know what to say. A month ago, This would have spiraled me into an hour-long reassurance session, making sure she knew I cared, that I wasn't upset, that everything was fine between us. I would have called her, probably. Explained myself. Maybe even cancel the gym to have dinner with her because that's what you did when you cared about someone. But now? Now it didn't feel that serious. At the gym, my friend Derek asked me about her. How's the girlfriend? She's good, I said, adjusting the weights on the bench press. You sure? You seem stressed. I'm not stressed. You've been staring at that same weight for 5 minutes without touching it. I looked down. He was right. It's nothing. Just relationship stuff. Want to talk about it? Not really. He nodded, spotting me as I started my set. Between reps, he said, you know what my dad told me once? He said if you're putting in all the effort and someone tells you it's too much, they're really telling you they don't value what you're giving them. And you should believe them. I finished the set, racked the weights. Your dad sounds smart. He's divorced 3 times, so take it with a grain of salt. I laughed, but the words stayed with me. They don't value what you're giving them. Maybe that was it. Maybe she just didn't value the things I did. And if that was true, then what was the point? She showed up at my apartment the next day. I opened the door to find her standing there in an oversized sweater and jeans, arms crossed, her car keys still in her hand. She looked like she'd been rehearsing this conversation the whole drive over, running through different versions in her head until she settled on the right opening line. We need to talk, she said. About? About whatever's going on with you. I stepped aside to let her in. She walked past me into the living room, but she didn't sit down. She just stood there, staring at the coffee table like it had personally offended her. There was a stack of mail I hadn't opened yet, a mug from this morning, the TV remote balanced on the edge of the couch. You've been distant, she said. I thought that's what you wanted. What? You said I was too invested. So, I backed off. Her mouth opened, then closed. She looked at me like I'd just told her the sky was green. I didn't mean, she stopped, frustrated, searching for words. I didn't mean ignore me. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just giving you space. Being casual. You're being petty. That stung a little. More than a little, actually. I'm doing exactly what you asked. No, you're not. You're punishing me. I felt my jaw tighten. Punishing you? You told me to relax. To stop caring so much. So, I did. What's the problem? She stared at me, and for the first time in a while, I saw something like panic in her eyes. Real fear. The kind you can't fake. The problem is you're acting like we're nothing. Aren't we? I said. The words came out harsher than I meant them to. I mean, it's not that serious, right? That's what you said. Her face went pale. Are you breaking up with me? No. I'm just treating this the way you said you wanted it treated. Casual. Light. Fun. She shook her head, stepping closer, her hands reaching out like she wanted to grab me but didn't know if she should. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? She didn't answer. She just stood there, breathing hard, eyes darting around the room like she was looking for a script that would tell her what to say next. Finally, after what felt like forever, she said, I just wanted you to stop being so suffocating. But I didn't want you to stop caring. That doesn't make sense. It does to me. I crossed my arms, leaning against the wall. So, you want me to care, but not too much. Be invested, but not too invested. Check in on you, but not too often. Is that it? Because I'm trying to understand the rules here, and they seem to change depending on your mood. You're twisting my words. I'm repeating them. She looked like she wanted to scream. Her hands balled into fists at her sides. Why are you being like this? Like what? Honest? No. Mean. I'm not being mean. I'm being exactly what you asked me to be. Less invested. Less intense. Less exhausting. Stop saying that. Why? It's what you said. She grabbed her bag off the couch where she'd dropped it and headed for the door. Before she left, she turned back, her hand on the doorknob, and said, Fine. If this is how you want to be, then I guess we'll just see how long that lasts. The door slammed behind her. I stood there for a long time, staring at the space where she'd been, at the indent her bag had left in the couch cushion, at the keys she'd been gripping so hard I could see the red marks on her palm before she left. My hands were shaking. I didn't know if it was anger or something else. I didn't hear from her for 3 days. No texts, no calls, nothing. Part of me expected her to reach out first, to apologize or at least try to explain herself better. She was always the one who couldn't handle silence. She'd crack first. She always did. But she didn't. And I didn't either. On day 4, she posted a picture on social media. She was out with friends at some rooftop bar, smiling with a drink in her hand that had one of those fancy garnishes, an orange slice and a sprig of rosemary. The caption was something about living her best life, with a bunch of hashtags that made it seem like she was having the time of her life. I scrolled past it without reacting. Didn't like it, didn't comment, didn't send her a message asking how her night was. If she was fine, then I was fine. But I wasn't fine. I kept checking my phone. Kept waiting for her name to pop up on my screen. Kept wondering if she was thinking about me the way I was thinking about her. It was pathetic, really. Here I was, trying to prove a point, and all I was proving was that I missed her. Day 7, she texted me. Hey. I stared at the message for a full minute before replying. Just that one word, sitting there at the top of my screen. Hey. What are you doing tonight? Nothing much. Why? Wanna hang out? I thought about it. Thought about saying yes, about falling back into the pattern we'd had for months. But then I remembered the way she'd said it wasn't that serious, and I typed, can't. Got plans. With who? Does it matter? She didn't respond for an hour. When she finally did, it was just, okay. That single word felt heavier than it should have. I could almost hear the disappointment in it, the confusion. Good, I thought. Let her feel confused. Let her wonder what I'm doing and who I'm with. Let her experience what it's like to not be the center of someone's universe for once. But even as I thought it, I felt hollow. This wasn't who I was. I wasn't the guy who played games or kept score. I was the guy who showed up, who cared, who tried. And now I was turning into someone I didn't recognize, all because she'd made me feel like caring was a character flaw. Week 2 was when things started to shift. I could feel it in the way she texted me. The tone was different. More frequent. More needy. She texted me more often. Little things. Memes she thought were funny. Songs she was listening to. Pictures of her lunch, a sad-looking salad from the place near her office. Random thoughts she'd normally just keep to herself. She was trying to pull me back in, bit by bit, testing to see if I'd respond the way I used to. I did respond, but I kept it short. No more paragraphs. No more heart emojis. No more hope you have a great day messages. Just enough to acknowledge her without feeding into whatever this was. She asked me to hang out again on a Wednesday. I said I was busy. She asked what I was busy with. I told her I had errands to run, laundry, grocery shopping, boring adult stuff. She asked if she could come with. She'd never wanted to come with me to do errands before. Never. She used to complain when I had to stop at the bank. But now, suddenly, she wanted to tag along while I bought paper towels and decided between brands of pasta sauce. I said it wasn't necessary. Why are you being like this? She wrote. Like what? Cold. I'm not cold. I'm just not doing too much anymore. Isn't that what you wanted? She went quiet after that. No response. I put my phone down and went about my day. Part of me felt guilty. But another part, the part that was still stinging from being told I was exhausting, felt justified. That weekend, I ran into her friend Sarah at a coffee shop. She was waiting in line when she spotted me, and I saw her face change. Not quite hostile, but not friendly either. Hey, she said, stepping up to me. Hey, Sarah. So, what's going on with you and her? What do you mean? Come on. She's been miserable all week. Says you're barely talking to her. I ordered my coffee, trying to keep my voice even. I'm giving her what she asked for. Space. Is that what you're calling it? That's what it is. Sarah crossed her arms. Look, I'm her friend, so I'm supposed to be on her side. But between you and me? I told her she was being an idiot when she said that stuff to you. You're a good guy. Most guys wouldn't do half the things you do. Then why did she tell me it was too much? Because she's scared. She's been in bad relationships before. Guys who said they cared but didn't. Guys who were all talk and no action. And then you come along, actually doing all the things, and it freaked her out. She didn't know how to handle it. So, she pushed me away. Yeah. And now she's realizing what she lost. I took my coffee from the barista, nodding at Sarah. Thanks for telling me. Are you going to do anything about it? I don't know yet. She studied my face for a moment. Don't wait too long. Sometimes by the time you figure out what you want, it's already gone. By week 3, she was unraveling. I could see it in everything she did. It started with a phone call. Late, almost midnight on a Saturday. I'd been watching a movie, some action thing with car chases and explosions that didn't require much thinking. I let it ring twice before answering. Hey, I said. Can I come over? Her voice was small, shaky, like she'd been crying. Or was about to start. It's pretty late. Please. I hesitated. Something in her voice made my stomach drop. Is something wrong? I need to see you. I told her she could come. She showed up 20 minutes later, eyes red like she'd definitely been crying. Mascara smudged at the corners. Hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She didn't say anything when I opened the door. She just walked in and sat on the couch, hands in her lap, staring at the floor. I could see her chest rising and falling like she was trying to control her breathing. "What's going on?" I asked, sitting across from her in the chair. Not next to her. Across from her. "I miss you," she said quietly. "I'm right here." "No, you're not." She looked up at me, tears spilling over, running down her cheeks in two clean lines. "You're here, but you're not here. You don't talk to me anymore. You don't ask me how I am. You don't. You don't care." "I care," I said. "I'm just not going overboard anymore." "That's not overboard," she said, her voice cracking. "That's just you. That's who you are. The guy who remembers things and checks in and makes plans. And I was stupid for telling you to stop." I felt something twist in my chest. Not quite sympathy. Not quite vindication. Something in between. "So, what are you saying?" "I'm saying I was wrong." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving a smear of mascara across her cheek. "I got scared. You were so good to me, and I didn't know how to handle it. I thought maybe you were just doing it because you felt like you had to, or because you wanted something from me. So, I pushed you away. And now you're actually gone, and I hate it." I sat there, letting her words settle over the room like dust. Part of me wanted to reach for her, to tell her it was okay, that we could fix this, that I forgave her and we could go back to the way things were. But another part, the part that had spent 3 weeks being casual and light and fun, wasn't sure I wanted to. "I don't know what you want from me," I said finally. "I want you," she said, leaning forward, her hands clasped together like she was praying. "The way you were. The way we were. And if I go back to that, are you just going to tell me I'm too much again?" She shook her head violently. "No. I promise. I was being selfish. I didn't realize what I had until you stopped giving it to me. I thought it was normal, you know? I thought everyone's boyfriend did those things. But my friends have been telling me about their relationships, and I realized. You're different. You're better. And I threw it away because I was too stupid to see it." I leaned back, running a hand through my hair. My heart was pounding. "This is a lot, I know." She moved closer, reaching for my hand. Her fingers were cold. "But I need you to believe me. I don't want casual. I don't want light. I want you. All of you. The texts and the planning and the coffee orders and everything. I want all of it." I looked at her, really looked at her. At the tears on her face, the desperation in her eyes, the way her hands were trembling. She meant it. I could see that she meant it. But meaning it now didn't erase what she'd said before. It didn't undo the hurt. "I need time," I said. "How much time?" "I don't know." She nodded, pulling back. "Okay. I can give you time. Just don't disappear completely, okay? I can't handle that." "I won't disappear." "Promise?" "Promise." She left a few minutes later, and I sat on the couch in the dark, trying to figure out what I wanted. Because that was the problem, I didn't know anymore. 3 weeks ago, I would have known exactly what I wanted. Her. Us. Everything. But now, I wasn't so sure. I told her I needed time to think. She didn't like that. I could see it in the way her face fell, in the way her shoulders slumped. But she nodded and left. The apartment felt emptier after she was gone. Quieter. I sat on the couch for a while, staring at the spot where she'd been sitting, trying to sort through everything she'd said. The next morning, she texted me a long message. An apology, mostly. She said she'd been taking me for granted, that she didn't realize how much effort I was putting in until I stopped. She said she'd been talking to her friends, Sarah and Jenna, the ones who'd been at that bar, and they all told her she was an idiot for pushing me away. She said she wanted to make it right. She said she'd do anything. I read it twice, then set my phone down. The truth was, I did miss her. I missed the way she laughed at my jokes, even the bad ones. I missed the way she'd fall asleep on my shoulder during movies, her breathing slow and even. I missed the way she said my name when she was happy, drawing out the syllables like they were made of something precious. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that the moment I went back to being the guy who checked in, who planned ahead, who cared, she'd start pulling away again. That this was just a temporary panic, and once she felt secure again, she'd remember why she found me exhausting in the first place. I called her that afternoon. "Hey," she answered immediately. She must have been holding her phone, waiting. "I've been thinking," I said. And I don't want to go back to the way things were." There was a pause. A long one. I could almost hear her heart breaking through the phone. "What do you mean?" "I mean, if we do this, we do it differently. No more games. No more telling me I'm too much when I'm just being myself. If you want me, you get all of me. And if that's too much, then this doesn't work. I'm not going to spend the rest of this relationship walking on eggshells, wondering if I'm being too invested or not invested enough." I want all of you, she said quickly. Almost desperately. I do. I promise. Okay, I said. Then prove it. She did. Sort of. For the next few weeks, she was different. She texted me first. She made plans. She actually suggested things instead of just going along with whatever I proposed. She paid for dinner once, which nearly gave me a heart attack. I'd reached for my wallet instinctively, and she'd pushed my hand away, saying she wanted to treat me for once. She asked me how I was, actually listened when I answered, remembered details from conversations we'd had days before. She even apologized again, unprompted, one night when we were lying in bed. I was really stupid, she said, tracing circles on my chest with her finger. I'm sorry. I know, I said. Are we okay? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Yeah. We're okay. She smiled, relief flooding her face. She kissed me, soft and slow, and for a moment everything felt like it used to. Like we'd reset. Like we were starting fresh. But here's the thing, I never fully went back. I still checked in on her, still made plans, still cared. But I kept a part of myself pulled back, just in case. Like I was hedging my bets. Protecting myself. Because the moment she said those words, "It's not that serious," something shifted in me. A switch flipped that I couldn't quite flip back. It was like I'd been walking through our relationship with my eyes closed, trusting that the ground beneath me was solid, and then suddenly I'd stepped on something that cracked, and now I was watching where I put my feet. She noticed, I think. She never said anything directly, but sometimes I'd catch her watching me. Just staring, with this look on her face like she was trying to figure out if I was all the way there. Like she was doing math in her head, calculating the distance between us, trying to figure out if it was shrinking or growing. I wasn't all the way there. And I don't know if I'll ever be again. One night, about 2 months after our fight, we were having dinner at her place. She'd cooked, actually cooked, not just ordered takeout and put it on plates. Pasta with homemade sauce, garlic bread, a salad that actually had more than just lettuce in it. She'd set the table with candles and cloth napkins. The whole thing. It was nice. Really nice. The kind of effort I used to put in all the time. This is great, I said, and I meant it. Thanks, she said, smiling. I wanted to do something special. What's the occasion? No occasion. I just wanted to. We ate in comfortable silence for a while. Then she said, "Can I ask you something?" Sure. Do you still love me? The question hit me like a punch to the stomach. Not because I didn't know the answer, but because I did. Of course I do. Then why does it feel like you're holding back? I set my fork down, looking at her across the table. The candlelight made her eyes look darker than they were. I'm not holding back. Yes, you are. I can feel it. You're here, but you're not all here. There's this part of you that's just gone. I wanted to deny it. To tell her she was imagining things, that everything was fine, that we were back to normal. But I couldn't. Because she was right. I don't know how to explain it, I said finally. I'm trying. I really am. But something changed when you told me I was too much. It's like I can't shake the feeling that if I go back to being that person, you'll push me away again. I won't, she said, reaching across the table for my hand. I promise I won't. You can't promise that, I said. You didn't mean to do it the first time. You didn't wake up one day and decide you wanted to hurt me. It just happened. And it could happen again. She pulled her hand back, her eyes filling with tears. So what, you're just going to hold this over me forever? I'm not holding it over you. I'm just being careful. That's not fair. Maybe not. But it's honest. She looked away, wiping at her eyes. I don't know what else to do. I've apologized. I've tried to show you that I'm different. What more do you want from me? I don't know, I said. And that was the truth. I didn't know. The dinner ended quietly after that. We did the dishes together, moving around each other in her small kitchen like dancers who'd forgotten the steps. She tried to make conversation a few times, but it felt forced. When I left that night, she stood in the doorway watching me walk to my car, and I could feel her eyes on my back the whole way. We kept going. That's the weird part. We didn't break up. We didn't have some big dramatic fight that ended everything. We just kept going, limping along with this new version of us that wasn't quite what we used to be but wasn't quite broken enough to throw away. She kept trying. I'll give her that. She kept putting in effort, kept being the girlfriend she'd promised she'd be. And I kept showing up, kept caring, kept doing the things I'd always done. But there was always that distance between us. That invisible wall that neither of us could quite break through. Her friends noticed. One night, we were out with Sarah and Jenna at some bar downtown. The same bar where this whole thing had started, actually. Sarah pulled me aside when my girlfriend went to the bathroom. Hey, she said, her voice low. Can I talk to you for a second? Sure. She's really trying, you know. She talks about you all the time. About how lucky she is, how good you are to her. I've never seen her like this about anyone. I nodded. I know. So why do you look like you're at a funeral every time you're with her? The question caught me off guard. I don't. You do, Sarah said. And I'm not trying to start anything. I know she hurt you. She told us what she said. And I'm not saying you have to get over it. But if you can't, then you need to let her go. Because this half-in thing you're doing? It's going to destroy both of you. She walked away before I could respond. I stood there, drink in hand, watching my girlfriend come back from the bathroom, laughing at something Jenna said. She looked happy. She looked like everything was fine. But I knew Sarah was right. We couldn't keep doing this. Something had to give. I thought about it for days after that conversation. Replayed Sarah's words in my head over and over. She was right, I was half in. I was going through the motions, but my heart wasn't fully there anymore. And that wasn't fair to either of us. The problem was, I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know how to flip that switch back, how to trust her completely again. Every time I started to let my guard down, I'd remember that Tuesday at the Italian restaurant, and the wall would go back up. About a week later, my girlfriend suggested we take a weekend trip. Just the two of us. She'd found this cabin in the mountains, said it would be good for us to get away, to spend some real time together without the distractions of everyday life. I agreed, mostly because I couldn't think of a good reason to say no. The drive up was quiet. Not uncomfortable, just quiet. She played music, sang along to a few songs. I kept my eyes on the road, one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the center console. She reached over and laced her fingers through mine, and I let her, but I didn't squeeze back. The cabin was nice. Small, but cozy. Wood floors, a fireplace, big windows that looked out over the trees. She'd thought of everything, brought groceries, planned meals, even packed board games in case we got bored. It was exactly the kind of thing I would have done, back when I was still that version of myself. That first night, we cooked dinner together. She made a joke about burning the vegetables, and I laughed, and for a moment it felt normal. Easy. Like maybe we could find our way back to each other after all. After dinner, we sat on the couch in front of the fireplace. She curled up next to me, her head on my shoulder, and we watched the flames dance and crackle. It was peaceful. Almost perfect. This is nice, she said softly. Yeah. I'm glad we came. Me too. She was quiet for a moment, then said, "Can I tell you something?" Sure. I've been seeing a therapist. I turned to look at her, surprised. You have? She nodded, still staring at the fire. Started about 3 weeks ago. After everything that happened between us. I wanted to understand why I said what I said. Why I pushed you away when you were just being good to me. And what did you figure out? That I have this pattern. When someone gets too close, when things start feeling too real, I sabotage it. I look for reasons to push them away before they can leave me. She took a deep breath. My therapist says it's a defense mechanism. From my dad leaving when I was a kid, from my ex who cheated on me. I built these walls without even realizing it. I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me felt vindicated. See, it wasn't about me, it was about her issues. But another part just felt sad. Sad that she'd been carrying this around, sad that I'd become collateral damage in her pattern. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Because I want you to know I'm working on it. I'm not using it as an excuse. What I said to you was wrong, and I own that. But I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to figure out how to let someone love me without freaking out about it. That's good, I said. I'm glad you're doing that. Are you though? She pulled back to look at me. Because sometimes I feel like you've already decided this isn't going to work. Like you're just waiting for the right moment to leave. The words hung between us. I wanted to deny it, but I couldn't. Because there was truth in what she was saying. I had one foot out the door. I'd been protecting myself by keeping that distance, but in doing so, I'd already written our ending. I don't want to leave, I said finally. But I also don't know how to fully come back. What would it take? I don't know. Time, maybe. Consistency. Proof that when things get real and serious and intense, you won't tell me to dial it back again. How much time? I don't know. She nodded slowly, turning back to the fire. I can do time. I can do consistency. But you have to meet me halfway. You have to at least try to let me back in. Because right now, it feels like you've already decided I'm going to hurt you again, and you're not giving me a chance to prove otherwise. She was right. I knew she was right. I'd been so focused on protecting myself that I hadn't considered what I was doing to her. To us. Okay, I said. I'll try. Promise? Promise. She leaned back against me, and this time when she reached for my hand, I squeezed back. That weekend in the cabin changed something. Not everything, the wall didn't come down completely. But a few bricks loosened. We talked more openly than we had in weeks. About her therapy, about my fears, about what we both wanted from this relationship. We made agreements. She'd work on recognizing when she was pulling away out of fear. I'd work on not holding her past mistakes over her indefinitely. When we got back to the city, things felt different. Lighter, somehow. She kept up with therapy. She'd tell me about her sessions sometimes, about the things she was learning about herself. I started opening up more, stopped keeping score of every small slight, every moment where I felt like I was giving more than I was getting. But here's what they don't tell you about trust: once it's broken, it never fully repairs. You can patch it, you can reinforce it, you can do all the work in the world. But there will always be hairline fractures where the damage was. And in moments of stress, those cracks become visible again. It happened about 4 months later. We'd been doing well, really well. She'd met my parents, I'd spent Thanksgiving with her family. We'd even started talking about moving in together, casually, hypothetically, the way couples do when they're testing the waters. Then she got a job offer in another city. Not far, about 3 hours away, but far enough that a commute wouldn't be practical. She'd have to move if she took it. And it was a good offer. Better pay, better title, better opportunities. The kind of thing you don't turn down. She told me about it over dinner at my place. She'd brought Thai food, my favorite, and she was nervous. I could tell by the way she kept adjusting her napkin, folding and refolding it in her lap. "So, I have some news," she said. "Good news or bad news?" "I don't know yet. That kind of depends on you." She told me about the job. About the salary, the title, the company. About how it was everything she'd been working toward. And then she told me about the location. 3 hours, I said. "Yeah. That's not impossible. People do long distance." "I know. I wanted to talk to you about it before I made any decisions." I set down my fork. "What are you asking me?" "I'm asking what you think. If you think we could handle it. Or if..." She trailed off. "Or if what?" "Or if this is too much for you. If you'd rather just end things now instead of trying to make it work from a distance." There it was. That old fear. The assumption that when things got complicated, I'd bail. That I'd decide it wasn't worth the effort. "Why would you think I'd want to end things?" I asked. "Because it would be hard. And I know you're still not 100% in this. I can feel it. And I don't want to ask you to do long distance if your heart's not fully in it." I sat back, processing. She wasn't wrong, I wasn't 100% in. But I also wasn't ready to walk away. We'd been doing better. Making progress. And the thought of ending things because of geography felt wrong. "Take the job," I said. "Really?" "Yeah. It's a great opportunity. We'll figure it out." She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "You're sure?" "I'm sure." But I wasn't. Not really. Because even as I said it, I could feel that familiar instinct kicking in, the one that told me to protect myself, to brace for impact, to keep that emotional distance just in case. She moved 6 weeks later. I helped her pack, drove the moving truck, spent a weekend helping her set up her new apartment. It was smaller than her old place, but it had better light. She was excited. Nervous, but excited. And I was happy for her. I really was. The first few weeks of long distance were fine. We texted throughout the day, FaceTimed most nights. I drove up to see her one weekend, she came back down the next. It was doable. Manageable. But then work got busy for both of us. The texts became less frequent. The FaceTime calls got shorter. The visits were harder to coordinate. And slowly, without either of us really noticing, we started drifting. It wasn't dramatic. There was no fight, no moment of crisis. Just a slow fade. Like a photograph left in the sun too long, the colors bleeding out until you could barely see what the picture used to be. 2 months in, I realized I hadn't seen her in 3 weeks. We'd both been too busy, kept canceling plans. She was overwhelmed with the new job, working long hours, trying to prove herself. I was dealing with my own stuff, a project at work that was consuming all my time and energy. I should have been more concerned about the distance growing between us. But part of me felt relieved. Like this was confirmation of what I'd suspected all along, that we were never going to work long term. That the cracks were too deep to repair. That it was easier to let things fade than to fight for something I wasn't sure I believed in anymore. She called me on a Tuesday night. Late, after I'd already gotten into bed. "Hey," I answered, sitting up. "Hey. Did I wake you?" "No, I was just reading." "What's up?" There was a pause. Then, "I think we need to talk." Those 5 words. The ones you never want to hear. "Okay." "I feel like we're losing each other," she said, her voice small. "Like we're both just going through the motions, but neither of us is really trying anymore." I didn't disagree. "What do you want to do about it?" "I don't know. That's why I'm calling." To figure it out together. Do you want to keep doing this? The long distance? Another pause. Longer this time. I don't know. Do you? And there it was. The question that had been hovering between us for months. The one neither of us wanted to ask because we both knew what the answer probably was. I don't know either, I admitted. I could hear her breathing on the other end of the line. Then, quietly, I think maybe we should take a break. A break or a breakup? I don't know. A break. Time to figure out what we really want. Because right now, it feels like we're both just holding on out of obligation or guilt or, I don't know, fear of being alone. She wasn't wrong. That's what made it hurt. She was absolutely right. We'd been holding on to something that had been broken for a long time, both of us too scared or stubborn to admit it wasn't working. Okay, I said. If that's what you think we need. Is that what you think we need? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Yeah. I think it is. I could hear her crying softly. I'm sorry. For everything. For saying you were too invested. For pushing you away. For not fighting harder when you pulled back. For all of it. I'm sorry too. For not being able to fully let it go. For keeping that wall up. For not meeting you halfway when you were trying. Do you think? She trailed off. What? Do you think we could have made it? If I hadn't said that thing at the restaurant? If I hadn't messed everything up? I wanted to say yes. I wanted to believe that we would have been fine, that everything would have worked out, that the only problem was that one moment on that one Tuesday. But I didn't know if that was true. Maybe, I said. But maybe not. Maybe we just wanted different things. Maybe I was always going to be too much for you, and you were always going to be not enough for me. That's not true. Isn't it? You wanted casual and light. I wanted committed and deep. And we were both trying to be something we weren't. Trying to meet in the middle when maybe there was no middle to meet in. She was quiet for a long time. Then, I love you. I want you to know that. Even if this is the end. Even if we can't make it work. I love you. I love you too, I said. And I meant it. I did love her. But love isn't always enough. The end came quietly. No explosion. No screaming match. Just a conversation on a random Tuesday night, ironically enough, almost exactly a year after the first Tuesday that started all of this. We'd been on our break for 3 weeks. Hadn't talked much. A few texts here and there, mostly surface level stuff. How's work? How's the weather? Hope you're doing well. The kind of things you say to someone who used to matter but doesn't quite anymore. She called me on a Tuesday, late, just like before. Hey, I said. Hey. Can we talk? Yeah. I've been thinking a lot over these past few weeks. About us. About what we want. About whether this is something worth fighting for. And I think we both know it's not. Not anymore. I should have felt something. Sadness, anger, regret. But all I felt was tired. Yeah. I think you're right. I'm sorry it ended like this. Me too. For what it's worth, you were the best thing that happened to me. Even if I didn't realize it at the time. Even if I ruined it. You didn't ruin it. We both did. In different ways. She laughed, but it sounded sad. I guess that's true. We make a good team, even when we're messing things up. Yeah. There was a long pause. Then she said, I should let you go. Okay. Take care of yourself. You too. And that was it. The relationship that had consumed me for over a year, that had taught me more about myself than I'd wanted to learn, that had broken me down and built me back up in all the wrong ways, it ended with a simple goodbye. No dramatic door slam. No final fight. Just two people acknowledging that sometimes things don't work out, no matter how much you want them to. It's been 6 months since that call. 6 months since we officially ended things. I think about her sometimes. Wonder if she's seeing someone new, if she's still in therapy, if she ever thinks about me the way I think about her, in those quiet moments late at night when you're alone with your thoughts and your regrets. I've been on a few dates. Nothing serious. Nothing that's made me want to invest the way I used to invest in her. I'm more careful now. More guarded. I keep things casual, light, fun, all the things she said she wanted. And it turns out she was right. It is easier this way. Less painful. Less complicated. But it's also emptier. I miss the version of myself who cared deeply, who showed up early and remembered coffee orders and planned ahead. That person felt more alive, even if he got hurt more easily. This new version, the careful, guarded one, is safer. But he's also smaller somehow. Like I've reduced myself down to something more manageable, something less likely to overflow and make people uncomfortable. I ran into Sarah a few weeks ago at a coffee shop. The same one where she'd cornered me and told me I was doing the half-in thing. She gave me a sad smile when she saw me. Hey, she said. How are you? Good. You? Good. Keeping busy. She paused. She asks about you, you know. Not often. But sometimes. Tell her I'm doing well. Are you? I thought about it. Getting there. Sarah nodded. She's seeing someone new. Thought you should know. In case you see something on social media. The information hit me harder than I expected. Not because I wanted her back, I didn't, not really. But because it felt like a door closing. Final proof that what we had was truly over. I hope she's happy, I said. And I meant it. I think she is. Or she's trying to be. Sarah studied my face. Are you really okay? Yeah. I am. Or I will be. She hugged me before she left, and I stood there in line waiting for my coffee, thinking about how strange it is that you can love someone and lose them and survive it. That you can have your heart broken and wake up the next day and the day after that, and eventually those days turn into weeks and months and you realize you're okay. Different, but okay. And maybe that's the real ending. Not some dramatic fallout or redemption arc. Just this quiet dissolution. This acknowledgement that some things, once broken, can't be fully repaired. That you can do everything right and still be too much for someone. That it's not that serious can destroy something that actually was serious, just because someone got scared of how real it was becoming. I learned that once someone tells you you're too invested, you can never fully invest again. Not with them. Maybe not with anyone. The scar tissue forms over the wound, but it's never quite as strong as the original skin. You become more careful. More measured. More aware of the risk. I think about that Tuesday at the Italian restaurant sometimes. The caprese salad. The way she said those words so casually, like they were nothing. Like she had no idea they would change everything. She got what she wanted, me, still there, still caring. For a while, anyway. But not quite the way I used to. And then not at all. The distance stayed. The wall remained. And eventually, we both stopped trying to tear it down. That's the part no one tells you about taking someone's advice. Sometimes you follow it perfectly, and it destroys everything anyway. Sometimes you relax, you dial it back, you give them exactly what they asked for. And in doing so, you lose the very thing that made you worth keeping in the first place. I'm dating someone new now. Have been for about a month. She's nice. Smart. Funny. She seems to appreciate the things I do, the little gestures, the thoughtfulness, the checking in. But I hold back. I can't help it. I've learned my lesson. Last week, she made a comment about it. We were at dinner, and I'd forgotten to text her back earlier in the day. She brought it up casually, not accusing, just observing. You're kind of hard to read sometimes, she said. What do you mean? I don't know. It's like you're here, but you're also keeping me at arm's length. Like you're waiting for something. My heart sank. Because she was right. I was waiting. Waiting for the moment she'd tell me I was too much. Waiting for the other shoe to drop. Waiting to hear that I needed to relax, that it wasn't that serious. I'm not trying to, I said. I know. I just wanted you to know I see it. And I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to protect yourself from me. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to let my guard down, to trust that this time would be different. But that voice in the back of my head, the one that was born on a Tuesday in an Italian restaurant, kept whispering that it wasn't safe. That caring too much only leads to being told you're too much. So I smiled and nodded and changed the subject. And later that night, when she texted me goodnight with a heart emoji, I sent one back. But I felt that familiar distance. That self-imposed exile from my own capacity to care. Maybe someday I'll figure out how to come all the way back. How to love without holding back, how to invest without waiting for it to be thrown in my face. Maybe someday I'll meet someone who makes me feel safe enough to be that version of myself again, the one who showed up early and remembered things and cared deeply without apology. But for now, I'm careful. Measured. Reserved. For now, I've learned to relax. And some days, that feels like the saddest ending of all. Story 4. The metallic blue caught the outdoor lights perfectly. I'd spent 3 months orchestrating this surprise, coordinating with the dealership, timing the delivery down to the hour. My daughter Maya had just turned 23. She'd finished her master's degree in early childhood education while working part-time at a daycare, never once complaining about the student loans or the exhaustion. She deserved something beautiful. The key fob felt heavy in my palm as I stood up from the dinner table, every eye turning toward me. My mother's china gleamed under the chandelier. The turkey carcass sat picked clean, surrounded by half-empty casserole dishes and wine glasses with lipstick stains on the rims. Maya, I said, and my voice came out steadier than I felt. Come here for a second. She looked up from her conversation with my nephew Derek, her dark hair pulled back in that practical ponytail she always wore. She had my late wife's eyes. That same warm brown that could make you feel like the most important person in a room. Dad, what are you doing? She smiled nervously, wiping her hands on her napkin. I held out the key fob. The BMW logo caught the light. Her mouth opened slightly. Dad. No. Yes. You didn't. I absolutely did. It's parked right out front. The room erupted. My mother started crying immediately, dabbing at her eyes with her napkin. My brother Tom clapped me on the shoulder hard enough to bruise. Maya just stood there, frozen, staring at the keys like they might disappear. Go look at it, I said softly. Go on. She took the keys with trembling hands. Then she was moving, half running toward the front door, and I followed her out into the cold December night. The neighborhood was quiet, most families still inside finishing their own dinners. Christmas lights blinked on the houses across the street. The BMW sat in my mother's driveway, right where I'd positioned it that afternoon. Metallic blue with a white bow on the hood. I'd felt ridiculous putting the bow on, like something from a commercial, but Maya's face made it worth every second of embarrassment. Dad. Her voice broke. This is too much. Nothing's too much for you. She circled the car slowly, running her fingers along the hood, peering through the windows at the cream leather interior. I'd paid extra for the heated seats. She was always cold. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Just enjoy it. She turned to hug me, and I held her tight, breathing in the vanilla scent of her shampoo. My baby girl. Not so baby anymore, but still mine to protect. Still mine to give the world to if I could manage it. That's when I heard the laughter from inside. We pulled apart. Maya frowned. What's that about? I don't know. The laughter got louder. Not the warm, joyful kind. The kind with edges. The kind that makes your stomach clench. Maya started back toward the house. I caught her arm. Wait. Let me check first. But she was already moving, and I had to follow. We walked back through the front door into chaos. My sister Patricia stood in the middle of the living room, her face flushed red from wine, gesturing wildly. Her 3 kids clustered around her like disciples. Brandon, 15. Chloe, 13. And little Emma, who wasn't so little anymore at 11. Oh, here she comes, Patricia announced. The princess with her fancy new car. Maya stopped. Excuse me? You heard me. Patricia's words slurred slightly. She'd been hitting the wine hard all evening. Must be nice being the golden child. Getting everything handed to you. My mother stood up from the couch. Patricia, that's enough. Is it? Patricia wheeled on her. Is it enough? Because I've been watching this my whole life. Watching him pour money into her while my kids. Your kids are fine, I said quietly. Are they? She laughed that ugly laugh again. Are they really? Because they don't have brand new luxury cars, do they? They're 13, 11, and 15. They don't have driver's licenses. Brandon does. He got his permit 3 months ago. Patricia pointed at Maya. She thinks she's better than everyone. Always has. Walking around with her degrees and her perfect job and her perfect life. Maya's voice came out small. I never said that. You didn't have to say it. It's written all over your face. I stepped between them. Patricia. Stop. Why should I? Someone needs to say it. You've always played favorites. Ever since Rachel died, it's been all about Maya. Poor little Maya who lost her mother. Well, guess what? She wasn't the only one who lost someone. I lost my sister-in-law. My kids lost their aunt. But do we get brand new cars? Do we get anything? The room had gone silent. My brother Tom stood by the fireplace, looking at his shoes. My mother had both hands pressed to her mouth. Maya's eyes were filling with tears. Get your coat, Patricia said to her kids. We're leaving. Patricia. My mother's voice shook. Please don't. No, Mom. I'm done. I'm done watching the favorite child get everything while the rest of us. You live in my house, I said. She turned to look at me. What? You heard me. You live in my house. The one I bought for you 3 years ago when Kevin left and you couldn't make rent. The mortgage is in my name. Every payment comes out of my account. Her face went pale. That's different, is it? That's family helping family. And this isn't? She grabbed her wine glass off the coffee table. You want to throw that in my face? Fine. We all know you're the rich brother. The successful one. The one who made it. Good for you. Patricia, I said carefully. I've never thrown anything in your face. Not once. Not when I paid for Brandon's hockey equipment. Not when I covered Chloe's orthodontist bills. Not when I bought Emma the computer for her birthday. I've never asked you for a penny back. I've never made you feel small for needing help. This is different. How? She couldn't answer. She just stood there, swaying slightly, her face twisted with something ugly. Jealousy, maybe. Or shame. Hard to tell which. That's when Brandon spoke up. Mom's right. It's not fair. I looked at him. Tall kid, starting to fill out with muscle from hockey. He had his father's sneer. What's not fair, Brandon? That she gets a BMW and we don't get anything. You got a new gaming computer last month. That's different. How? He just shrugged, looking away. But Chloe piped up. Maya acts like she's so special. Walking around like she's royalty. Maya made a choke sound. I've never. You do, Emma said quietly. You always have. And that hurt her. I could see it in her face. She adored her cousins. Had babysat them for years, taught them to read, taken them to movies. To hear them turn on her like this cut deep. That's enough, my mother said, but her voice had no force behind it. Patricia drained her wine glass. Fine. We'll leave. Come on, kids. They headed toward the door. Patricia grabbed her coat from the rack, and her children filed out after her. But Brandon stopped in the doorway. Actually, he said, looking back at me. Before we go, can we see the car up close? Emma's never seen a BMW before. Something in his voice made my skin prickle. Too casual. Too interested. I don't think that's a good idea right now, I said. Why not? You put it right out front like you wanted everyone to see it. We just want a closer look. Patricia had already stepped outside. Brandon, come on. Just a second, Mom. He walked out, and his sisters followed. I exchanged a glance with Maya. She looked confused, hurt, exhausted. Let them look, Tom said quietly. What's the harm? What's the harm? Those words would echo in my head for a long time. We stayed inside, the remaining family members trying desperately to salvage the evening. My mother brought out dessert. Tom poured coffee. Maya sat on the couch, turning the key fob over and over in her hands, not speaking. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. They're taking their time, I said. Tom looked out the window. I don't see them. I stood up. Something felt wrong. That prickle at the base of my spine that you learn to trust after 4 decades of living. I walked to the front door and opened it. The BMW sat in the driveway, the white bow slightly askew. No sign of Patricia or her kids. But the outdoor lights caught something on the side of the car. Scratches. Long, deliberate scratches running from the front door to the back panel. My heart stopped. I walked closer. The scratches were deep, carved into the paint with something sharp. Keys, probably. Long gouges that would cost thousands to repair. And they weren't random. They spelled words. Spoiled. Princess. And on the driver's side, in crude letters, Daddy's girl. I heard footsteps behind me. Maya had followed me out. She saw the car. She made a sound like someone had punched her in the stomach. No, she whispered. No, no, no. I turned, looking for them. They were across the street now, standing in the shadows near the neighbors' hedges. Watching. Patricia had her phone out, and even from here I could hear the laughter. Brandon raised his hand. He was holding a key. He waved it at us. Merry Christmas, he called out. She needs to learn life's tough. Patricia's voice carried in the cold air. That's right. Life isn't all BMWs and handouts. She's been sheltered too long. Maya stood next to me, shaking. Not from cold. From rage. From hurt. From betrayal. Chloe and Emma were laughing too. My sweet nieces who I'd taught to ride bikes, who I'd taken to the zoo, who used to call me Uncle Hero. They were laughing at my daughter's pain. I walked toward them. Slowly. Deliberately. You think this is funny? I asked. Patricia lifted her chin. I think it's educational. She needed a reality check. By destroying her car, by teaching her that the world isn't going to hand her everything on a silver platter. Actions have consequences. Privilege has a cost. Privilege. I'll let the word hang there. Tell me about privilege, Patricia. What's that supposed to mean? You're wearing a coat I bought you. Your son is holding a phone I pay the bill for. You drove here in a van that's still under warranty because I co-signed the loan. You live in a house that I own. And you want to lecture my daughter about privilege? She faltered. That's not what? Fair? You're right. It's not. I pulled out my phone. The cold made my fingers clumsy, but I managed to open my banking app. I found the automatic payment for her mortgage. It was scheduled to go out on the 1st of January. 4 days away. I canceled it. Then I opened my carrier account. I found the family plan that included her phone and all 3 of her kids' phones. I removed them. Then I opened my email and found the shared document where I tracked all the money I'd lent her over the years. $43,000. I'd never asked for it back. Never even mentioned it. I marked it as a loan and scheduled it for collection. All of this took maybe 90 seconds. When I looked up, Patricia was staring at her phone. The screen had gone dark. No service. What did you do? She asked. I stopped enabling you. What? You heard me. The mortgage payment that was supposed to go out next week? Cancelled. Your phone? Disconnected. Your kids' phones? Same. And that money I lent you over the years? I'm calling it in. All $43,000. You have 30 days. Her face went from confused to horrified. You can't do that. I can. I just did. But that house, we live there. My kids. Your kids just vandalized a $30,000 car. They destroyed something I worked hard to give my daughter. And you laughed about it. You stood there and laughed. Brandon stepped forward. It was just a prank. A prank costs $30 and some embarrassment. Vandalism costs thousands of dollars and felony charges. Patricia's hand went to her throat. Felony? Destruction of property over $1,000 is a felony in this state. You know that, right? And there are 3 perpetrators. I have video footage from Mom's doorbell camera. And about 20 witnesses inside. That was a bluff. I didn't know if the doorbell camera had caught anything. But Patricia didn't need to know that. You wouldn't, she said. Try me. The laughter had died completely. Emma was crying now. Chloe had gone pale. Brandon just stood there, his bravado crumbling. Please, Patricia said, and her voice had changed entirely. Please, don't do this. Where will we live? How will I pay you back? I don't have that kind of money. You should have thought of that before you decided to teach my daughter about consequences. I was wrong. I was angry. I drank too much. She was begging now, her hands clasped in front of her. Please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The kids are sorry too. Aren't you? Brandon nodded frantically. We're sorry. We thought it was funny. We didn't think. That's the problem, I said. You didn't think. You never think. You just act, and you expect me to clean up the mess. But I'm done cleaning up your messes, Patricia. My mother had come outside now, wrapped in a shawl, Tom right behind her. Son, she said gently. Maybe we should all calm down and... No, Mom. Not this time. Patricia was fully crying now. Please. Please, I'm begging you. We'll fix the car. We'll pay for it. However long it takes, we'll pay for it. With what money? I'll get a second job. I'll do anything. Just please don't take the house. Please don't make us homeless. Maya had walked up beside me. Her face was still wet with tears, but her voice was steady. Dad, she said quietly. Can I talk to you for a second? We stepped away from the group. She kept her voice low. I don't want the car anymore, she said. Maya, I don't. I can't look at it without seeing what they did. What they think of me. She swallowed hard. But I also don't want you to make them homeless. That's not who you are. That's not who we are. They hurt you. I know. But Dad, Emma's 11. She was following her mom and her brother. She probably didn't even understand what she was doing. I looked back at my sister. She had her arms around her kids now, all of them crying. A pathetic tableau. They need to learn, I said. I know. But there are ways to teach that don't destroy people. She had her mother's compassion. Her mother's wisdom. And she was right. I knew she was right. But I also knew that if I backed down now, nothing would change. Patricia would go back to taking, and her kids would grow up thinking actions didn't have consequences. I walked back to Patricia. Here's the deal, I said. One chance. You get one chance. She looked up, hope flickering in her eyes. You have 90 days to pay me back half of what you owe. $21,000. That's $233 a day. If you make that payment, I'll forgive the rest and restore your mortgage payments. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? I don't know. Sell something. Get that second job. Ask your kids to pitch in. They're old enough to work. I looked at Brandon. You're 15. You can work at a grocery store, a restaurant, whatever. You wanted to learn about consequences? Start learning. Patricia nodded frantically. Yes. Yes, we'll do it. We'll figure it out. And, I continued, your kids are going to apologize to Maya. Real apologies. Not the half-hearted kind where they're sorry they got caught. Real acknowledgement of what they did and why it was wrong. Brandon stepped forward first. He couldn't meet Maya's eyes. I'm sorry, he mumbled. It was mean. And stupid. And I shouldn't have done it. Chloe went next. I'm sorry too. I was jealous. That's not an excuse, but that's why I did it. I'm really sorry, Maya. Emma was still crying. I didn't want to do it. But everyone was doing it, and I thought it would be funny. But it wasn't. I'm so sorry. Maya nodded slowly. I forgive you. But I want you to understand something. My dad worked hard for that car. He worked hard for everything he's ever given any of us. And when you destroy something like that, you're not just hurting me. You're disrespecting his work. His effort. His love. The kids nodded. Patricia was still crying, but quieter now. There's one more thing, I said. You're going to fix that car. Professionally. And you're going to pay for it. I don't care if it takes a year. You're going to make it right. How much will that cost? Patricia asked. I'm guessing around $5,000. Body work on a BMW isn't cheap. She flinched. That's on top of the $21,000? That's on top of everything. You break it, you buy it. That's how the world works. She nodded slowly. She didn't have a choice. Tom cleared his throat. I'll help, he said quietly. I can't give you all of it, but I can pitch in. Maybe $3,000. My mother nodded. And I have some savings. I can cover some of the repair costs. Patricia looked at them gratefully. Then back at me. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for giving us a chance. Don't thank me yet. You have 90 days. If you miss the deadline, everything I canceled stays canceled. And I'll file charges for the vandalism. That's not a threat. That's a promise. We'll make it, she said. I swear we'll make it. I turned to Maya. Do you want to go home? She nodded. Yeah. I think I do. We said quiet goodbyes to my mother and Tom. Patricia and her kids had already left, walking down the street toward their house 3 blocks away. Without their phones. Without their safety net. Maya and I got into my truck. The BMW sat in the driveway behind us, wounded and sad looking with its scratches gleaming under the lights. I meant what I said, Maya told me as I started the engine. I don't want it anymore. We'll get it fixed. Good as new. It won't feel new. I know. We drove in silence for a few minutes. Then Maya spoke again. Do you think they'll actually pay you back? Honestly? I don't know. Patricia's never been great with money. But I think having her kids see her work that hard might be good for them. Might teach them something. You could have destroyed them. I know. Why didn't you? I thought about that. Because your mom wouldn't have wanted me to. She always believed in second chances. Sometimes third and fourth chances. She was better than me that way. Maya reached over and squeezed my hand. She'd be proud of you. You did the right thing. Did I? Because right now I feel like I let them off easy. You didn't. You gave them consequences. But you also gave them a path forward. That's more than a lot of people would do. We pulled into our driveway. The house was dark. I'd left all the lights off when we'd left for Christmas dinner. That felt like days ago now instead of hours. We sat in the truck for a moment, neither of us moving to get out. Dad? Maya said quietly. Yeah? I'm sorry you spent all that money on a car I can't enjoy anymore. Hey. I turned to look at her. Don't apologize for other people's actions. You did nothing wrong. Nothing. I know. But still. You worked so hard. For you. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Every time. She hugged me across the center console. We stayed like that for a long moment. When we finally went inside, I made us both hot chocolate. We sat at the kitchen table, not really talking, just being present with each other. Processing. My phone buzzed around midnight. A text from my mother. Patricia got home safely. Tom drove her. She's already looking at job listings. I think you scared some sense into her. I replied, good. That was the point. Then another text came through. This one from Patricia. I know you're probably asleep. But I wanted you to know I've already applied to 3 overnight stocking positions. And I called the body shop. They said they can start work next week. I'm not going to let you down. I'm not going to let Maya down. I promise. I stared at the text for a long moment. Then I showed it to Maya. She read it and nodded slowly. Maybe people can change. Maybe, I agreed. But I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about the look on Brandon's face when he'd waved that key at us. The laughter in Chloe's voice. The way Emma had followed along, too young to understand but old enough to know better. And I kept thinking about Patricia's words, she needs to learn life's tough. Life was tough. Maya knew that better than anyone. She'd lost her mother at 16. She'd watched me fall apart and put myself back together. She'd worked 2 jobs to get through college. She knew about tough. But there was a difference between learning life's tough and learning that people you love will hurt you for fun. I got up around 3 in the morning and went to the window. The street was empty. Christmas lights blinked on and off in the houses across the way. Everything looked peaceful. Normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had broken tonight that wouldn't be easily fixed. Some trust, some bond, some fundamental assumption about family. Patricia had crossed a line. Her kids had crossed a line. And even though I'd given them a chance to make it right, even though Maya had forgiven them, I wasn't sure I could do the same. Because the truth was, they hadn't just damaged a car. They'd damaged something far more valuable. They'd damaged my daughter's faith in family. Her belief that the people who loved her would protect her, not hurt her. And that wasn't something you could repair with $5,000 and 90 days of hard work. The next morning, I called the body shop. They could start on the BMW immediately if I wanted. The repairs would take about 2 weeks. And the cost? I asked. Looking at about $6,000. Those deep scratches require complete panel repainting. Can't just buff them out. $6,000. More than I'd estimated. Do it, I said. You want to file an insurance claim? No. I'll pay out of pocket. That's going to raise your rate anyway if anyone finds out about the damage. I know. Just do the work. I hung up and immediately called Patricia. She answered on the second ring. Hello? It's $6,000. For the repairs. Silence. Then, okay. Can you handle that? I'll have to. I gave you my word. Patricia. Yeah? I need you to understand something. This isn't about the money. It's about respect. It's about teaching your kids that actions have consequences. If you can't make this right, if you can't follow through, then we're done. Not just done helping. Done as family. Do you understand? Her voice came out small. I understand. Good. I hung up. Maya came downstairs, already dressed for the day. She'd clearly slept as poorly as I had. You okay? I asked. I'm dealing with it. She poured herself coffee. Did you sleep? A little. Liar. I smiled despite everything. How do you always know? Because I'm your daughter. I know when you're upset. She sat down across from me at the table. Her hands wrapped around the coffee mug, and I noticed the slight tremble in her fingers. She was holding it together, but barely. Talk to me, I said. About what? About whatever you're feeling. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, I keep thinking about when they were little. Emma used to follow me everywhere. She called me her favorite person. And now she's standing in the dark, keying insults into my car. She's 11. She was following her brother's lead. I know. But that doesn't make it hurt less. No. It doesn't. And Chloe. I took her to her first concert. I helped her with her makeup. I taught her how to curl her hair. And she called me spoiled. She called me a princess like it was the worst thing in the world. Jealousy makes people ugly. But why were they jealous? I never flaunted anything. I never made them feel less than. You didn't have to. Your existence was enough. You're successful, educated, kind. You have your life together. That's threatening to people who don't. She nodded slowly. Brandon, I get. He's always been competitive. Always needed to be the best at everything. But the girls? I thought we were close. You were. You are. This doesn't erase that. Doesn't it? I didn't have an answer for that. We sat in silence, drinking our coffee, watching the morning light creep across the kitchen floor. My phone buzzed. Another text from Patricia. Brandon got a job at the grocery store. He starts tomorrow. Chloe is babysitting for the neighbors. Emma's too young to work, but she's selling some of her old toys online. We're going to make this right. I showed the text to Maya. She read it and handed the phone back. That's something, I guess. It's a start. Do you think they'll actually follow through? I think they don't have a choice. I think for the first time in their lives, they're facing real consequences. And that might actually be good for them. Maya stood up and walked to the window. I hope you're right. Because if they don't change, if they just go back to being the same people they were, then this was all for nothing. The car, the money, the fight. All of it. It wasn't for nothing. You stood up for yourself. You showed them you won't be treated like that. That matters. She turned to look at me. Did I? Because I feel like I just stood there and cried while you did all the fighting. You told me not to destroy them. You showed them compassion when they didn't deserve it. That took more strength than anything I did. She smiled a little. When did you get so wise? About 4 decades of making mistakes. We spent the rest of the day trying to distract ourselves. We watched movies. We ordered takeout. We avoided talking about Christmas or family or BMWs. But that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard Maya crying in her room. I stood outside her door for a long moment, debating whether to knock. Finally, I did. Come in, she said, her voice thick. She was sitting on her bed, surrounded by photo albums. Pictures of her and her cousins. Birthday parties. Holidays. Summer vacations. I was looking through these, she said. Trying to remember when everything changed. When they started resenting me. I sat down next to her. Maybe they always did. Maybe you just never saw it before. That's a horrible thought. I know. She picked up a photo. Her and Emma building a sandcastle at the beach. Both of them grinning at the camera, covered in sand and sunscreen. She was 7 here. Look how happy she is. She's still that kid. Somewhere inside. Is she? Because the Emma who keyed my car doesn't look like that happy little girl. I put my arm around her. People are complicated. They can be both the person who builds sandcastles with you and the person who hurts you. That's the hardest lesson about loving people. She leaned against me. I wish Mom was here. She'd know what to say. She'd say what you already know. She'd say love them anyway. Forgive them anyway. But protect yourself too. That's asking a lot. I know. But your mom was always asking a lot. Of herself. Of me. Of everyone. Maya put the photo album aside. Do you miss her? Every single day. Me too. We sat there for a while, not talking, just being together in the grief that never quite went away. The next few weeks were strange. Patricia texted me daily with updates. Brandon's hours at the grocery store. Chloe's babysitting gigs. The amount they'd managed to save. It was slow progress, but it was progress. The BMW came back from the body shop looking brand new. The scratches were gone, the paint gleaming. But Maya still wouldn't drive it. Not yet, she told me. Maybe eventually. But not yet. We heard through my mother that Patricia was working 2 jobs now. The overnight stocking position and a weekend shift at a call center. She was exhausted, but determined. Brandon came by the house one afternoon in mid-January. He showed up alone, looking nervous. "Uncle David?" he said when I answered the door. "Can I talk to you?" I let him in. We sat in the living room. "I got my first paycheck," he said, pulling out his phone to show me his bank account. $342. "I'm giving half to Mom for the repairs. I wanted you to see that I'm serious." "That's good, Brandon. I also wanted to say I'm sorry. Like, really sorry. Not just because we got caught. But because I was a jerk. I was jealous of Maya, and I took it out on her, and that was wrong." I studied his face. He looked older somehow. Tired. Like the past few weeks had aged him. "Why were you jealous?" He shrugged. "Because she has her life figured out. She knows what she wants. She's good at things. And I don't know what I want. I'm not good at anything except hockey, and I'm not even that good at hockey." "You're 15. You're not supposed to have everything figured out." Maya did when she was 15. "No, she didn't. She just looked like she did. Trust me, she was just as lost as you are." He looked surprised. "Really? Really?" Her mom had just died. She was struggling in school. She had panic attacks. She just didn't let anyone see it. "Oh." We sat in silence for a moment. "Brandon," I said carefully. "What you did to that car, it wasn't just mean. It was criminal. If I'd pressed charges, you'd have a record. That would follow you for the rest of your life. Do you understand that?" He nodded. "I know. I'm lucky you didn't." "You're not lucky. Maya convinced me not to. She saved you. Remember that." "I will." After he left, I called Maya at work. "Brandon just stopped by," I told her. "Oh. What did he want?" "To show me his paycheck. To apologize. I think he means it this time." She was quiet. Then, "That's good. That's really good. Maybe people can change after all." Maybe. But I could hear the doubt in her voice. The wound hadn't healed. Maybe it never would. February came. Then March. Patricia made her 90-day deadline with 3 days to spare. She showed up at my house with a cashier's check for $21,000. She looked 10 years older. Exhausted. Worn down. But she'd done it. "Here," she said, handing me the check. "Every penny." I looked at the check. Then at her. "How much did you have to sacrifice for this?" I asked. "Everything. We sold my car. Sold most of our furniture. Pawned my wedding ring. But we did it." "Patricia, don't. Don't pity me. This is what I deserved. What we deserved. We broke something valuable, and we paid for it. That's how it works." I nodded slowly. "The repair bill is paid off too?" "As of yesterday. $6,237. Tom helped with some of it. Mom helped. But most of it came from us." I looked at the check again. $21,000. 3 months of brutal work. Of sacrifice. Of learning the hard way. "I'm restoring your mortgage payments," I said. "And the other half of the loan? Consider it forgiven." Her eyes filled with tears. "You don't have to. I know I don't have to. But you proved your point. You showed your kids what accountability looks like. That's worth more than $22,000. She broke down then. Full sobbing. I let her cry. When she finally composed herself, she wiped her eyes. "Thank you. Thank you for not giving up on us. Don't make me regret it." "I won't. I swear I won't." After she left, I called Maya. "They did it," I told her. They paid everything back. That's good. Her voice was neutral. Carefully controlled. Are you okay? I'm fine. Maya. She sighed. I don't know what I am. I'm glad they made it right. I'm glad they learned something. But I don't know if I can trust them again. Does that make me a bad person? No. It makes you human. They want to have a family dinner next week. Mom called me about it. She wants everyone together again. Like we can just go back to normal. What do you want? I want to feel safe with my family. But I don't. Not anymore. That was the truth of it. The real damage. Not the car. Not the money. The safety. They'd taken her sense of safety, and no amount of apologies or paychecks could give that back. The family dinner happened on a Sunday evening. My mother insisted. Patricia had begged. Tom had mediated. And Maya, bless her heart, had agreed to go because she didn't want to disappoint our mother. We sat around the same table where it had all started. The same china. The same chandelier. But everything felt different. Heavier. Like we were all walking on glass. Patricia had brought homemade lasagna. An olive branch. Brandon, Chloe, and Emma sat quietly, barely speaking. They looked chastened. Changed, maybe. This is nice, my mother said, too brightly. Having everyone together again. No one responded. Tom cleared his throat. So, Brandon. How's the job going? Fine. They're giving me more hours. Talking about making me a shift lead. That's wonderful. More silence. Chloe spoke up. Maya, I saw your class won that literacy award. That's really cool. Maya looked surprised. How did you know about that? I follow your school's Instagram. I've been following it for a while. Oh. I want to be a teacher too. Like you. If that's okay. Maya's expression softened slightly. Of course it's okay. You'd be great at it. Chloe smiled for the first time all evening. A real smile. Emma had been pushing food around her plate. She looked up at Maya with those big eyes. Maya? Yeah? I wrote you something. A letter. Can I give it to you after dinner? Sure. The evening continued, stilted but not hostile. We made it through dessert. Then Emma pulled out a folded piece of notebook paper from her pocket. She handed it to Maya with trembling hands. You don't have to read it now. You can read it later if you want. Maya unfolded it. Her eyes moved across the page. Then she looked up at Emma, her own eyes glistening. Emma, this is beautiful. I meant every word. I know you did. They hugged, and Emma clung to Maya like she was drowning and Maya was the only solid thing in the world. When we left that night, I asked Maya what the letter said. She handed it to me. The handwriting was messy, but the words were clear. Dear Maya, I know sorry isn't enough. I know what we did was really bad. But I wanted you to know that I think about it every day. I think about how mean we were. How we hurt you on purpose. And it makes me feel sick. You were always nice to me. You taught me how to read big books. You took me to get ice cream. You listened when I was sad about Dad leaving. And I paid you back by being cruel. I don't know if you can ever forgive me. I don't know if I deserve it. But I want you to know that I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be the kind of person you'd be proud of. Because you're still my favorite person. Even if I'm not yours anymore. I love you. I'm sorry. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you if you let me. Love, Emma. I handed the letter back to Maya. My throat was tight. That's a good letter, I managed. She's 11 years old and she understands accountability better than most adults. Does this change things for you? Maya folded the letter carefully. I don't know. Maybe. A little. That's a start. Yeah. It is. We drove home in comfortable silence. The BMW sat in our garage, finally being driven again. Maya had started using it about a week earlier. Slowly at first. Just to the grocery store. Then to work. Then everywhere. The scratches were gone, but the memory wasn't. Maybe it never would be. But she was driving it. She was moving forward. That had to count for something. 3 months later, I got a call from Brandon. He was graduating high school early, and he'd gotten accepted to the community college. He wanted to study business. I was thinking, he said. About what you do. How you built your company. How you help people. I want to learn how to do that. That's a good goal. Could I maybe shadow you sometime? Learn from you? I thought about saying no. Thought about keeping that distance. But then I thought about second chances. About how people can change if you give them room to grow. Yeah, I said. You can shadow me. His voice brightened. Really? Really? But you have to work. This isn't a favor. This is an opportunity. Don't waste it. I won't. I promise I won't. Chloe ended up applying to the same teaching college Maya had attended. She called Maya for advice on her essay. They talked for 2 hours. Emma wrote Maya a letter every month. Not apology letters anymore. Just letters about her life. Her friends. Her classes. The books she was reading. Maya wrote back every time. Patricia kept both jobs for a year. Then she went back to school herself. Got her real estate license. Started selling houses. She was good at it. Really good. She paid me back the other $22,000 I'd forgiven. Insisted on it. Said she needed to make it completely right. I put it in a college fund for Emma. 2 years after that Christmas dinner, Maya got engaged. To a good man. A teacher like her. Someone who made her laugh. We threw an engagement party at my mother's house. The whole family came. Even Patricia's kids, who weren't kids anymore. Brandon was 19, working full-time and going to school. Chloe was 17, already taking college courses. Emma was 13, and she'd grown 4 inches. At one point, I found myself standing outside with Brandon. He was smoking a cigarette, trying to hide it. "Really?" I said. "After everything you learned about consequences?" He stubbed it out immediately. "Sorry. Bad habit." "Drop it. You're too smart for that." He nodded. We stood in silence for a moment. "You know," he said, "I think about that night a lot. Christmas. The car." "Yeah? I was such an idiot. I could have ruined my whole life." "You could have. But you didn't let me. You could have destroyed us, but you gave us a chance instead. Your mom earned that chance. All of you did. Still. A lot of people wouldn't have. They would have just written us off." I looked at him. Really looked at him. He wasn't the angry, jealous kid who'd waved the key at me in the dark anymore. He was someone different. Someone better. "People can change," I said. "If they want it badly enough." "Is that what you think happened? We changed?" "I think you grew up. There's a difference." He smiled. Maybe that's what I needed. To grow up. Even if it happened the hard way. Inside, I could hear laughter. Music. The sound of family being family. Not perfect. Not without scars. But together. Maya came outside, her fiancé's arm around her shoulders. She saw me and Brandon and smiled. "What are you two doing out here?" "Just talking," I said. She walked over and kissed my cheek. "Thank you. For all of this." "For what?" "For the party. For the car. For everything. For not giving up on any of us." "I didn't do anything special." "Yes, you did. You held people accountable, but you also gave them room to be better. That's everything." Later, as people were leaving, Patricia pulled me aside. "I never properly thanked you," she said. "For what?" "For that night. For scaring me straight. For teaching my kids what I should have taught them years ago. You're teaching them now. That's what matters. They're good kids. They really are." "I know." She hesitated. "Do you think Maya will ever really forgive us? Deep down?" I looked across the room at Maya. She was laughing with Emma, showing her the engagement ring, letting her try it on. "I think she already has," I said. "She just needed time to feel safe again." "And does she? Feel safe?" "Getting there." Patricia nodded. "That's all I can ask for." Everyone filtered out eventually. My mother went to bed. Tom helped clean up and then left. Maya and her fiancé stayed a little longer, helping me finish the dishes. "Good party," Maya said. It was. Everyone's doing well. Brandon, Chloe, Emma. They've really grown. They have. She dried a plate slowly. "I'm glad we didn't give up on them." "Me too. But I'm also glad you stood up for me that night. I'm glad you showed them there were consequences. I don't think they would have changed without that. Sometimes people need to hit bottom before they can climb back up." She put the plate in the cabinet. I still think about it sometimes. That night. Seeing those words carved into the car. Does it still hurt? Not as much. Now it's more like a scar. You know it's there, but it doesn't ache anymore. That's healing. Yeah. I guess it is. We finished the dishes. Her fiancé had fallen asleep on the couch. We covered him with a blanket. Maya hugged me at the door. "I love you, Dad." "I love you too. And thanks. For the BMW. I know I never really said that properly." "You did. Every time you drive it." She pulled back and looked at me. "Do you think Mom would have handled that night differently?" I thought about my wife. Her gentle strength. Her unwavering belief in redemption. I think she would have been heartbroken. But then she would have done exactly what you did. Shown them compassion while still holding them accountable. "You're more like her than you know." Maya's eyes filled with tears. "That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. It's just the truth." After they left, I stood in the quiet house. The same house where so many family gatherings had happened. where so much had broken and somehow pieced itself back together. My phone buzzed. A text from Patricia. Thank you for tonight. Thank you for everything. I know I don't say it enough, but you saved us. All of us. I didn't respond right away. I went to the window and looked out at the street. Quiet. Peaceful. All the houses dark except for the occasional porch light. I thought about that Christmas night 2 years ago. The anger. The hurt. The moment when everything could have gone so wrong. And I thought about all the moments since. The slow, painful work of rebuilding trust. Of learning and growing. Of becoming better. Finally, I typed back, you saved yourselves. I just gave you the push. Her response came immediately, sometimes that's all people need. Someone who believes they can do better. I put the phone down and sat in the darkness for a while. Thinking about family. About consequences and compassion. About how sometimes the hardest thing you can do is hold someone accountable while still loving them. The BMW sat in Maya's driveway now. She drove it every day. Sometimes I'd see it parked at the school where she taught, gleaming in the sun, and I'd remember what it represented. Not just a gift. Not just a car. But a lesson about standing up for the people you love. About protecting them while also teaching them to protect themselves. About knowing when to fight and when to forgive. I never told Maya this, but I'd kept that doorbell camera footage. The footage that showed Brandon and his sisters keying the car. Patricia laughing. The whole ugly scene. I kept it on a thumb drive in my desk drawer. Not as leverage. Not as a threat. But as a reminder. That people are capable of cruelty. That jealousy and bitterness can corrupt even family. That trust, once broken, leaves cracks that never fully heal. But also as a reminder that people can change. That consequences can teach. That sometimes breaking completely is the only way to rebuild stronger. I don't know if that makes me cynical or hopeful. Maybe both. The truth is, family is complicated. Love is complicated. And sometimes the greatest gift you can give someone isn't forgiveness, it's accountability wrapped in second chances. I closed my eyes and let myself remember Rachel. My wife. Maya's mother. The woman who taught me that strength isn't about never falling. It's about getting back up. And helping others get back up too. I think I did okay, I whispered to the empty room. To her memory. I think she turned out okay. The house stayed silent. But somewhere in that silence, I felt like maybe she'd heard me. Like maybe she was proud. And for tonight, in this quiet moment after the party, after the healing, after everything, that was enough. The BMW was fixed. The family was healing. Maya was happy. And the keys to her future, unlike the ones that had carved ugly words into metal, were firmly in her own hands. Where they belonged. Where they'd always belonged. Story 5. The grease was still warm on my fingers when I heard the camera shutter click. I didn't look up. My father's shadow stretched across the concrete driveway, his phone raised at an angle that captured me perfectly, bent over the open hood of his sedan, wrench in hand, oil stains spreading across my work shirt like a map of my own humiliation. That should have been the first red flag. But honestly, I'd stopped counting red flags in this family years ago. My phone vibrated in my back pocket. Once. Twice. Then it didn't stop. I wiped my hands on the rag hanging from my belt loop and pulled out the phone with fingers that left dark smudges on the screen. The family chat, titled The Coopers with a little house emoji my mother had added to make us seem wholesome, was exploding with notifications. 47 messages in 30 seconds. I opened it. The first thing I saw was the video. Me. From behind. The angle made me look smaller than I was, hunched and pathetic, my shoulders curved in concentration as I worked on the alternator that had been giving Dad trouble for weeks. The caption underneath made my stomach drop, "Look at this loser, fixing cars for free like a servant." My father had sent it. The messages came fast after that. My cousin Derek, ha 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 what a joke. Can't even get paid for his pathetic skills. 3 crying laughing emojis. My cousin Lisa, this is gold. Michael the mechanic strikes again. More emojis. More laughter. My sister Emma, who I'd driven to the airport just last week when her car wouldn't start. No wonder he's broke, he's only good for picking up our trash. My heart sank. Not because I didn't know they thought these things. But because seeing it written out, broadcast to 23 family members like some kind of entertainment, made it real in a way it had never been before. My father's response appeared next, and I could hear his voice in my head as I read it. That's all he'll ever be, our family errand boy. Then my mother, who had fixed a leaking faucet for just yesterday, don't forget to thank him. Without his worthless hands, who else would do the dirty work we don't want? The phone buzzed again. And again. Aunts, uncles, more cousins, all piling on. Someone sent a gif of a servant bowing. Someone else photoshopped a jester's hat onto my head. The cruelty was creative, I'd give them that. I put the phone down on the workbench, face down, and stared at my knuckles. They'd gone white from how hard I was gripping the wrench. I almost laughed. Almost. Because what else do you do when your entire family decides to make you the punchline of a joke you never agreed to be part of? I finished the car in silence. Tightened the last bolt. Checked the battery connections. Closed the hood with a careful click that echoed in the empty garage. My father had gone inside, probably to show Mom the video in person so they could laugh together over coffee. I wiped my hands on the rag, folded it precisely, and set it on the bench where Dad would find it later. Then I walked away. Not to my car. Not to the house. I walked to the storage unit I'd been renting for the past 6 months, the one nobody in my family knew about. The one where I kept all the documents I'd been collecting. See, here's what they didn't know about me: I wasn't just good at fixing cars. I was good at fixing problems. And I'd been fixing a very big problem for them without them realizing it. 3 years ago, my father made a mistake. A big one. He'd taken out a business loan for a restaurant venture that went belly up within 8 months. The loan was secured against my parents' house, the same house where Mom still hosted Sunday dinners and Dad kept his prized vintage car collection in the garage. When the business failed, Dad panicked. He couldn't let the bank foreclose. So he did what desperate men do: he committed fraud. He transferred the house title to me. Made me the legal owner. Forged my signature on documents that made it look like I'd purchased the property from him years earlier, before the loan ever existed. That way, the bank couldn't touch it. The house was technically mine, so legally, they couldn't seize it for his debts. Except I found out. 6 months ago, I was helping Dad organize his office more servant work, when I stumbled across the documents. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then it clicked. Every piece fell into place. The weird comments from the family lawyer. The way Dad had me sign random papers over the years for tax purposes. The house that was somehow in my name even though I'd never bought it. I could have confronted him then. But I didn't. Instead, I made copies of everything. The forged signatures. The fraudulent transfer documents. The original loan papers. I even found emails between Dad and his business partner discussing how to protect assets from creditors. I put it all in a folder, stored it in the unit, and waited. Because here's the thing about being underestimated: people get sloppy around you. They think you're too dumb, too weak, too grateful for scraps to ever bite back. They film you working on their cars and laugh about it in group chats because they genuinely believe you'll just take it. But I wasn't taking it anymore. I sat in that storage unit, surrounded by boxes of evidence, and made 3 phone calls. The first was to a real estate attorney I'd consulted a month prior, just to understand my options. I told her. Now I told her I was ready to proceed. Since the house was legally in my name, I wanted to sell it. Immediately. I had every right to do so. It was my property, after all. The second call was to the bank that held my father's defaulted loan. I explained, very carefully, that I'd recently discovered some irregularities in property documents related to my parents' residence. I suggested they might want to investigate potential fraud. I even offered to send them copies of certain documents that had come into my possession. The third call was to my landlord. I told him I'd be paying 6 months of rent up front on my apartment. No more living in the cramped studio above my parents' garage, no more being available for every little repair at midnight. I was upgrading. A real place. With a door I could lock. The attorney called me back within an hour. She'd found a cash buyer, a developer who'd been eyeing the neighborhood for months. He'd pay market value, close in 2 weeks. The house was worth $740,000. After closing costs and fees, I'd walk away with just over $700,000. My phone started buzzing again around dinner time. This time, it wasn't the family chat. It was individual calls. Dad first. I let it ring. Then Mom. Then Emma. I silenced them all. The texts started coming through. Dad, Michael, we need to talk. Now. Mom, why is a real estate attorney calling us about our house? Emma, what did you do? I didn't respond. Not yet. I had work to do. Over the next week, I moved systematically through every single favor I'd ever done for them. I compiled a list: dates, times, estimated market value of the services I'd provided. Fixing cars. Repairing appliances. Painting rooms. Installing ceiling fans. Unclogging drains. Moving furniture. The list went on for 4 pages. I calculated that over the past 5 years, I'd provided approximately $47,000 worth of free labor to my family. I sent the list to the family chat. No caption. Just the spreadsheet. Then I added a message: since I'm just the family errand boy, I thought I should present my final invoice. Payment due upon receipt. The chat exploded. But this time, the messages weren't laughing. They were panicked. Derek, dude, what's going on? Lisa, is this a joke? Emma, Michael, Dad is losing his mind. What did you do with the house? I typed one response and sent it to the group: I fixed a problem. You're welcome. Then I muted the chat. The real chaos started when the bank's fraud investigation team showed up at my parents' house. I wasn't there, I was at work, at the legitimate auto shop where I'd been employed full-time for 3 years, the job my family barely acknowledged because it didn't involve me being available to them 24/7. But Emma called me 17 times. My cousin Derek showed up at the shop, actually showed up in person, demanding to know what I'd told the bank. The truth, I said, not looking up from the engine I was working on. You know, that thing you all struggle with? Derek's face went red. You're destroying the family over a stupid joke. No, I said, setting down my wrench and finally meeting his eyes. You destroyed the family when you decided I was worth less than the dirt under your shoes. I'm just making sure you understand the value of what you lost. He left without another word. The house sale went through 12 days later. I signed the papers in the attorney's office, watching as $703,450 was deposited into my account. The buyers were thrilled, they got the property below market value because I was motivated to sell quickly. My parents had 30 days to vacate. That same afternoon, I received a certified letter from my father's attorney. They were threatening to sue me for fraud, for theft, for undue enrichment. The letter was 6 pages of legal threats that basically amounted to, give us back the house or else. I forwarded it to my attorney with a single line, please handle this. She called me an hour later, barely suppressing laughter. Michael, they have no case. 0. The house was legally yours. Your father committed fraud, not you. If they pursue this, we'll countersue for fraud and forgery. They'll be lucky if your father doesn't face criminal charges. What should I do? I asked. Nothing. Let them scream. They can't touch you, so I did nothing. I moved into my new apartment, a 2-bedroom with a balcony and a view of the city, the kind of place I'd dreamed about but never thought I could afford. I furnished it slowly, carefully, buying things that were mine alone. A good couch. A proper bed. Kitchen equipment that wasn't inherited or borrowed. The family kept calling. I kept ignoring them. My sister showed up at my apartment once, somehow finding my address. I didn't open the door. She stood in the hallway for 20 minutes, yelling about loyalty and family and how I was a traitor. I turned up my music and waited for her to leave. Then the Sunday dinners stopped. At first, I thought it was because they were too angry to gather. But then I heard through a mutual friend, someone who wasn't part of the core family, that Mom couldn't host anymore. They were staying with my aunt temporarily. The house was gone. Their stability was gone. And without that Sunday dinner table, the family structure started crumbling. Derek got into a screaming match with Emma about who should help pay for Mom and Dad's temporary housing. Lisa stopped showing up to family events entirely, claiming she was too busy. The cousins who'd laughed the loudest in that chat started arguing about old grudges, other jokes, other cruelties that apparently had been building for years. I watched it all from a distance, through screenshots people sent me, through the gossip chain that still somehow included me at the edges. The family wasn't just fractured. It was imploding. My father tried one last time to reach me. He showed up at the auto shop 6 weeks after the house sale closed. I saw him through the bay window, standing by his car, not the sedan I'd fixed, he'd already sold that. This was an older model, something he'd probably borrowed. I finished the oil change I was working on, washed my hands, and walked out to meet him. He looked smaller than I remembered. His shoulders were slumped, his face gray with stress. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Michael, he said. We need to talk. No, I said. We don't. Please. I'm asking you. Man to man. Let me explain. I crossed my arms. Explain what? How you committed fraud and tried to use me as a shield. How you filmed me working on your car and mocked me to the whole family. How you called me an errand boy while I was literally saving you thousands in repair costs. He flinched at each point. I made mistakes. I know that. But you didn't have to destroy everything. Your mother is devastated. Emma won't speak to me. The family destroyed itself, I interrupted. I just stopped being the glue holding it together while you all stepped on me. That house was our legacy, he said, and his voice cracked. It was supposed to go to you kids eventually. Now it's gone. You sold your own inheritance. I laughed. I actually laughed, and the sound was bitter even to my own ears. My inheritance? Dad, you never planned to leave me anything. You made that clear every time you called me for free labor and never said, thank you. Every time you chose family dinners where everyone took turns insulting me. That house wasn't my inheritance. It was your safety net, and you put it in my name without my permission because you were desperate and scared. I was protecting the family, he said. No. You were protecting yourself. And you know what? I'm done protecting any of you. I turned to walk back into the shop. Michael, he called after me. Your mother wants to see you. She's sick. Did you know that? I stopped. Turned back. What? She didn't want anyone to worry, but she's been having tests done. They think it might be serious. His eyes were wet now. She asks about you every day. She misses you. My heart clenched. But I'd learned something important over the past few months. Manipulation comes in many forms. Sometimes it looks like cruelty. Sometimes it looks like vulnerability. If she's sick, I said carefully, then she should focus on getting better. Not on guilting me into fixing a situation I didn't create. You're really going to abandon her when she needs you? I'm not abandoning anyone. I'm establishing boundaries. There's a difference. I paused. Tell Mom I hope she feels better. Genuinely. But if she wants to talk to me, she can call me herself. Not send you with stories designed to make me feel guilty. This isn't a story, he said, but his voice wavered just enough that I knew. Even if Mom was sick, and I hoped she wasn't, he was using it as leverage. Goodbye, Dad. I went back inside and didn't look back. That night, I did something I'd been putting off. I opened a new document on my laptop and started writing. Not an explanation. Not a justification. Just a record. Everything that had happened, from the moment I found those forged documents to the moment I sold the house to this conversation with my father. I wrote it clinically, precisely, the way I approached fixing cars, identifying the problem, documenting the solution, noting the outcome. When I finished, it was 40 pages long. I saved it, backed it up in 3 different locations, and then printed a copy that I put in a safe deposit box at my bank. Insurance. Just in case. Because here's what I learned, family isn't just about blood. It's about respect. Trust. Basic human decency. And when those things are gone, when you're treated like a servant and mocked for your generosity, blood doesn't mean anything anymore. The money from the house sat in my account, earning interest. I didn't touch it for months except to pay my rent and bills. I lived like I always had, carefully, modestly, aware that financial security can disappear in an instant. But having it there, knowing I had a cushion, knowing I'd never have to bend over another car hood while someone filmed me for laughs, that was worth more than the number on the screen. 3 months after the sale, I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Michael? It's Aunt Teresa. Aunt Teresa. My father's older sister. The one who'd always been kind to me, who'd never joined in the mockery. She'd sent me a message after the house sale. I don't know what happened, but I hope you're okay. I'd appreciated that. Hi, Aunt Teresa. I wanted you to know, she said, your mother really is sick. It's not a manipulation tactic. She has stage 2 breast cancer. She's starting treatment next week. My stomach dropped. How long have you known? She told me yesterday. She's been hiding it for a while, apparently. Didn't want anyone to worry. Teresa paused. I'm not calling to guilt you. I just thought you should know. What you do with that information is up to you. Thank you, I managed. For telling me. Michael, she said gently, what your father did was wrong. What they all did was wrong. I'm not asking you to forgive anyone. But your mother, she's scared. And I think, despite everything, she loves you. In her own broken way. I sat with that after we hung up. My mother, sick. The woman who'd called my hands worthless in a family chat. The woman who'd also packed my lunches through high school and taught me how to balance a checkbook. People are complicated. Families are complicated. Cruelty and love can exist in the same person, sometimes in the same breath. I didn't call her that night. Or the next day. But a week later, I sent her a text. Aunt Teresa told me about your diagnosis. I'm sorry you're going through this. If you want to talk, I'm here. She called within 5 minutes. Michael, she said, and her voice was smaller than I'd ever heard it. Thank you for answering. How are you feeling? Terrified, she admitted. The doctors say the prognosis is good if we catch it early. But Michael, I'm so scared. We talked for an hour. She didn't apologize for the chat messages. She didn't mention the house. We just talked about her treatment plan, her fears, what the doctors had said. At the end of the call, she said, I miss you. I know I don't deserve to, but I do. I miss you too, I said, and meant it. Because despite everything, despite the cruelty and the mockery, she was still my mother. That didn't excuse what she'd done. But it didn't erase the 28 years before it either. Can I see you? She asked. Maybe coffee sometime? Maybe, I said. Let me think about it. I did think about it. For weeks. And eventually, I met her at a small cafe halfway between her temporary apartment and my place. She looked tired, thinner than I remembered. We sat across from each other with cups of coffee going cold between us. I'm sorry, she said finally. For what I said. For not standing up for you. For treating you like you were less than. Why did you? I asked. I never understood. I was always there. I always helped. Why was that something to mock? She looked down at her cup. Because it was easy. Because your father started it and it became a habit. Because in this family, If you're not the one being mocked, you feel safe. She met my eyes. That's not an excuse. It's just the truth. That's a pretty miserable way to live, I said. Yes, she agreed. It is. We sat in silence for a while. I don't know if I can forgive you, I said eventually. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I don't want you to go through cancer alone. So I'm here. For that. But there are boundaries now. I understand, she said. No more free labor, I continued. No more family chats where I'm the punchline. No more treating me like I owe you something because we share blood. Okay. And if Dad wants to see me, he needs to apologize. Genuinely. Not this I made mistakes nonsense. A real accounting of what he did. She nodded. I'll tell him. Over the next few months, I saw my mother regularly. I drove her to appointments sometimes, sat with her during chemo, brought her food when she was too nauseous to cook, but I didn't move back into the family orbit. I kept my apartment, my boundaries, my new life. My father never called to apologize. Emma sent a few tentative texts that I mostly ignored. The cousins went silent, probably too embarrassed to face what they'd done. The family as it had existed, loud Sunday dinners, overlapping conversations, the illusion of closeness, was gone. What remained was smaller, quieter, more honest. I used some of the house money to start my own business. A mobile mechanic service, high-end clients, people who appreciated quality work and paid fairly. It grew faster than I expected. Turns out, when you're good at something and you charge what you're worth, people respect you. Funny how that works. One afternoon, about a year after everything fell apart, I was finishing up a break job for a client when my phone rang. Unknown number again. I answered. Michael Cooper? A woman's voice. Speaking. This is Detective Sarah Chen with the Fraud Investigation Unit. I'm calling about the case involving Daniel Cooper and the property transfer documents you provided to us. My heart started racing. Yes? I wanted to inform you that we've completed our investigation. We're moving forward with charges against your father for fraud and forgery. We'll need you to testify about how you discovered the documents and what you found. Okay, I said slowly. I also wanted to thank you, she added. Cases like this often go unreported because family members don't want to get involved. Your willingness to come forward likely prevented future fraud. After we hung up, I sat in my van for a long time, tools spread around me, the smell of brake fluid sharp in the air. My father was going to face criminal charges. Because of me. Because I'd made the call to the bank. I waited for the guilt to hit. The regret. The sense that I'd gone too far. It never came. Instead, I felt something else. Relief. Justice. The quiet satisfaction of knowing that actions have consequences, even, especially, within families. They'd treated me like I was worthless. I'd shown them exactly how much I was worth. And in doing so, I'd shown them the cost of their cruelty. The trial took 6 months to get to court. I testified on a Tuesday afternoon, dressed in a suit I'd bought specifically for the occasion. I told the truth, clearly and precisely, how I'd discovered the documents, what they contained, when I'd realized what my father had done. I didn't embellish. I didn't need to. My father sat at the defense table in a suit that looked too big for him now. He didn't meet my eyes once. He was convicted on 3 counts of fraud and sentenced to 18 months in prison, reduced to 9 months with good behavior. The judge also ordered him to pay restitution to the bank and fines that totaled more than he'd ever be able to scrape together. My mother called me that night, crying. How could you do this to him? He's your father. He did this to himself, I said, and my voice was steady. I just stopped covering for him. The family will never forgive you, she said, and hung up. She was probably right. The extended family scattered after the trial. Some blamed me. Some blamed Dad. Most just drifted away, relieved to escape the drama. The Sunday dinners never came back. The group chat was abandoned, the last message still sitting there, my spreadsheet of unpaid labor, like a gravestone marking where the family used to be. But here's what nobody tells you about burning bridges: sometimes the fire keeps you warm. I saw my mother through her cancer treatment. She went into remission, thank goodness. We developed a careful relationship, bounded by rules and respect. She never mocked me again. She also never apologized the way I wanted her to. But we found a way to exist in each other's lives that didn't require me to diminish myself. Emma reached out after the trial, asking if we could talk. We met for coffee, like I'd done with Mom. She cried, said she'd been a terrible sister, said she didn't know how to fix it. I told her the same thing I'd told everyone else: there are boundaries now. Either respect them or don't contact me. She said she would. Time would tell if she meant it. My business grew. I hired an assistant, then another mechanic. We moved into a real shop with 3 bays and a waiting room. I put my name on the sign, Cooper Automotive Services. Not family automotive. Not traditional service. Just my name. Mine. Sometimes I drive past the old house. The developers tore it down and built a modern duplex that sold for $1.2 million. Sometimes I wonder what my father thinks about that when he's lying in his bunk at the minimum security facility where he's serving his time. Whether he regrets the video. The mocking. The years of taking me for granted. Probably not. Men like that rarely see themselves clearly. But me? I see everything clearly now. I see that love without respect is just obligation. I see that family without boundaries is just a cage. I see that the things you tolerate, you teach people are acceptable. And I see my reflection in the mirror every morning, a man who stood up when he could have stayed bent over. A man who walked away when everyone expected him to crawl back. A man who chose his own worth over their approval. My phone buzzes sometimes with messages from cousins, aunts, uncles. They're careful now. Polite. Some want to reconnect. Some want favors they're actually willing to pay for. Some just want to know if I'll ever forgive them. I read the messages. Sometimes I respond. Sometimes I don't. But I never, ever work for free anymore. And late at night, when the shop is closed and I'm alone with the comfortable silence of my life, I think about that video. Me bent over the car, hands black with grease, shoulders hunched in concentration. The caption mocking me. The laughter that followed. I think about it, and I smile. Because they were right about one thing, I was fixing something that day. Just not the car. I was fixing myself. And sometimes the most important repairs are the ones nobody else can see. 6 months after my father was released from prison, he showed up at my shop unannounced. It was a Thursday, mid-afternoon, the kind of slow day where I actually had time to work on my own projects. I was under a 1967 Mustang, my Mustang, the one I'd been restoring piece by piece with money I'd earned, not inherited, when I heard footsteps on the concrete. I knew it was him before I rolled out from under the car. Something about the hesitant shuffle, the weight of the steps. I'd spent 28 years learning to read my father's moods by the sound of his approach. I didn't rush. I finished tightening the bolt I was working on, wiped my hands, and slowly wheeled out on the creeper. He stood there in jeans and a jacket I didn't recognize, looking older than his 62 years. Prison ages you, apparently. Or maybe just consequences do. Michael, he said. I stood up, crossed my arms. Waited. I'd learned the power of silence over the past 2 years. Let other people fill the void. Let them scramble to explain themselves. I know I don't have the right to be here, he started. I know you probably want me to leave. But I needed to see you. Needed to say something. So say it. My voice was flat, neutral. I wasn't going to make this easy. He looked around the shop, the clean floors, the organized tool benches, the 3 vehicles in various stages of service. You've done well for yourself. This place is impressive. That's not what you came to say. No. He took a deep breath. I came to apologize. Really apologize. Not the half-hearted garbage I tried before. You were right. About all of it. I waited. This was the part where most people would jump in, would accept the apology and move toward reconciliation because it's uncomfortable to hold someone accountable. But I'd gotten comfortable with discomfort. I'd treated you like you were disposable, he continued, and his voice cracked. For years. I took your help and never appreciated it. I mocked you when you were the only one holding things together. I committed fraud and put you at risk without asking. And when you finally stood up for yourself, I tried to make you the villain. He paused, swallowed hard. That video. That stupid, cruel video. I watch it sometimes, you know. I saved it before you made me delete it from the chat. And every time I see it, I hate myself a little more. Because you were helping me. You were fixing my car for free, again, and instead of thanking you, I humiliated you. Something in my chest tightened. This was what I'd wanted to hear 2 years ago. Maybe even 6 months ago. But now, standing here in my own shop, master of my own life, I realized something. I didn't need his apology anymore. It was too late to fix what he'd broken. The best I could hope for was honesty. Why? I asked. Why did you do it? And don't tell me it was a joke or that you didn't think about it. Tell me the real reason. He looked at the floor, then forced himself to meet my eyes. Because I was jealous. Is that what you want to hear? I was jealous of you. That genuinely surprised me. Jealous? Of what? Of everything. His voice was bitter now, angry at himself. You're good at things, Michael. Really good. You can fix anything, cars, plumbing, electrical work. People like you. You're patient and competent and reliable. And I'm none of those things. I failed at business. I failed at being a good father. The only thing I could do was tear you down, make you smaller, so I didn't have to face how much bigger you were than me. I felt like I'd been punched. All those years, I'd thought he despised me because I wasn't good enough. It never occurred to me that I was too good, that my competence was a mirror reflecting his inadequacy. That's pathetic, I said, and I meant it without cruelty. It was just a fact. I know. You destroyed our family because you couldn't handle your own insecurity. I know. You went to prison. You lost everything. Was it worth it? Did tearing me down make you feel better? No. He shook his head. It made me feel worse. Every single time. But I couldn't stop. It's like, once you start treating someone as less than, it becomes easier to keep doing it than to admit you were wrong. We stood there in silence for a long moment. Outside, traffic hummed past. One of my mechanics arrived for the evening shift, saw us talking, and quietly headed to the back office to give us space. What do you want from me? I finally asked. Forgiveness? Reconciliation? Permission to feel less guilty? I don't know, he admitted. Maybe I just wanted you to know that you were right. About everything. You didn't destroy the family. I did. And if I could take it all back. But you can't, I interrupted. That's the thing about consequences, Dad. They're permanent. You can apologize, you can feel sorry, but you can't unbreak what you broke. I know. Do you? I stepped closer. Because Mom is still afraid of running out of money. Emma still doesn't trust anyone. Our cousins still treat family gatherings like minefields. You shattered something that can't be put back together, and saying sorry doesn't change that. Then what do I do? For the first time, he looked genuinely lost. How do I live with what I've done? The same way I lived with what you did to me, I said. You get up every day and you do better. You make different choices. You build something new instead of mourning what you destroyed. He nodded slowly. Your mother told me you've been good to her. Through the cancer, after everything. She said you had every right to walk away, but you didn't. That's different. She's trying. You're just visiting. The words hit him visibly. You're right. I am. He looked around the shop again. This place, it's more than just a business, isn't it? It's proof. Proof of what? That you didn't need us. That you were always capable of more than we gave you credit for. That we were the ones who needed you, not the other way around. I didn't respond to that. Because he was right, and we both knew it. Can I ask you something? He said after a moment. You can ask. Do you think you'll ever forgive me? Not now, maybe. But someday? I considered the question honestly. Turned it over in my mind like a part I was examining for defects. I don't know. Maybe. But forgiveness isn't a switch I can flip just because you apologized. It's something that might grow over time, if you actually change. If you prove that this version of you, the honest one, the remorseful one, is real and not just guilt talking. How do I prove that? I don't know, Dad. That's your job to figure out. But here's a start. Stop trying to get something from me. Stop looking for closure or forgiveness or relief from your guilt. Just do the work of being a better person without expecting a reward for it. He absorbed that, nodded. Okay. I can try to do that. Good. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. The Mustang looks beautiful, by the way. I always loved that body style. I know, I said. That's why I bought it. After he left, I stood there for a long time, just breathing. My hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline, emotion, something I couldn't quite name. The confrontation I'd imagined 1,000 times had finally happened, and it wasn't satisfying. It wasn't cathartic. It was just sad. Two men standing in a garage, acknowledging that the past couldn't be fixed, only lived with. I went back to work on the Mustang. That's what I did now when emotions got complicated. I fixed things. Tangible things. Things that had clear problems and clear solutions. The next major shakeup came from an unexpected source, Derek. My cousin showed up at my apartment on a Saturday morning, holding 2 coffees and looking nervous. I almost didn't let him in. But curiosity won out. I'm not here to ask for anything, he said immediately, handing me one of the coffees. I'm here to apologize. And to tell you something you should know. We sat on my balcony, the city spread out below us. Derek looked different than I remembered, older, more serious, like he'd lost some essential lightness. I was wrong, he said. About everything. The way we treated you. The laughing. All of it. I've been in therapy for a year now, working through family dynamics, and my therapist helped me see how toxic we all were. Okay, I said, unsure where this was going. The thing is, he continued, we weren't just mean to you. We were mean to each other. The whole family system was built on tearing people down. You were just the easiest target because you never fought back. But once you left, once the structure collapsed, everyone turned on each other. It got ugly fast. I heard some of that. It was worse than you heard. He took a sip of coffee, grimaced like it was bitter. Lisa and Emma got into a physical fight at Christmas. Actual punches thrown. Uncle Ray hasn't spoken to his kids in 8 months. Aunt Teresa is the only one trying to hold things together, but she's exhausted. The family is just gone. And you're telling me this because? Because I want you to know it's not your fault. Some people are saying you destroyed the family out of revenge. But we were already destroying ourselves. You just stopped being the pressure valve we used to avoid dealing with our own issues. I sat with that for a moment. It was validating, hearing someone from inside the family acknowledge the truth. But it was also sad. What about you? I asked. How are you doing? Honestly? I'm struggling. He looked out at the city. I built my whole identity around being part of this big, loud family. And now that it's gone, I don't know who I am. I've been trying to figure out how to be a person outside of that dynamic, and it's harder than I thought. Yeah, I said quietly. It is. We sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then Derek said something that surprised me. I'm proud of you, you know. For standing up. I don't think I could have done it. You could, I said. You just haven't needed to yet. After Derek left, I thought about what he'd said. About pressure valves and family systems. About how sometimes the person who breaks the pattern gets blamed for the break, when really they're just the first one brave enough to stop pretending everything is fine. Year 3 after the house sale brought unexpected news, my business was getting attention. A local magazine wanted to do a feature on Detroit's best independent mechanics. They'd heard about my reputation for honest work and fair prices. They wanted to interview me, photograph the shop, tell my story. I almost said no. The thought of putting myself in the spotlight, of inviting scrutiny, made my stomach clench. But my accountant, the one I'd hired when the business really took off, convinced me it would be good for growth. The reporter who showed up was a woman in her 30s named Jasmine. She spent 3 hours at the shop, watching me work, asking questions about my background and philosophy. At one point, she asked where I learned my skills. My dad taught me the basics, I said, which was true. But I taught myself the rest. Books, YouTube, trial and error. Lots of error. Family business? She asked. Not exactly. She picked up on my hesitation. There's a story there. I considered lying, keeping it simple. But something made me tell her the truth. Not all of it, but enough. About learning to fix cars to help family members who never appreciated it. About being treated as free labor. About eventually having to walk away to find my own worth. Did you ever reconcile with them? She asked. Some of them. On my terms. With boundaries. I paused. I learned that you can love people and still not let them treat you badly. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. The article came out 6 weeks later. It was beautiful, great photos, thoughtful writing, and a sidebar quote that the magazine highlighted. The most important thing I learned wasn't how to fix cars. It was how to know my own value and not let anyone diminish it. The response was overwhelming. The phone started ringing constantly. People wanted appointments, wanted to support a business with that philosophy. Some people told me their own stories of family dysfunction, of learning to set boundaries, of choosing themselves. The shop became more than just a place to fix cars. It became a symbol of something larger. My mother called after she saw the article. I'm in it, aren't I? She said. The family you walked away from. You're part of it, I acknowledged. I wish you'd told me you were doing this. Why? So you could ask me not to? Silence. Then, quietly, no. So I could tell you I understand. And that I'm sorry I was part of why you had to learn that lesson. That conversation marked a shift. Mom started being more honest about her own regrets, her own role in the family dysfunction. We'd never be as close as we were before, but we built something more authentic. Something based on mutual respect rather than obligation. Emma took longer. She sent a long email a month after the article, detailing her own journey in therapy, her realizations about how she'd treated me. She didn't ask for forgiveness. She just wanted me to know she understood now. We started texting occasionally. Carefully. Like people learning a new language with each other. Dad sent a card to the shop with a simple message. I'm proud of you. I know I don't have the right to say that, but I am. I put the card in my desk drawer. Didn't respond. But I kept it. The real test came when Aunt Teresa got sick. Not cancer like Mom, but a stroke that left her partially paralyzed. She was the one person who'd always been kind to me, who'd never participated in the mockery. When I heard, I didn't hesitate. I showed up at the hospital where extended family had gathered in the waiting room. It was the first time I'd seen most of them in 3 years. The conversation stopped when I walked in. Derek stood up, came over, hugged me without asking. Lisa looked away, guilt written across her face. My father sat in the corner, looking small and tired. Emma was there, and she immediately came to my side. I'm glad you came, she whispered. We took turns sitting with Aunt Teresa over the next week. She couldn't talk much because of the stroke, but she squeezed my hand when I sat with her, and her eyes were bright with recognition and love. During one of my shifts, Dad came in. We hadn't been alone together since that day at the shop. He sat in the other chair, and we both watched Aunt Teresa sleep. She always said you were the best of us, he said quietly. Even before everything happened. She said you had a good heart. She has a good heart, I corrected. Present tense. Right. Present tense. He paused. I've been going to meetings. Gamblers Anonymous. Turns out the restaurant wasn't my first bad financial decision. I've been chasing losses for years, making bigger and bigger bets to try to fix the earlier mistakes. The fraud with the house was just the biggest one. This was news to me. I didn't know you had a gambling problem. Neither did I. I just thought I was unlucky. Bad timing. But my sponsor helped me see the pattern. The need to win big to prove something. The inability to accept loss. He looked at me. Kind of like how I treated you. Doubling down on cruelty instead of admitting I was wrong. That's actually pretty insightful. Therapy and meetings. They force you to look at yourself. He smiled sadly. It's not fun, but it's necessary. We sat in silence for a while. Then he said, I don't expect us to be close again. I know I burned that bridge. But I want you to know I'm trying to build something better. Not for you. For me. Because I need to live with myself, and the person I was, I can't live with him anymore. That's good, Dad. I mean that. Aunt Teresa recovered slowly, and the family rallied in ways I hadn't seen in years. But it was different now. Quieter. More honest. Less performative. People actually talked instead of just making noise. Boundaries were respected. Help was asked for instead of demanded. It wasn't the family I'd grown up in. That family was dead and buried. This was something new. Something smaller but more genuine. 5 years after the video, I stood in my shop late one evening, looking at the Mustang I'd finally finished restoring. Every panel perfect. Engine purring like it was brand new. It had taken me 3 years of patient work, piece by piece, fixing and improving until it was exactly what I wanted it to be. Kind of like my life, I realized. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma, Sunday dinner at my place next week? Small group. Just you, me, Mom, Derek, and Teresa. No pressure if you can't make it. I stared at the message for a long time. Sunday dinners used to be mandatory, loud, overwhelming events where I felt invisible. This was different. An invitation, not a summons. A small gathering, not a crowd. People I'd rebuilt relationships with, not the whole toxic system. I typed back, I'll be there. Another text came through, this time from a number I didn't recognize. Hi Michael, this is Tyler Chen. You fixed my wife's car last month. I was wondering if you do contract work? We're starting a classic car restoration business and need someone with your expertise. Very interested in discussing terms. I smiled. Opportunities kept coming because I'd learned to value my own work. Because I'd stopped accepting scraps and started demanding respect. The shop was quiet around me, smelling of oil and metal and possibility. Through the window, I could see the city lights beginning to twinkle as evening settled in. My city. My shop. My life. Built from the ground up after everything collapsed. People talk about rock bottom like it's the worst thing that can happen to you. But sometimes rock bottom is just the foundation you needed to build something stronger. I looked at the Mustang one more time, then turned off the lights and locked up. Tomorrow I'd call Tyler Chen about the restoration business opportunity. Tomorrow I'd start planning what to bring to Emma's dinner. Tomorrow I'd keep building this life I'd fought so hard to create. But tonight, I just let myself feel it. The pride. The peace. The bone-deep satisfaction of knowing I'd survived the worst they could do to me and come out stronger. They'd called me a loser. An errand boy. Worthless hands doing dirty work. They were wrong about all of it. And deep down, I think they finally knew it. I got in my truck, not the Mustang, that was too precious for daily driving, and headed home to the apartment I loved, the life I'd built, the future I was still creating. And I didn't think about that video at all. Story 6. The punch caught me clean across the jaw. I'd never been hit before, not really. My father's fist was hard, heavier than I'd imagined, and it connected with the kind of force that comes from genuine rage. I tasted blood instantly, metallic and warm, felt the sharp sting spread through my teeth and up into my skull like an electric shock. The living room spun. I staggered back against the wall, and that's when I saw them all staring at me. Every single one of them. My mother, my sister, my uncles, my aunt, my cousins. All of them looking at me like I'd just crawled out of something rotten and diseased. You've shamed this family forever, my father said. His voice was low, shaking with rage. His knuckles were still clenched, white and trembling. I could see the vein in his temple throbbing, pulsing with every heartbeat. He'd never looked at me like that before. Like I was something disgusting that needed to be scraped off the bottom of his shoe. My mother was sobbing. Loud, theatrical sobs that echoed off the walls, designed for an audience. She was clutching her chest, her face red and twisted. You're dead to us, she wailed, her voice cracking on every syllable. Don't ever come back. Don't ever show your face here again. You hear me? You're dead. I tried to speak. My mouth opened, but the words tangled in my throat, caught somewhere between my brain and my tongue. I looked at Vanessa, my cousin, the girl I'd grown up with, the one who used to beg me to help her with math homework, who'd cried on my shoulder when her first boyfriend broke up with her, and she was standing in the center of the room, one hand on her stomach, tears streaming down her face. She looked terrified. Fragile. Broken. Like a porcelain doll someone had dropped. He did this to me, she whispered, her voice cracking. He forced me. I didn't want to say anything, but I can't hide it anymore. I can't keep protecting him. The room erupted. My cousin started laughing. Not loudly, but low and cruel, the kind of laughter that cuts deeper than any insult. Disgusting, one of them muttered, shaking his head. He can't even keep his hands off family. What kind of sick person does that? My sister, my own sister, Emily, who I'd taught to ride a bike when she was 6, who had walked to school every day for years, who I'd defended from bullies and helped with her science projects, stepped forward and spat at my feet. The glob of saliva landed on my shoe, and I just stared at it, frozen. Liar, she hissed, her face twisted with hatred. Monster. Get out before we drag you out ourselves. My aunt, Vanessa's mother, wrapped her arms around her daughter and kissed the top of her head. Don't worry, sweetheart, she cooed, stroking Vanessa's hair like she was a child who'd just woken from a nightmare. We believe you. We'll take care of you. He'll never hurt you again. I should have screamed. I should have fought back, torn the room apart, demanded proof, demanded anything. But I was 17. I was still a kid. And when your entire family turns on you in the span of 5 minutes, your brain just stops. It shuts down. You become a spectator in your own life, watching the horror unfold from somewhere far away. I didn't touch her, I finally managed, my voice small and pathetic. I swear, I didn't do anything. This is insane. Why would I? Shut your mouth, my father roared, stepping toward me again. I flinched, and I hated myself for it. Hated the weakness it showed. You think we're stupid? You think we don't see what you are? We raised you. We know exactly what you're capable of. But get out. My mother's voice was ice. Pure, cold ice. Get out of this house. Get out of our lives. You don't exist to us anymore. I looked around the room one more time, searching desperately for a single face that might show doubt, sympathy, anything. But there was nothing. Just hatred. Just disgust. My uncle wouldn't even look at me, kept his eyes fixed on the floor like I was something too shameful to acknowledge. My younger cousins were whispering and giggling behind their hands, enjoying the spectacle. My sister's eyes were filled with tears, but not for me. For Vanessa. For the victim. I grabbed my jacket from the couch and walked out. No one stopped me. No one called after me. The door slammed behind me, and I stood on the porch in the cold November air, my breath coming out in ragged clouds. I could hear my mother still crying inside, my aunt consoling her, telling her it wasn't her fault, that she couldn't have known. I could hear my father cursing my name, saying he should have seen the signs, should have known I was trouble. That should have been the first red flag. That no one asked questions. That no one demanded evidence. That no one even paused to consider whether any of it made sense. I spent the first night in my car. It was an old sedan I'd bought with money from my part-time job at the hardware store, barely functional, the kind of car that leaked oil and made strange rattling noises whenever you went over 40 miles per hour. But it was mine. I parked it behind a gas station 2 towns over and sat in the driver's seat, shaking. Not from the cold, though it was freezing. From shock. From the sheer impossibility of what had just happened. I kept replaying the scene in my head, trying to understand what had just happened. Vanessa and I weren't even close. We saw each other at family gatherings, exchanged awkward small talk about school and work and the weather, and that was it. She was 19, 2 years older than me, and she'd always been a little strange. Quiet. Secretive. She'd drop hints about having a boyfriend but never brought anyone around. She'd disappear during family parties and come back with her phone clutched in her hand, smiling like she had a secret. I never thought she was dangerous. I never thought she'd destroy my life. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister, "Don't ever contact us again. You make me sick. I hope you rot." Then another from my mother, "I can't believe I raised a monster. I can't believe I let you into our home." Then my father, "If I see you near this house, I'll call the police. I'll have you arrested. Stay away from us." Then my aunt, "You should be ashamed of yourself. You've destroyed an innocent girl's life. I hope you can live with that." I turned the phone off and threw it onto the passenger seat. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, staring at the ceiling of my car, listening to the hum of the highway in the distance and the occasional sound of someone pulling into the gas station to fill up. Every time headlights swept across my windshield, I tensed, half expecting to see my father's truck pulling up beside me. By morning, I knew I couldn't stay. The town was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. Word would spread fast. I could already imagine the whispers, the stares, the way people would cross the street to avoid me. The way former friends would pretend they didn't see me. The way teachers and coaches and neighbors would look at me with disgust and pity and fear. So I drove. I didn't have a plan, didn't have much money, maybe $300 in cash and whatever was left in my checking account, but I drove until I hit the city, 3 hours away. A place where no one knew my name. Where no one knew what I'd supposedly done. Where I could disappear. I got a job washing dishes at a diner. The owner was a gruff man in his 50s named Tony who didn't ask many questions, just handed me an apron and pointed to the sink. The work was brutal, scalding water, grease up to my elbows, working double shifts on weekends, but it was something. It was survival. I found a room in a boarding house that smelled like mildew and old cigarettes, paid for it with the last of my savings, and started over. It wasn't a life. It was survival. There's a difference. The first year was the hardest. I kept thinking they'd realize. That someone would look into Vanessa's story and find the holes. That someone would remember I'd been at work the night she claimed it happened, I had a time card, witnesses, proof. That someone would ask why I'd never been alone with her, why there was no evidence, no texts, no photos, nothing. That someone would care enough to dig deeper. But no one did. I heard through a mutual acquaintance, someone I'd known from school who still had me on social media before I deleted everything, that Vanessa had given birth to a baby girl in early spring. The family had rallied around her. My aunt had thrown her a baby shower with pink balloons and a cake shaped like a stroller. My mother had knitted blankets and booties, spent hours in her craft room making gifts for the baby. My sister had posted photos on her accounts, cooing over the baby, calling herself the proudest aunt in the world, hashtagging everything with words like blessed and family and miracle. And me? I didn't exist. I'd been erased. Cut out of every photo, removed from every conversation, deleted from the family narrative like I'd never been born. I thought about going to the police. About demanding a paternity test. About forcing them to acknowledge the truth. But I was scared. Terrified, actually. Scared they wouldn't believe me either. Scared that even if they did test the baby and it proved I wasn't the father, my family still wouldn't take me back. Scared that the damage was already done, that I'd always be the boy who'd been accused, the one who'd brought shame to the family, so I buried it. I worked 60-hour weeks at the diner, saved every dollar I could, and kept my head down. I changed my last name legally when I turned 18, went from Mitchell Carson to Mitchell Hayes. It was my grandmother's maiden name, the one person in my family who'd passed away before all this happened. I like to think she would have believed me. I moved twice more over the next few years, each time to a bigger city, a place where anonymity was easier. Where you could walk down the street and not worry about running into someone from your past. I went to night school, got my diploma while working full-time. Then I enrolled in community college, taking classes in accounting because it was stable, because it was boring, because it was something I could do with my head down and my mouth shut. Numbers didn't judge. Numbers didn't lie. Numbers didn't betray you. Numbers made sense in a way that people never would again. I didn't date. I didn't make friends. I didn't let anyone close enough to ask questions about my past, about where I came from, about why I never talked to my family. I told people I was an orphan, that my parents had died in a car accident when I was young. It was easier than the truth. People knew how to respond to tragedy. They didn't know how to respond to the kind of betrayal I'd experienced. By the time I was 23, I had a decent job at a mid-sized firm doing tax preparation and bookkeeping for small businesses. By 25, I was a senior accountant, handling major clients, making decent money for the first time in my life. By 28, I'd started my own consulting business, working from home, setting my own hours, building something that was entirely mine. I was good at what I did. Very good. I had a reputation for being thorough, for catching mistakes other accountants missed, for being reliable. My clients trusted me. And that meant something, even if I couldn't trust anyone in return. And then, 11 years after that night, I got a phone call that changed everything. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I was in the middle of a client meeting, going over tax projections for a startup that wanted to expand internationally. The founders were young, enthusiastic, the kind of people who thought they could change the world with an app. I was walking them through depreciation schedules when my phone buzzed on the table. I ignored it. It buzzed again. And again. I excused myself and stepped into the hallway. 7 missed calls. All from the same number. I didn't recognize it, but something about the area code made my stomach drop. It was from my hometown. The place I'd sworn I'd never return to. I answered the next call. Hello? Is this? The voice was hesitant, unfamiliar. Male. Younger. Is this you? I mean, are you the one who, look, this is going to sound crazy, but are you Mitchell Carson? My heart stopped. No one had called me that name in years. Who is this? My name's Eric. Look, I don't know if you remember me. I went to school with your sister. We were in the same grade. I didn't remember him. But I stayed on the line. I'm calling because I think you need to know something. About Vanessa. My blood went cold. I leaned against the wall, suddenly dizzy. What about her? She's been arrested. I almost laughed. Almost. The sound caught in my throat. For what? For lying. Man, this is really messed up. She's been arrested for lying about the father of her kid. About you. It wasn't you. It was never you. The hallway tilted. I leaned against the wall harder, my knees weak, my vision blurring at the edges. What are you talking about? She's been running this scam for years. She targeted another guy 2 years ago. Accused him of the same thing. Said he got her pregnant, said he forced her, the whole story. But this time, he fought back. Got a lawyer, got a paternity test, the whole thing. And when it came back negative, he started digging into her past. And, dude, your name came up. He found out what she did to you. I couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. The air felt thick, like I was underwater. It's all over the news here. Local papers, social media, everything. Your family, they're in shock. Vanessa confessed. She admitted she made the whole thing up because she was scared of her real boyfriend finding out. Some guy she was seeing in secret. He left her the second he found out she was pregnant, so she panicked and blamed you because you were there and you were young and she thought no one would question it. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my phone pressed to my ear. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Are you sure? Positive. She's in jail right now. Her mugshot's online. The whole thing's blown up. Your family's been calling around, trying to find you. They want to talk. They want to, I don't know, man. I just thought you deserved to know. Why are you calling me? My voice was barely a whisper. Because I always thought it was weird. The whole thing. You were a good kid. Quiet. You never caused trouble. And then suddenly you were gone and everyone was saying these horrible things about you, and it never sat right with me. I tried to look you up a few times over the years, but you disappeared. And then this happened, and I thought you should know the truth. Thank you, I managed. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry this happened to you. I hung up. For a long time, I just sat there on the floor in the hallway, staring at nothing. One of my clients poked his head out of the conference room, asking if I was okay. I told him I had a family emergency and rescheduled. Then I went home, locked the door, and sat in the dark. For 3 days, I didn't answer my phone. I didn't go online. I didn't leave my apartment except to get food from the convenience store on the corner. I sat in the dark and tried to process what I'd just learned. Vanessa had lied. She'd lied, and my entire family had believed her without question. They'd thrown me out. They'd called me a monster. They'd erased me from their lives, from their family photos, from their memories. And now, 11 years later, they wanted to talk? The rage came slowly at first, then all at once. It burned through me like acid, hot and vicious and all-consuming. I wanted to scream. I wanted to break things. I wanted to drive back to that town and make them all feel what I'd felt. I wanted to stand in front of them and show them what they'd done, the years they'd stolen, the person they'd broken. But more than that, I wanted them to suffer. So I started planning. The first letter arrived at my mother's house 2 weeks later. I didn't sign it, but I made sure she'd know it was from me. I used details only I would know, the way she used to hum when she cooked breakfast, the sound of her laugh when my father told bad jokes, the smell of her perfume. I detailed every sleepless night I'd spent in that car. Every meal I'd skipped because I couldn't afford food. Every time I'd walked past a family and felt the knife twist in my chest because I'd never have that again. Every birthday I spent alone. Every holiday I worked through because I had nowhere to go. Every time I'd thought about ending it all because the pain was too much. I sent one to my father. I told him about the punch. About how I'd felt my teeth rattle, how I'd tasted blood for days afterward. About how I still flinched when someone raised their voice. About how I'd learned not to trust authority figures, not to trust men, not to trust anyone who claimed to care about me. I told him that he'd taught me that love was conditional, that it could be taken away in an instant if you didn't live up to expectations. I sent one to my sister. I reminded her of the spit on my shoe. I described it in detail, the way it had looked, the sound it made when it hit the leather, the humiliation I'd felt. I told her I hoped she remembered that moment every time she looked in the mirror. I told her that she'd chosen a liar over her own brother, and that said everything about who she really was. And I sent one to my aunt. I told her that her daughter had destroyed an innocent person, and she'd helped her do it. I told her that she'd stood there and comforted Vanessa while I was thrown out like garbage. I told her that she'd celebrated the birth of a baby built on lies while I was sleeping in my car and wondering if I'd live to see 18. I didn't ask for apologies. I didn't ask for anything. I just wanted them to know that I was still here. That I remembered. That I hadn't forgiven. That I never would. The call started after that. My mother left voicemails, her voice thick with tears, barely coherent. Please, sweetheart, please call us back. We were wrong. We were so wrong. We're so sorry. We miss you. We love you. Please come home. My father sent texts, dozens of them, rambling and desperate. I need to talk to you. I need to explain. I need to make this right. Please. I'm begging you. I'm your father. My sister tried to add me on every social media platform I had. I blocked her each time. She created new accounts, sent friend requests from fake profiles. I blocked those too. She sent emails to my business address, long rambling messages about how she'd made a mistake, how she was young and stupid, how she'd believed Vanessa because everyone else did. My aunt sent an email that started with "I understand if you hate me" and ended with "please forgive us." I deleted it without reading past the first line. But they didn't stop. They kept coming. Letters, emails, phone calls, messages through mutual acquaintances. They found people I'd gone to school with, tracked down old friends, asked them to reach out on their behalf. They hired a private investigator who managed to find my address, my workplace, my new name. And then, 3 months after that first phone call from Eric, they found me. I don't know how they managed it. Maybe they'd been watching my apartment. Maybe the investigator had given them more than just an address. But one Saturday morning, I opened my door to find my mother standing in the hallway, looking small and lost and older than I remembered. She was holding a casserole dish, of all things, covered in aluminum foil. Like this was some kind of normal visit. Like she was just stopping by to drop off dinner for a neighbor. "Hi," she said, her voice trembling. Can I come in?" I should have slammed the door in her face. Should have called the police and had her removed for trespassing. But I didn't. I stepped aside and let her in, watching as she walked into my apartment with small, hesitant steps, like she was afraid the floor might collapse beneath her. She set the casserole on the counter and turned to me, her hands twisting together. She looked older than I remembered. Much older. Her hair was more gray than brown now, and there were deep lines around her eyes and mouth. Lines that hadn't been there 11 years ago. She'd lost weight too. Her clothes hung off her frame like she'd shrunk inside them. "You look good," she said, her voice breaking. "You look healthy. Successful." I didn't respond. Just stood there with my arms crossed, waiting. "I know you're angry," she continued, her voice breaking. "I know you hate us. And you should. You have every right to. But please let me explain." "Explain what?" My voice was flat, emotionless. I'd practiced this moment in my head 1,000 times, rehearsed what I'd say, how I'd say it. Explain how you called me a monster? Explain how you threw me out without even asking for my side of the story? Explain how you cried for Vanessa but not for me? Explain how you erased me from your life like I'd never existed? She flinched like I'd hit her. "We were wrong. We were so wrong. But we thought." "You thought what? That I was capable of that? That I was the kind of person who would hurt someone like that? Your own son?" We didn't know what to think. Vanessa was so convincing. She was crying, she was scared, and we just believed her. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were protecting her. "You didn't even ask me. You didn't ask for evidence. You didn't ask for my side. You just decided I was guilty and threw me away." "I know." Tears were streaming down her face now, leaving tracks through her makeup. "I know, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If I could go back and change it, I would. If I could take it all back. But you can't." I cut her off. "You can't take it back. You can't undo 11 years. You can't give me back my family, my home, my life. You can't give me back the person I was before all this happened. Please," she begged, her voice rising. "Please, just let me get out." She stood there, frozen, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't do this. Please don't shut me out. I'm your mother. I love you." "You need to leave," I said again, my voice cold. "Now. Please, get out of my apartment, or I'll call the police and have you removed." She left the casserole on the counter and walked to the door, her shoulders shaking with sobs. She turned back one last time, her face crumpled with grief. "I love you," she whispered. "I never stopped loving you. Not for a single day." I closed the door in her face. They kept coming. One by one, over the next few months, like some kind of parade of regret. My father showed up at my office, trying to pull me into a hug that I stepped away from. He stood there in the lobby, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides, and tried to apologize. Tried to explain that he'd been protecting his family, that he'd thought he was doing what was right, that he'd been wrong and he knew it and he was sorry. I told him to leave. When he didn't, I called security. My sister sent a 10-page letter detailing her regrets, her guilt, her desperation for forgiveness. She wrote about how she'd idolized me growing up, how I'd been her hero, how she'd been devastated when she thought I'd done something so horrible. She wrote about how she'd tried to convince herself that Vanessa was lying, but everyone else had believed her, and she'd been young and confused and scared. She wrote about how she'd cried herself to sleep for months after I left, how she'd kept my old baseball glove under her bed like some kind of talisman. I burned the letter without finishing it. My aunt called and left voicemail after voicemail, her voice hoarse and broken. She begged me to understand that she'd been protecting her daughter, that any mother would have done the same, that she'd had no idea Vanessa was lying. She said Vanessa had been so convincing, so scared, so vulnerable. She said she'd thought she was doing the right thing. I blocked her number. My uncles sent a joint letter, apologizing for not speaking up, for not questioning the story, for letting the family turn on me. They said they'd always had doubts but didn't want to rock the boat, didn't want to be the ones to call Vanessa a liar if she was really telling the truth. I threw it in the trash without reading past the first paragraph. And through it all, I felt nothing. Just emptiness. Just the cold, hollow space where my family used to be. Because here's the thing they didn't understand, I didn't need their apologies. I didn't need their explanations. I'd spent 11 years rebuilding myself from nothing, and I'd done it without them. I'd learned to live without their love, without their approval, without their presence in my life. I'd learned to be my own family. And I didn't need them now. But they needed me. They needed my forgiveness to ease their guilt. They needed my absolution to make themselves feel better. They needed me to tell them it was okay, that I understood, that I didn't blame them. And I wasn't going to give it to them. I threw myself into work instead. I took on more clients, worked longer hours, built my business into something bigger and more successful than I'd ever imagined. I bought a house in a nice neighborhood, a 2-story place with a yard and a garage and everything I'd never had growing up. I hired employees, rented office space, became the kind of person my younger self would have been proud of. I even started dating. Her name was Rachel, and she was a graphic designer I'd met at a networking event. She was funny and smart and kind, and she didn't ask too many questions about my past. I told her the same lie I told everyone, that my parents had died when I was young, that I'd been raised by distant relatives who I wasn't close to. She accepted it without pushing. We'd been seeing each other for 6 months when she started talking about meeting my family. I kept making excuses, they lived far away, we weren't close, the timing was bad. She didn't push, but I could see the questions in her eyes. The doubts. I knew I'd have to tell her eventually. But not yet. Not when things were finally starting to feel normal. The final blow came 8 months after my mother's visit to my apartment. I received a call from a lawyer representing my aunt. The voice on the other end was professional, detached, like we were discussing a business transaction rather than my destroyed life. Mr. Hayes, I'm calling on behalf of my client, Mrs. Patricia Williams. I understand you've been contacted by several members of your family regarding recent events involving your cousin, Vanessa Williams. I have nothing to say to them, I said, already reaching to hang up. Please, Mr. Hayes, just hear me out. My client wants you to know that Vanessa has been sentenced to 3 years in prison for fraud and filing false reports. The other man she accused has sued her both criminally and civilly. The case has brought everything to light, the pattern of behavior, the lies, all of it. Your name has been cleared publicly. There have been articles in the local paper, statements from the prosecutor's office. Everyone knows the truth now. Good for them. Mrs. Williams would like to offer you compensation for what you've been through. She understands that no amount of money can undo the damage, but she wants to make things right in whatever way she can. She's prepared to offer you a substantial settlement. Tell her to shove it. Mr. Hayes, I don't want her money. I don't want anything from any of them. Is that clear? I understand your anger, but, do you? Do you understand what it's like to have your entire family turn on you? To be 17 years old and sleeping in your car because you have nowhere else to go? To spend 11 years rebuilding your life from scratch while everyone you ever loved acts like you never existed? There was a pause. No, Mr. Hayes. I don't. But my client is genuinely remorseful. She wants to make amends. Then tell her to stay away from me. Tell all of them to stay away from me. That's the only thing they can do that I actually want. The lawyer sighed. There's one more thing. Your cousin Vanessa has requested to speak with you. She says she wants to apologize in person. She's asked me to arrange a visit to the correctional facility if you're willing. I almost said no. Almost hung up and blocked the number and moved on with my life. But curiosity got the better of me. After all this time, after everything she'd done, what could she possibly have to say? Fine, I said. Set it up. The prison was 2 hours away, a squat gray building surrounded by barbed wire and guard towers. I'd never been to a prison before. The security checkpoints, the metal detectors, the way the guards looked at you with suspicion even when you were just a visitor, it was all surreal. Like stepping into a different world. I sat in the visiting room, my hands clenched on the table, waiting. The room was full of other visitors, women with children, elderly parents, a few young men who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, like they were in church. And then she walked in. Vanessa looked different. Thinner. Worn down. Her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she was wearing an orange jumpsuit that hung off her frame like it was 2 sizes too big. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her skin looked pale, sickly. She walked slowly, like every step hurt, and when she sat down across from me, she couldn't meet my eyes. "Thank you for coming," she said quietly. I didn't respond. Just stared at her, waiting. "I don't expect you to forgive me," she continued, her voice shaking. "I don't expect you to even listen. But I need to say this. I need to tell you that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I did to you." "Why?" I asked, my voice cold. "Why did you do it?" She looked down at her hands, twisting them together in her lap. "Because I was scared. Because I was stupid. Because I thought if I blamed you, no one would ask questions. You were younger, you were quiet, and I thought they'd just believe me. And they did. You destroyed my life." "I know." She was crying now, her shoulders shaking. "I know, and I hate myself for it. I've hated myself every single day since then. I tried to tell them the truth so many times, but I was too much of a coward. And then it was too late. The lie was too big. The baby was born. Everyone had already chosen sides. And I just kept going. I kept lying because it was easier than admitting the truth." "Who was the father?" I asked. "The real father?" She looked up at me, tears streaming down her face. "His name was Marcus. He was older, 25. He worked at the gas station near our house. We'd been seeing each other in secret for months. My mom would have killed me if she found out. He wasn't a good person. But I thought I loved him. And when I told him I was pregnant, he laughed. He told me to get rid of it. When I said I couldn't, he said he wanted nothing to do with it. With me. He said if I told anyone it was his, he'd deny it. He'd make me look crazy. So you blamed me instead." "Yes." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I panicked. I knew the family was coming over that weekend for the reunion. I knew you'd be there. And I thought if I said it was you, they'd believe me. You were family. You were there. You didn't have an alibi I knew about. And you were so quiet, so awkward around girls. I thought no one would question it." I leaned forward, my voice low and venomous. "You thought right. No one questioned it. Not one person asked for proof. Not one person wondered why I'd never been alone with you. Not one person checked my time card from work, which would have shown I was there the night you claimed it happened. Not one person asked you for details that would have fallen apart under the slightest scrutiny." "I know," she sobbed. "I know, and I'm so sorry. If I could go back. But you can't. You can't go back. You can't undo what you did." I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. Several other visitors looked over. "You took 11 years from me. You took my family. You took my trust in people. You took my ability to believe that anyone would ever stand by me when things got hard. And you did it because you were scared and you were selfish and you didn't care who you hurt as long as you protected yourself." "I know," she whispered. "I know all of that. And I have to live with it. Every single day." "Good." I turned to leave, then paused. "I hope this haunts you. I hope every single day you spend in here, you think about what you did. And I hope when you get out, you spend the rest of your life knowing that you destroyed an innocent person and you can never, ever fix it. I hope you see my face in every mirror. I hope you hear my voice in every quiet moment. I hope the guilt eats you alive." "It already does," she said, her voice barely audible. I walked out without looking back. The drive home took 3 hours. I drove in silence, no radio, no music, just the sound of the highway beneath my tires. I kept thinking about what she'd said. About Marcus. About how she'd panicked. About how easy it had been to destroy me. And I realized something, I didn't feel better. Seeing her in prison, broken and crying and full of regret, it didn't give me the satisfaction I'd expected. It didn't heal anything. It didn't erase the years of pain or the nights I'd spent wondering if I should just end it all. Some wounds don't close just because you finally get an apology. When I got home, Rachel was waiting for me. I'd told her I had a business meeting, but she'd clearly seen through the lie. She was sitting on my couch with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. "You want to talk about it?" she asked. "Not really." "You want to drink about it?" I almost smiled. "Almost. Yeah. I can do that." We drank in comfortable silence for a while. And then, without planning to, I started talking. I told her everything. The accusation. The family turning on me. The 11 years of exile. The phone call. The truth coming out. The visit to Vanessa in prison. She listened without interrupting, without judging, just holding my hand and letting me get it all out. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "So what are you going to do?" "About what?" "About your family. They want back in your life. Are you going to let them?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Part of me wants to. Part of me misses them. Misses what we used to have. But another part of me, the part that remembers sleeping in my car, that remembers the punch, that remembers being called a monster, that part never wants to see them again." "Those can both be true," she said softly. "You can miss them and still not forgive them. You can love them and still choose not to let them back in. Whatever you decide, it doesn't make you a bad person." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "For what it's worth," she continued, "I think you're the strongest person I've ever met. Most people wouldn't have survived what you went through. And you didn't just survive. You built a whole new life." "It doesn't feel like strength," I said. "It feels like scar tissue." "Maybe that's what strength is. Maybe it's just scar tissue that learned to hold you together." It's been a year since that visit to the prison. My family still tries to reach out, though less frequently now. My mother sends cards on my birthday and holidays, always with a note inside that says she loves me and she's sorry. My father sends emails once a month or so, updating me on family news like I'm someone who still cares. My sister has stopped trying to add me on social media, but she sends letters sometimes, rambling things about her job and her boyfriend and how she wishes things were different. My aunt sent a final email 6 months ago. It said, "I understand if you never forgive us. I understand if you never want to see us again. But please know that we love you. We always have. We just failed you when you needed us most. I hope someday you can find peace, even if it's not with us." I didn't respond. But I didn't delete it either. And I live my life. I have a successful business with 12 employees now. Rachel and I are still together. We moved in together 3 months ago, and she started dropping hints about marriage. I'm not there yet, but maybe someday. I have friends now, real friends who invite me to barbecues and game nights and who've never heard the name Mitchell Carson. I even got a dog. A rescue mutt named Cooper who sleeps at the foot of my bed and greets me like I'm the best thing that ever happened to him every time I come home. It's nice, having someone who loves you unconditionally, without judgment, without the ability to betray you. But I still have nightmares sometimes. Dreams where I'm back in that living room, where my father is punching me again, where Vanessa is pointing at me and crying, where everyone is screaming that I'm a monster. I wake up sweating, my heart racing, and it takes a few minutes to remember where I am. That I'm safe. That it's over. Except it's not really over, is it? It never will be. Because that kind of trauma doesn't just go away. It becomes part of you, woven into the fabric of who you are. Last month, something happened that I didn't expect. I was at a coffee shop near my office, working on my laptop, when a woman sat down at the table next to mine. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. Middle-aged, tired eyes, carrying a worn purse. She looked over at me and did a double take. "Mitchell? Mitchell Carson?" My blood ran cold. "I'm sorry, you must have me confused with someone else." No, it's you. I'm Sarah Brennan. I taught English at your high school. You were in my class junior year." I remembered her then. Mrs. Brennan. She'd been one of the few teachers who'd actually seemed to care about her students. I'd liked her class. "I go by Hayes now," I said quietly. "Oh." Understanding crossed her face. "I heard about what happened. About Vanessa. About the truth coming out." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "I want you to know," she said, leaning forward, "that I never believed it. Not for a second. You were a good kid. Quiet, yes, but kind. I tried to reach out to your family at the time, tried to suggest they investigate before jumping to conclusions, but they didn't listen." "No. They didn't." She shook her head sadly. "I'm so sorry for what you went through. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. And I'm sorry I didn't do more to help you." "It's not your fault," I said, and I meant it. You tried. That's more than most people did. What you've accomplished, rebuilding your life like this, it's remarkable. You should be proud." "Some days I am," I admitted. "Other days I just feel broken. Like I'm pretending to be whole but I'm really just held together with tape and willpower." She smiled sadly. "I think that's called being human. We're all just doing our best with the pieces we have left." We talked for another 20 minutes. She told me about her life, her retirement, her grandchildren. I told her about my business, carefully omitting most of the personal details. When we parted ways, she hugged me, and I let her. It felt strange, but not bad. Like maybe I could learn to trust people again. Someday. 2 weeks ago, I received a letter that changed everything. Not from my family this time. From the other man Vanessa had accused. His name was David Martinez. His letter was short, direct. "Mr. Hayes, I hope this letter finds you. I wanted to reach out because, in a strange way, you saved my life. When Vanessa accused me, I was terrified. I was married with 2 kids. I knew I was innocent, but I also knew how easily people believe lies. I fought back because I had resources, a good lawyer, supportive family, a wife who believed me. But when we started digging into Vanessa's past and found what she did to you, it changed everything. Your story was my proof that this was her pattern. That she'd done this before. Without you, without what happened to you, I might not have been able to prove my innocence. I know that's cold comfort. I know you didn't choose to be the first victim. But I wanted you to know that your suffering wasn't completely meaningless. It helped stop her from destroying another life completely. I also wanted to offer you something. I'm suing Vanessa civilly for defamation and emotional distress. My lawyer says you have grounds for a similar suit. If you're interested, I'd be happy to share my legal team's information. They're good. They're aggressive. And they want to make sure Vanessa pays for what she's done. You don't owe me a response. But if you want to talk, my number is below. David Martinez. I've read that letter a dozen times. I've picked up the phone to call him half a dozen more. But I haven't dialed yet. Because here's the thing, part of me wants revenge. Wants to sue Vanessa, take everything she has, make her pay in every way possible. Wants to drag my family through court, make them testify, make them face exactly what they did to me in front of a judge and jury. But another part of me just wants to move on. Wants to let it go. Wants to stop letting them live rent-free in my head, stop giving them power over my emotions, stop letting what happened define who I am. I don't know which part will win yet. Yesterday was my 29th birthday. Rachel threw me a surprise party, just a small thing with a few close friends, cake, wine, nothing fancy. But it was nice. It was the first birthday in 11 years where I wasn't alone. At the end of the night, after everyone had left, Rachel handed me a small box. I know we said no gifts, she said, but I saw this and thought of you. Inside was a compass. Old, antique looking, made of brass and glass. The kind you'd find in an adventure movie. I thought, she paused, choosing her words carefully. I thought it was fitting. You've been lost for a long time. But you found your way. You found yourself. And now you get to choose which direction to go next. I turned the compass over in my hands. The needle spun lazily, then settled pointing north. Always north. Always forward. Thank you, I said, and I meant it more than she could possibly know. Later that night, lying in bed with Cooper snoring at my feet and Rachel asleep beside me, I thought about that compass. About directions. About choices. And I realized something, I don't have to forgive them. I don't have to let them back into my life. I don't have to respond to their letters or answer their calls or give them the closure they're desperately seeking. But I also don't have to carry this rage forever. I don't have to let it poison every good thing in my life. I don't have to be defined by what they did to me. I can just move forward. Build my life. Love Rachel. Grow my business. Pet my dog. Drink good coffee and read good books and have friends over for dinner. I can exist in the world as Mitchell Hayes, not as the boy who was falsely accused, not as the son who was thrown away, but as myself. Whoever that is. Maybe that's the real revenge. Not making them pay. Not forcing them to grovel. But living well. Being happy. Proving that they didn't break me, not completely, not forever. Or maybe I'll call David Martinez. Maybe I'll sue Vanessa and drag my family through court and make them all face what they did. Maybe I need that closure, that vindication, that public acknowledgement of the truth. I don't know yet. The compass is still spinning. But for the first time in 11 years, I feel like I get to choose where it points. This morning, I woke up to a voicemail from my mother. I don't know how she got my new number, probably the same investigator she hired before. Her voice was shaky, tearful. Sweetheart, it's Mom. I know you don't want to hear from me. I know I don't deserve your time. But your father, he's sick. Cancer. Stage 4. The doctors say he is maybe 6 months. He wants to see you. He wants to apologize in person before it's too late. Please. I'm begging you. You don't have to forgive him. You don't have to forgive any of us. But please, just consider it. Please. I deleted the voicemail. Then I restored it. Then I listened to it again. My father is dying. The man who punched me, who called me shameful, who threw me out of his house, he's dying. And part of me feels nothing. Feels like he deserves it, like this is cosmic justice for what he did to me. But another part of me, a smaller, quieter part, remembers the man he was before that night. The man who taught me to ride a bike. Who helped me build a treehouse in the backyard. Who came to every one of my school plays, even the terrible ones. Who told me he was proud of me. That man existed once. Before Vanessa's lies. Before the family turned on me. Before everything fell apart. And now he's dying. I don't know what to do. I've spent 11 years building walls, protecting myself, refusing to let them hurt me again. If I go see him now, those walls come down. I become vulnerable again. I risk letting them back in, and they've already proven they can't be trusted. But if I don't go, if I let him die without seeing him, without giving him a chance to apologize, can I live with that? Will I regret it in 10 years, 20 years, when I'm older and I've had more time to process everything? I called Rachel at work. Told her about the voicemail. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "I don't know. That's the problem. I genuinely don't know." Then maybe that's your answer. Maybe you need more time to figure it out. And that's okay. You don't owe him anything, Mitchell. Not even a deathbed reconciliation. But what if I regret it? What if you regret going? What if seeing him makes everything worse? What if he doesn't really apologize, or he makes excuses, or he tries to minimize what happened? You can't predict the future either way. You just have to make the choice that feels right for you, right now. She was right. She's always right. I haven't decided yet. My father's voicemail is still on my phone. My mother's number isn't blocked. David Martinez's letter is on my desk. The compass is on my nightstand, needle pointing north. And I'm standing at a crossroads, trying to figure out which direction leads to peace. Whether peace comes from forgiveness or from walking away. Whether I owe my dying father a final conversation or whether I owe myself the protection of staying away. The funny thing is, I thought the hardest part was surviving. Building a new life. Making it through those first terrible years. But it turns out the hardest part is this, deciding what to do with the life I've built. Deciding whether to let the past back in, even just a crack, or whether to seal it off completely and move forward alone. Maybe there's no right answer. Maybe both choices lead to regret, just different kinds. Maybe that's what growing up really is, learning to live with the consequences of impossible decisions. All I know is this, 11 years ago, my entire family turned on me overnight. They believed a lie without question. They threw me away without hesitation. They erased me from their lives like I'd never existed. And now they're on their knees, begging for mercy, begging for forgiveness, begging for a chance to make things right. But the truth is, some things can't be made right. Some breaks can't be mended. Some trust, once shattered, can never be fully restored. And I'm the only one who gets to decide whether that matters. The compass is still spinning. But for the first time in 11 years, I'm the one who gets to choose where it points. That has to count for something. Even if I don't know what that something is yet. Even if I never do. Story 7. My parents called frantically at 3 a.m., begging me to drive 4 hours for an urgent family emergency. When I rushed into their house, still in my pajamas and without sleep, my mother smiled and said, "We're going on vacation as a family. Take care of the dog for 2 weeks." When I asked about the emergency, my father shrugged and said, "We knew you wouldn't come if we told the truth." I just stared as they wheeled their packed suitcases past me. That was yesterday. This morning, I woke up to desperate messages about their cards being blocked and them being stuck, but that was only the beginning. I'm 32 years old. I have a job that starts at 7 in the morning. I drove through the night because my mother's voice was breaking on the phone, because she said please 7 times in 30 seconds, because my father kept saying we need you here like the house was burning down or someone had died. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I ran 2 red lights. I didn't even brush my teeth. And when I burst through their front door at 7:15 a.m., my mother was standing in the hallway in a floral sundress with her hair curled, holding a glass of orange juice like she was posing for a resort brochure. I almost laughed. That's the awful part. For one horrible second, I thought maybe I was still dreaming, still slumped over my steering wheel in some motorway service station, hallucinating the whole thing. "We're going on vacation," she said again, like she was explaining something simple to a child. "As a family. The Canary Islands. We leave in an hour." My father appeared behind her, dragging 2 enormous suitcases. He was wearing cargo shorts and a polo shirt with palm trees on it. He wouldn't look at me. "What?" I said. My voice came out flat. "Dead." "We knew you wouldn't come if we told the truth," he said, like this was reasonable. Like this was something people did. The dog, a 13-year-old spaniel named Chester, limped over and pressed his nose into my leg. He smelled like old carpet and something medicinal. My mother had texted me 3 months ago that he was slowing down. I hadn't visited since Christmas. "You lied," I said. "We exaggerated," my mother corrected, sipping her juice. "There is an emergency. Chester needs his medication twice a day, and the kennel was fully booked." What were we supposed to do? I stared at her. At both of them. At the matching luggage tags shaped like tiny flip-flops. "You could have asked," I said. "You would have said no," my father said. He finally met my eyes. "You always say no." That landed like a fist in my chest. Because he wasn't entirely wrong. I'd said no to their anniversary party. No to the summer barbecue. No to helping them move furniture last April. I had reasons: work, exhaustion, The creeping sense that every family gathering turned into a performance where I played the role of the disappointing son, but in that moment, standing there in my wrinkled pajamas, I couldn't remember a single one. My mother set down her glass. The instructions are on the counter. He gets the blue pill in the morning, the white one at night. There's food in the cupboard. We'll be back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? It's a good deal, she said. All inclusive. They left 20 minutes later. My father clapped me on the shoulder as he passed, a gesture that felt like an apology and an insult at the same time. My mother kissed my cheek and whispered, "Thank you, sweetheart," and I hated how much I wanted to believe she meant it. I stood in their driveway and watched the taxi pull away. Chester sat beside me, panting. It was already getting warm. I was still wearing my pajamas. That should have been the first red flag. I called in sick to work. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't drive back, not yet. I'd been awake for nearly 24 hours, and my hands were still trembling with something that felt like rage but tasted like grief. I collapsed on my parents' sofa and slept until late afternoon, Chester curled up against my feet like a warm, wheezing anchor. When I woke up, the house was too quiet. My parents' house was never quiet. My mother always had the radio on, my father always had some project, a shelf to fix, a drawer to sand, a gutter to clean. Now there was just the hum of the refrigerator and Chester's raspy breathing. I wandered into the kitchen. The instructions my mother had mentioned were written on a sheet of floral notepaper, the kind she used for thank you cards. Her handwriting was looping and cheerful. Chester's schedule: blue pill, arthritis, 8 a.m. with breakfast; white pill, heart, 8 p.m. with dinner; walks, short ones, he tires easily; vet's number on the fridge, just in case. We love you. The exclamation marks made me want to scream. I fed Chester. I gave him the blue pill wrapped in a piece of cheese, which he swallowed without chewing. I sat on the kitchen floor and watched him eat, his tail wagging slowly, and I felt the anger start to drain out of me, leaving something worse behind. Guilt. Loneliness. The creeping certainty that I was the villain in this story, not them. I texted my mother, "You could have just asked." She replied 3 hours later, "You're a lifesaver. Having a wonderful time already. XXX. I wanted to throw my phone across the room. Instead, I opened a bottle of my father's wine and drank 2 glasses while scrolling through photos of them on the beach, my mother in a wide-brimmed hat, my father grinning with a cocktail in his hand, both of them glowing with the kind of carefree joy that felt like a personal insult. That was yesterday. This morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls. My phone was buzzing on the coffee table, vibrating so hard it nearly fell onto the floor. I grabbed it, my heart hammering, still half asleep, and saw my mother's name flashing on the screen. I answered. "What? They've blocked our cards," she said. Her voice was high and tight, nothing like the breezy tone from yesterday. "Both of them. Visa and MasterCard. They say there's suspicious activity, and we can't access any money, and we're stuck at the hotel, and they won't let us check out until we pay, and—" "Slow down," I said. I sat up. Chester was staring at me from the armchair, his ears pricked. "What do you mean, blocked?" "I don't know." She was nearly shouting now. "We tried to pay for dinner last night, and the card didn't work, and we thought it was just a mistake, but then we tried the other one this morning, and it's the same, and when we called the bank, they said there's a fraud alert, and they need to verify our identity, but we can't do that because we're here and not in England, and—" "Okay," I said. "Okay. Let me think." "We need you to call them," my mother said. "You're listed on the account as an emergency contact. You can verify us." I rubbed my face. My head was pounding. "What account?" "The joint account. The one we set up when you were at university, remember? In case you needed money?" I did remember. Vaguely. I hadn't touched that account in over a decade. "Fine," I said. "I'll call them." "Thank you," my mother said, and her voice cracked. "Thank you, darling. I'm so sorry. I know I'll call them," I said again, and hung up. I sat there for a long time, staring at my phone. Chester jumped down from the armchair and nudged my hand with his nose, and I scratched behind his ears without thinking. Something about this felt wrong. Not just the situation, though that was absurd enough, but the timing. The urgency. The way my mother's panic had sounded almost rehearsed. I shook the thought away. I was being paranoid. My parents were infuriating, yes, but they weren't criminals. They were just impulsive and thoughtless, the kind of people who booked last-minute holidays and forgot to notify their bank. I called the number on the back of my father's Visa card. I spent 40 minutes on hold, then another 20 explaining the situation to a woman named Deepa who sounded like she'd heard every excuse in the world and didn't believe a single one. "I can't lift the block without speaking to the primary cardholder," she said. "They're in Spain," I said. "They can't call you. They can use the hotel phone. They don't speak Spanish." The fraud alert was triggered by multiple overseas transactions in rapid succession, Deepa said, her voice maddeningly calm. It's a security measure. I'm sure you understand. I didn't understand. I didn't understand any of this. What transactions? I asked. There was a pause. I can't disclose that information to you, sir. I'm listed as an emergency contact. That doesn't give you access to transaction details. I wanted to scream. Instead, I thanked her politely and hung up. I called my parents back. My mother answered on the first ring. They can't do anything unless you call them, I said. We tried, my mother said. The hotel phone doesn't work for international calls. Then go to the reception desk. We did. They want us to pay for the room first, but we can't pay without the cards. I closed my eyes. How much do you owe them? 800 euros, she said quietly. 800, how is that even possible? You've been there for one night. The room was expensive, my mother said defensively. And we had dinner and drinks, and I don't have 800 euros, I said. We're not asking you to pay for it, my mother said quickly. We just need you to help us sort out the cards. Please. I wanted to say no. I wanted to hang up, pack my things, drive home, and let them figure it out themselves. But Chester was staring at me with his dark, cloudy eyes, and my mother's voice was shaking, and somewhere deep down, I still wanted to be the kind of son who said yes. I'll try again, I said. Thank you, my mother whispered. We love you. She hung up before I could reply. I spent the next 3 hours trying to resolve the situation. I called the bank 4 more times. I spoke to 3 different representatives. I explained the situation so many times that the words started to lose meaning. Every time, I hit the same wall. They couldn't help me without speaking to my parents directly, and my parents couldn't call them. By midday, I was furious. Not at the bank, though their bureaucratic inflexibility was maddening, but at my parents. At their recklessness. Their refusal to plan ahead or think through consequences. Their absolute certainty that I would drop everything to clean up their mess. I gave Chester his lunchtime walk. He moved slowly, his back leg stiff, stopping every few minutes to sniff at something invisible. I stood in my parents' quiet suburban street and thought about how much easier my life would be if I just let them fail. If I let them sit in that hotel room in Spain and figure it out themselves. But I couldn't. That was the problem. I couldn't. When I got back to the house, there was a new message from my mother. The hotel manager says we need to pay by tonight or they'll call the police. Please help us. I stared at the screen. My chest felt tight. I called the bank again. This time, I got someone new, a man named Aaron who sounded younger, less scripted. I explained everything one more time, and when I finished, there was a long silence. That's rough, mate, Aaron said finally. Yeah. Look, he said, lowering his voice slightly, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but the fraud alert wasn't just triggered by overseas transactions. There were some unusual purchases flagged as well. What kind of purchases? I can't give you specifics, Aaron said quickly, but let's just say they weren't typical holiday expenses. The system flagged them as high risk. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. What does that mean? It means someone might be using your parents' cards without their knowledge, Aaron said. Or, they might be involved in something they shouldn't be. The line went quiet. That's not possible, I said. I'm just telling you what the system says, Aaron replied. If I were you, I'd have a serious conversation with them. He hung up before I could ask anything else. I sat on my parents' sofa with Chester pressed against my side and tried to make sense of what Aaron had said. High-risk purchases. Unusual activity. Someone using their cards. My parents weren't criminals. They were annoying and selfish and occasionally infuriating, but they weren't criminals. I opened my laptop and logged into the joint account Aaron had mentioned, the one from my university days. I hadn't looked at it in years. The password was still the same, my childhood dog's name and my mother's birthday. The account balance was £17.32. But the transaction history made my blood run cold. Over the past 6 months, there had been dozens of transfers. Small amounts, mostly, £50 here, 80 there, all going to the same recipient, J. Harmon. I didn't know anyone named J. Harmon. I scrolled further. The transfers had started small, but in the last month, they'd escalated. £200. 500. 1,000. The most recent transfer had been made 3 days ago. £2,000. The account was nearly empty now. Drained. I called my mother. She answered on the 4th ring. Did you fix it? Who is J. Harmon? I said. There was a long pause. Too long. What? J. Harmon, I repeated. My voice was shaking now. You've been sending money to someone called J. Harmon. Who is it? I don't know what you're talking about, my mother said, but her voice had gone flat. Distant. You've sent them nearly £10,000, I said. Over 6 months. From the account I'm listed on. So I'll ask you again, who is Jay Harmon? We can explain, my mother said quickly. It's not what it looks like. Then what is it? Not over the phone, she said. When we get back. We'll explain everything when we get back. No, I said. You'll explain now, or I'm hanging up, and I'm not helping you. Another pause. I could hear my father's voice in the background, low and urgent. He's a financial advisor, my mother said finally. He was helping us with some investments. What investments? I don't, it's complicated. Uncomplicated. He said he could double our money, my mother said, her voice cracking. He had all these testimonials, and he seemed so professional, and we thought, you thought you'd give him £10,000 without telling me. It was our money. My mother said, suddenly defensive. We didn't have to tell you. It was in a joint account with my name on it, I shouted. Chester jumped off the sofa and limped into the other room. If something goes wrong, it's my problem too. Nothing was supposed to go wrong, my mother said weakly. Where's the money now? I asked. She didn't answer. Mom. Where's the money? We don't know, she whispered. The room tilted slightly. I pressed my hand against the arm of the sofa to steady myself. You gave £10,000 to a stranger, I said slowly, and now you don't know where it is. He's not a stranger, my mother said. We met him at a seminar. He seemed so legitimate. What seminar? An investment seminar. At the community center. There were other people there, lots of them, and they all said he'd help them, and you believe them. We wanted to believe them, my mother said, and now she was crying. We're not getting any younger, and our pensions aren't enough, and we just wanted a little extra, something to make things easier, and he lied, I said. My mother sobbed into the phone. My father took over, his voice gruff and defensive. We'll figure it out, he said. How? I don't know. But we will. Are you going to report him? We can't, my father said. Why not? Because we signed something, he said quietly. A contract. He made us sign it before he took the money. It says we agreed to the terms, and if anything goes wrong, we can't hold him liable. I laughed. It came out bitter and sharp. You signed away your right to complain? We didn't read it properly, my father said. Of course you didn't. Don't talk to me like that, he snapped. You don't know what it's like. You're 32 with your whole life ahead of you. We're running out of time. So you decided to throw away £10,000? We decided to take a chance. My father shouted. And maybe it was stupid, and maybe it was reckless, but at least we tried something instead of sitting around waiting to die. The line went quiet. I could hear my mother crying again in the background. Get yourselves home, I said. I don't care how. Borrow money, call someone, sell something. But get home, and we'll figure this out. I hung up before he could reply. I sat in my parents' living room for a long time, staring at the wall. Chester came back eventually and curled up beside me, his head resting on my thigh. I wanted to be angry. I wanted to scream and throw things and blame them for being reckless and naive. But underneath the anger was something worse. Fear. The sick, crawling realization that my parents weren't invincible. They weren't even competent. They were just two frightened people trying to outrun old age, and they'd stumbled into a trap because they were desperate. I opened my laptop again and searched for Jay Harmon. The results were depressingly predictable. A dozen articles about investment scams. Warnings from trading standards. A forum where people shared their stories of losing everything to charismatic con artists who promised impossible returns. One post stood out. A woman in her 60s described meeting a man at a community seminar who called himself James Harmon. He wore expensive suits. He had a website and business cards. He showed her testimonials from satisfied clients. She gave him £23,000. He disappeared 6 weeks later. The post was from 3 years ago. I kept searching. I found more stories, more victims. Most of them were older people. Most of them had signed contracts. Most of them had no legal recourse. James Harmon, if that was even his real name, was a professional. He knew how to choose his marks. He knew how to make them feel special, hopeful, seen. He knew exactly how much to take before disappearing. My parents never stood a chance. They came home 4 days later. I stayed at their house the whole time, feeding Chester, cleaning up after him, trying to figure out what to do next. They'd managed to borrow money from an old friend to pay the hotel bill. They'd flown back on the cheapest flight they could find. They looked exhausted and ashamed when they walked through the door, their suitcases battered, their faces pale. My mother hugged me and didn't let go for a long time. I'm so sorry, she whispered. I know, I said. We sat down at the kitchen table, the three of us and Chester, who dragged himself over to lie at my father's feet, and they told me everything. The seminar. The testimonials. The slick presentation about offshore investments and tax-free returns. The way James Harmon had made them feel like they were smart and savvy instead of old and scared. He said we deserve this, my mother said quietly. He said we'd worked hard our whole lives, and it was time for us to enjoy it. He was right about that, I said. But he was lying about everything else. My father stared at his hands. We should have told you. Yes, I said. You should have. We thought if it worked, we could surprise you, my mother said. We could help you buy a house, or, I don't want your money, I said. I just want you to stop lying to me. They both looked at me, and for the first time in years, I saw them clearly. Not as the invincible parents who'd raised me. Not as the selfish, reckless people who'd manipulated me into driving 4 hours in the middle of the night. Just as two frightened, aging people who'd made a terrible mistake. What do we do now? My father asked. We report him, I said. The contract doesn't matter, I said. He's running a scam. The contract won't hold up if we can prove fraud. How do we prove it? We find other victims, I said. We get them to come forward. We build a case. My mother looked at me like I'd just offered to move a mountain. You'd do that? I'd help you do that, I said. But you have to be honest with me from now on. About everything. They both nodded. We spent the next 3 weeks tracking down other victims of James Harmon. It wasn't easy. Most of them were too ashamed to talk. But slowly, we found them. A retired teacher who'd lost £15,000. A widower who'd given Harmon his late wife's life insurance payout. A couple who'd remortgaged their house and lost it when Harmon vanished. We went to the police. We filed reports. We handed over the contract, the bank statements, the testimonials that turned out to be fake. The officer who took our statement looked tired and skeptical. These cases are hard to prosecute, she said. Even if we find him, he's probably offshore by now. So we just let him get away with it? I asked. I didn't say that, she said. I'm just managing your expectations. We never got the money back. James Harmon was never found. But 6 months later, the police arrested a man in Manchester using a similar scheme. He wasn't James Harmon, the name was different, the face was different, but the method was identical. Our evidence helped convict him. It wasn't justice. But it was something. My parents sold their house last year. They couldn't afford it anymore, not without the money they'd lost. They moved into a smaller flat on the other side of town. My mother cried when they packed up the last box, and my father didn't speak for 3 days. I helped them move. I took a week off work. I carried boxes and assembled furniture and tried not to think about how much smaller everything seemed now. Chester died 2 months after they moved. My mother called me at work, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. I drove over immediately. We buried him in a pet cemetery on the edge of the city, and my father read a poem he'd written about loyalty and love, and we all cried like children. I visit them every Sunday now. We have dinner together, usually something simple, pasta or roast chicken, and we don't talk about James Harmon anymore. My mother asks about my job, and my father shows me things he's fixed around the flat, and we pretend everything is normal. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that phone call at 3 a.m. The panic in my mother's voice. The way my father couldn't meet my eyes when he said, "We knew you wouldn't come if we told the truth." They were right. I wouldn't have come. Not for a favor. Not for a lie. But I came anyway. And I stayed. And I'm still here, every Sunday, sitting at their table, eating their food, listening to their stories. Because that's what you do when someone you love makes a terrible mistake. You don't abandon them. You don't let them drown. You just hold on, even when it hurts, and hope it's enough. My mother texted me last week. Just 3 words, "We love you." I stared at the message for a long time before replying. I know, I wrote back. I love you too. And I meant it. Even after everything. Even now. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I still hear my father's voice in my head, "We're running out of time." And I wonder how much time any of us really have left, and what we're supposed to do with it, and whether love is ever enough to save someone from themselves. I don't have an answer yet. I'm not sure I ever will. 3 months after Chester died, my mother called me on a Tuesday afternoon. I was in a meeting, but I excused myself when I saw her name flash across my screen. Ever since the James Harmon disaster, every phone call from them sent a spike of adrenaline through my chest. "What's wrong?" I asked, stepping into the corridor. "Nothing's wrong," my mother said, but her voice had that careful quality it got when she was about to ask for something. "I was just wondering if you were free this weekend." "Why?" "Your father and I want to take you out for dinner," she said. "To say thank you. For everything you did." I leaned against the wall. "You don't have to do that." "We want to," she insisted. "Please. It would mean a lot to us." I should have said no. I should have made up an excuse, work, exhaustion, anything. But the truth was, I missed them. Not the versions of them who'd lied and manipulated and lost £10,000 to a con artist. The versions from before. The ones who'd taught me to ride a bike and helped me with my homework and made me feel like I mattered. Okay, I said. Saturday? Perfect, my mother said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. 7 o'clock. We'll text you the address. The restaurant was called the Blue Orchid. I'd never heard of it. When I pulled up on Saturday evening, I understood why. It was tucked away on a side street in a part of town I rarely visited, the kind of place with linen tablecloths and candles and glass holders and a wine list longer than the menu. My parents were already seated when I arrived. My mother was wearing a dress I didn't recognize, navy blue with small white flowers. My father had on a jacket and tie. They both looked nervous. This place is fancy, I said, sliding into my chair. Too fancy? My mother asked anxiously. No, I said. It's nice. We ordered drinks, wine for them, sparkling water for me because I was driving. The conversation started awkwardly, full of pauses and half-finished sentences. My mother asked about work. My father commented on the weather. We were like actors who'd forgotten their lines. Then the food arrived, and something shifted. My father cleared his throat. We've been talking, he said. Your mother and I about what happened. I set down my fork. Okay. We were idiots, he said bluntly. And we put you in an impossible position. And we're sorry. My mother reached across the table and squeezed my hand. We took advantage of you, she said quietly. We knew you'd come if we made it sound urgent, and we didn't care how that made you feel. That was wrong. I stared at them. My throat felt tight. We don't expect you to forgive us, my father continued. But we want you to know that we see it now. What we did. How selfish it was. And we're going to do better, my mother added. We're going to be honest with you. About everything. I pulled my hand back slowly. Why now? I asked. Why are you telling me this now? My mother glanced at my father. He nodded. Because we're scared, she said. We're scared that we've ruined everything. That you're only visiting us out of obligation, not because you want to. And we couldn't bear that. I looked down at my plate. The food was getting cold. I do want to visit you, I said finally. But you're right. It's been hard. Trusting you again. We know, my father said. And we'll spend as long as it takes earning that trust back. We finished dinner in silence, but it was a different kind of silence. Softer. Less fragile. When we left the restaurant, my mother hugged me goodbye, and this time, it didn't feel performative. It felt real. Thank you for coming, she whispered. Thank you for dinner, I said. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in months. Maybe things could get better. Maybe we could move past this. I should have known better. The phone call came 6 weeks later. It was my father this time, and his voice was shaking. We need to talk to you, he said. In person. Can you come over? My stomach dropped. What happened? Just come over, he said. Please. I broke 3 speed limits getting to their flat. My mind was racing through every possible disaster, another scam, a medical emergency, a fire, a break-in. When I burst through their door, they were sitting on the sofa together, my mother's face pale and streaked with tears. What's going on? I demanded. My father stood up. He looked older than I'd ever seen him, his shoulders slumped, his hands trembling slightly. Someone came to see us yesterday, he said. A woman. She said her name was Rebecca Harmon. The name hit me like a punch. Harmon? James Harmon's daughter, my mother said, her voice cracking. Or that's what she claimed. I sat down heavily in the armchair. What did she want? She wanted to apologize, my father said. She said she'd only recently found out what her father had done. She said she'd been estranged from him for years, and when she heard about the scam, she started tracking down his victims. And she just showed up here? I asked. How did she even find you? She said she got our address from the police reports, my mother said. She had copies of everything. The contract. The bank transfers. She knew details that only someone with access to the investigation would know. I felt ice spreading through my chest. Did you let her in? They both nodded. For how long? An hour, my father said quietly. Maybe longer. What did she say? My mother twisted her hands in her lap. She said she wanted to make things right. She said her father had died 6 months ago, heart attack, and when she was sorting through his things, she found evidence of all the people he'd stolen from. She said she'd been trying to track everyone down to return the money. I stood up. And you believed her? She showed us proof, my father said defensively. She had photos of her father. Documents. She even had a death certificate. Which could all be fake, I said. My heart was hammering now. Did she ask you for anything? My parents exchanged a glance. She asked for our bank details, my mother said. So she could transfer the money back. The room tilted. Tell me you didn't give them to her, I said. The silence was answer enough. She seemed so genuine, my mother whispered. She was crying. She said she couldn't live with what her father had done, and she needed to make it right. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands. I'm calling the bank. We already did, my father said. This morning. As soon as we realized something was wrong. What happened? She transferred £500 into our account last night, my father said. And then this morning, she withdrew everything. Not just the 500. Everything we had left. I stared at them. How much? £3,000, my mother said. Our rent money. Our bills. Everything. The phone slipped from my hand and clattered onto the floor. I spent the next hour on the phone with the bank, with the police, with anyone who might be able to help. But the answers were all the same. The transaction had been authorized. Rebecca Harmon, or whoever she really was, had used my parents' account details to set up a legitimate-looking transfer. By the time the bank flagged it as suspicious, the money was already gone. These people work in teams, the police officer explained when I called the station. One person runs the initial scam. Someone else comes back later, pretending to make amends, and takes whatever's left. It's called a recovery scam. Can you catch her? I asked. We'll try, she said, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. But these operations are sophisticated. They use fake names, fake documents, untraceable accounts. Most of the time, by the time we figure out what happened, they're already gone. I hung up and looked at my parents. They were sitting on the sofa, holding hands, both of them crying silently. I'm so stupid, my mother said. I'm so stupid. You're not stupid, I said, but the words felt hollow. You're just gullible, my father finished. Naive. Easy targets. Stop, I said. This isn't your fault. It is, my mother said. We fell for it again. We're the kind of people who fall for things. I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell them that anyone could be tricked, that these scammers were professionals, that they shouldn't blame themselves. But the truth was harder and uglier. My parents had been targeted because they were vulnerable. Because they were desperate. Because they still believed, despite everything, that someone might actually want to help them. How much do you have left? I asked quietly. £200, my father said. And rent is due next week. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. I transferred £1,500 to their account without thinking about it. It was most of my savings. I'd been putting money aside for a deposit on a flat. Now it was gone. You can't, my mother started. It's done, I said. Pay your rent. Buy groceries. We'll figure out the rest later. My father covered his face with his hands. We'll pay you back. I know, I said, even though I didn't believe him. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Rebecca Harmon's face, a face I'd never seen but could imagine perfectly. Young, probably. Sympathetic. The kind of person who looked trustworthy. She'd probably practiced her story dozens of times. Perfected the crack in her voice. The tears at just the right moment. I wondered if she knew what she was doing to people. If she cared. Or if my parents were just numbers to her. Another transaction. Another payday. At 2 a.m, I got up and opened my laptop. I started searching for Rebecca Harmon, James Harmon, recovery scams. I found forums and support groups where victims shared their stories. Hundreds of them. Thousands. One post stopped me cold. My mother was scammed twice by the same group, a woman wrote. First by a fake investment advisor, then by someone claiming to be his sister. She lost everything. Her savings, her pension, her house. She tried to take her own life 3 months ago. She's in a care facility now. She doesn't talk anymore. I closed the laptop and sat in the dark for a long time. My parents' landlord was understanding when they explained they'd be a few days late with the rent. But I could see the shift in how he looked at them when I was there to explain the situation. They weren't just tenants anymore. They were problems. Risks. I started visiting them more often. 3 times a week, then 4. I'd bring groceries, help with bills, sit with them while they stared at the walls. They'd aged 10 years in a matter of weeks. My mother stopped wearing makeup. My father stopped fixing things. We're a burden, my mother said one evening. That's what we've become. You're not a burden, I said automatically. Then what are we? She asked. We can't take care of ourselves. We keep making the same mistakes. What use are we? I didn't have an answer. That night, I lay awake thinking about time. About how much my parents had left. About how they'd spent the last year terrified of running out of money, only to lose what little they had to people who didn't care if they lived or died. And I thought about how I'd spent so much of my life avoiding them. Making excuses. Keeping them at arm's length. Because it was easier. Because they embarrassed me. Because I wanted to believe I was different from them, smarter, more careful, less likely to fail. But I wasn't different. I was just younger. And one day, I'd be exactly where they were, frightened and desperate and vulnerable. And maybe I'd fall for something too. Maybe someone would look at me the way I'd looked at them and think, how could anyone be so stupid? The thought made me sick. 2 months after the second scam, my father had a stroke. It was a minor one, that's what the doctor said, as if there was such a thing as a minor stroke. He recovered most of his mobility, but his speech was slower now. Slurred. He got frustrated when he couldn't find the right words, and sometimes he'd just stop talking altogether. My mother blamed herself. It was the stress, she said. All of this. It broke him. It was bad luck, I said. It wasn't anyone's fault. But I didn't believe that either. Stress can kill you. Fear can kill you. And my parents had been drowning in both for a year. I took a leave of absence from work. I moved into their spare room, a tiny space barely big enough for a single bed. I cooked their meals, managed their medications, took them to doctor's appointments. I watched my mother try to help my father get dressed and fumble with the buttons because her hands were shaking. One night, after my father had gone to bed, my mother sat down beside me on the sofa. I need to tell you something, she said. I braced myself. What? We're thinking of declaring bankruptcy, she said quietly. There's no other way. We can't pay our debts. We can't afford this flat. We're just. She trailed off. We're drowning. Okay, I said. Then we'll figure it out. You don't understand, my mother said. If we declare bankruptcy, we'll lose everything. Any credit rating, any chance of getting a loan or a mortgage. We'll be marked for years. But you'll still be here, I said. That's what matters. She looked at me, and her eyes were empty. Is it? The question hung in the air between us. Yes, I said firmly. It is. She didn't look convinced. They declared bankruptcy in March. The process was humiliating, hours of paperwork, interviews with financial advisors who barely hid their contempt, assessments that laid bare every mistake they'd ever made. My father didn't speak during most of it. My mother cried in the car on the way home. We're failures, she said. That's the truth, isn't it? We're failures. You're not failures, I said. You're just people who got hurt. Same thing, she whispered. They had to move again. The flat was too expensive, even with the bankruptcy clearing some of their debts. I helped them find a one-bedroom place on the outskirts of town. It was small and dingy, with thin walls and a persistent smell of damp, but it was all they could afford. When we finished unpacking, my mother stood in the middle of the cramped living room and laughed. It was a strange, hollow sound. Remember when we had the house? She said. With the garden and the spare rooms and space for everyone? I remember, I said. That was a different life, she said. A different us. You're still you, I said. She shook her head. No. We're not. And maybe she was right. Maybe the people they'd been, the ones who'd raised me, who'd believed in second chances and happy endings, were gone. Replaced by these smaller, sadder versions who flinched at every phone call and counted pennies at the supermarket. Or maybe they'd always been this fragile, and I just hadn't noticed. The funny thing, and by funny I mean devastating, is that I kept expecting things to get better. I kept thinking we'd hit rock bottom, and then we'd bounce back. That's what you're supposed to do, right? You fall, you get up, you keep going. But sometimes there is no bounce. Sometimes you just keep falling. My mother was diagnosed with depression in April. My father's speech never fully recovered. They stopped going out. They stopped seeing friends. The flat became a prison they'd built for themselves, and I was the only one who visited. Every Sunday, I'd bring groceries and cook them dinner. We'd eat in silence, the television on in the background, filling the space where conversation used to be. Sometimes my mother would ask about my life, my job, my friends, whether I was seeing anyone, and I'd lie and say everything was fine because the truth was too heavy to add to what they were already carrying. The truth was that I'd burned through my savings. That I was sleeping 4 hours a night. That I'd stopped answering calls from friends because I didn't know how to explain where I'd been or why I couldn't meet them for drinks or dinner. The truth was that I was drowning too. I just couldn't let them see it. One Sunday in May, I arrived at their flat and found my mother sitting alone in the dark. "Where's Dad?" I asked. "Sleeping," she said. She didn't turn on the light. I sat down beside her. "Are you okay? Do you ever wish we weren't your parents?" she asked. The question caught me off guard. What? Do you ever think about how much easier your life would be if you'd been born to different people? People who had their lives together? People who didn't need you to save them all the time? No, I said. But I was lying. I'd thought about it. More than once. More than I wanted to admit. I do, my mother said. I think about it all the time. I think about what your life could have been if you'd had better parents. Parents who didn't mess everything up. You didn't mess everything up, I said. She finally looked at me. In the dim light from the window, I could see how thin she'd gotten. How the skin around her eyes was dark and sunken. Yes, she said. We did. I didn't know what to say to that. So I just sat with her in the dark until my father woke up, and we pretended everything was normal, and I made them dinner, and we ate it in silence. When I left that night, my mother hugged me at the door. Thank you, she whispered. For not giving up on us. I won't, I said. I promise. But driving home, I wondered if that was another lie. How long could I keep this up? How many more Sundays could I spend in that dark flat, watching my parents disappear a little more each week? I didn't have an answer. I still don't. But I keep showing up. Every Sunday. Because that's all I know how to do. Story 8.
That should have been the first red flag, not that night, but years before, when I realized my family didn't just tolerate cruelty. They celebrated it. I'm telling you this now because I need you to understand something. I didn't plan to ruin them. I planned to save my son. But when you're forced to choose between protecting your child and preserving your family, there's really no choice at all. And when that family turns on you with teeth bared, well, you learn to bite back harder than they ever imagined you could. Let me back up. My name is Elena, and for 32 years, I played the role I was assigned. The quiet daughter. The peacekeeper. The one who smoothed over my brother Daniel's violent outbursts, who apologized for my sister Vanessa's cutting remarks, who pretended not to notice when my parents' eyes glazed over with disappointment every time I entered a room. I married young, too young, probably, to a man who seemed kind until he wasn't. When I left him 3 years into the marriage, my mother said, "You always did give up too easily." I was 24 and 6 months pregnant. I named my son Oliver, after no one in my family. That was deliberate. Oliver came into the world with a full head of dark hair and eyes that seemed to observe everything, even as a newborn. He was quiet, thoughtful, the kind of child who would rather build elaborate structures with blocks than knock them down. He asked questions that made me pause. "Mom, why do people hurt each other if it makes everyone sad? Or do you think trees get lonely?" He was sensitive in a way that my family saw as weakness, and sensitivity was the one thing they couldn't forgive. My brother Daniel, 34, unemployed more often than not, with a voice that could fill a room and a fist that had left dents in more walls than I could count, had always been the golden child. Not because he was good, but because he was loud. In my family, volume equaled value. He could show up drunk to Sunday dinner, insult my mother's cooking, and by dessert she'd be laughing at his jokes and refilling his glass. When he got fired from another job, my father would clap him on the back and say, "Those idiots didn't deserve you anyway." My sister Vanessa was different. She was calculated where Daniel was chaotic. She had 2 children, Madison and Trevor, who she paraded like trophies at every family gathering. Madison, 10, was a pageant child with perfect curls and a practiced smile that never reached her eyes. Trevor, 7, was already learning to talk over people the way his uncle did. Vanessa herself was everything my mother wished I could be, married to a successful lawyer, living in a house with a 3-car garage, wearing clothes that cost more than my monthly rent. I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment in the cheaper part of town, worked as a medical transcriptionist from home, and drove a 12-year-old sedan with a crack in the windshield. I didn't go to family gatherings often. When I did, I brought Oliver, and I watched him like a hawk. The night it happened was my father's 65th birthday. My mother had been planning it for months, dropping hints that my absence would be noted. I almost didn't go. Oliver had a cold, and I'd used that as an excuse for the last 3 invitations. But something in my mother's voice on the phone, a brittle edge I recognized as a warning, made me agree. I dressed Oliver in his nicest clothes, khaki pants and a button-down shirt I'd found at a thrift store. He hated the collar. "It's scratchy," he complained in the car. "I know, baby. Just for a few hours. Why do we have to go if they don't like us?" My heart sank. He was 8 years old and already knew the truth I'd spent years trying to hide from him. "They're family," I said, which wasn't really an answer. "That doesn't mean they're nice." I glanced at him in the rearview mirror. His dark eyes held mine. "No," I admitted. "It doesn't." My parents' house sat on 2 acres of meticulously maintained property. My father, a retired school principal, treated the lawn like a military operation. The garden beds were perfectly mulched, the hedges trimmed at identical angles, the American flag hanging from the porch at a regulation distance from the door. Inside, the house was a museum of my parents' marriage, photos of Daniel receiving football trophies, Vanessa in her wedding dress, my parents at various anniversaries and vacations. There was one photo of me, hidden in the hallway near the bathroom. I was 17, unsmiling, holding a participation ribbon from a science fair. Even in that photo, I looked like I wanted to disappear. When we arrived, Daniel was already 3 drinks in, his face flushed and his laugh too loud. Vanessa sat on the couch, watching her children play a video game with the intensity of a coach watching the Super Bowl. My mother flitted between the kitchen and living room, wearing pearls and a strange smile. "You're late," she said when she saw me. "Traffic," I lied. She looked down at Oliver, her smile tightening. "Is he sick?" "He looks pale." "He's fine." "You know Daniel's allergic to children's germs." "If Oliver's sick, he's fine," I repeated. Oliver pressed closer to my leg. I put my hand on his shoulder. Dinner was the usual performance. My father held court at the head of the table, telling stories everyone had heard a dozen times. Daniel interrupted constantly, adding his own commentary, usually at someone else's expense. Vanessa picked at her food and made comments about portion sizes. My mother beamed at them both. Oliver sat next to me, eating quietly. Too quietly. I noticed Madison staring at him from across the table, her eyes calculating in a way that reminded me of her mother. "Why doesn't he talk?" Madison asked suddenly. "He does talk," I said. "He's weird," Trevor added. "Trevor," Vanessa said, but she was smiling. "That's not polite." "It's true though," Madison insisted. "He just sits there like a statue." Oliver's face turned red. I felt his legs start to bounce under the table, a nervous habit he developed. "He's shy," I said. "Not everyone needs to be loud." "That's your problem, Elena," my father said, pointing his fork at me. "You always made excuses for weakness. The boy needs to toughen up." "He's 8. "I was hunting at 8, Daniel said, draining his wine glass. My mother immediately refilled it. Taking down 10-point bucks while kids like him were probably crying over scraped knees. "Not everyone needs to hunt," I said carefully. "Not everyone needs to be a man, you mean," Daniel said, and my father laughed. I felt Oliver shrink beside me. My jaw clenched. "Can we not do this tonight?" "Do what?" my mother asked innocently. "We're just talking." After dinner, things deteriorated. My father opened the expensive scotch he'd been saving, and Daniel switched from wine to liquor. His voice got louder, his movements more erratic. Vanessa's children grew bored with the video game and started running through the house, their mother watching with pride every time they knocked something over. "Energetic," she said, like it was a compliment. Oliver asked if he could go sit in the car. I almost said yes. I wish I had said yes. Instead, I told him to go play in the den, away from the noise. I almost laughed at my own stupidity later. Like there was any room in that house that was away from danger. I was helping my mother with dishes when I heard Madison scream. Not a scared scream, a delighted one. I dropped the plate I was holding and ran. In the den, I found Trevor holding Oliver's glasses. Oliver was legally blind without them, while Madison filmed on her phone. Oliver stood against the wall, his hands out in front of him, trying to navigate. His face was wet with tears. "Give those back," I said, my voice low. "We're just playing," Madison said, not lowering the phone. "Give them back." Trevor tossed the glasses to Madison, who caught them and held them behind her back. Oliver stumbled, trying to follow the sound of their laughter. I crossed the room in 3 steps and grabbed the glasses from Madison's hand. She screamed like I'd hit her, which I hadn't, but it didn't matter. Within seconds, the entire family had crowded into the den. She grabbed Madison. Vanessa shrieked. "I took back my son's glasses that your children stole." "They were playing," my father said. "You're overreacting." "They were tormenting him." "He needs to learn to take a joke," Daniel said. He brought his drink with him. Some of it sloshed onto the carpet as he gestured. "Kid's soft. That's the problem." Oliver had found his way back to me. I handed him his glasses, and he put them on with shaking hands. I could see the red marks around his eyes from crying. "We're leaving," I said. "You always do this," my mother said. "You always make everything about you." "I'm protecting my son." "From what? From family?" She laughed, high and brittle. "You act like we're monsters." "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to," Vanessa said. "You walk around here like you're better than us, like your precious little boy is too good for his cousins. Your children were hurting him." "Oh, please," my father said. If that's your definition of hurt, you've raised a child who won't survive the real world. I took Oliver's hand. His fingers were ice cold. We're leaving, I said again. Daniel stepped in front of the door. That should have been my warning. The way he swayed slightly, the way his eyes had that glassy look that meant he was past rational thought. But I was angry and wanted to leave, and I made the mistake of trying to push past him. Move, I said. Make me. Daniel, I swear. You swear what? He leaned down, his breath hot and reeking of scotch. You'll what, Elena? You gonna hit me? You gonna stand up to me like you never could stand up to anything in your whole weak, pathetic life? Oliver tugged on my hand. Mom, let's just wait. See? Daniel said, straightening up. Even the kid knows you can't. Shut up, Oliver said. The room went silent. Oliver's voice was small, but clear. His hands were shaking, but he looked directly at Daniel. You're mean. You're always mean. And you're drunk. I don't know what I expected. Maybe laughter. Maybe for Daniel to brush it off. What I didn't expect was for his face to contort with rage so sudden and complete that I barely had time to react. He shoved me aside, I stumbled into the wall, and grabbed Oliver by the front of his shirt. Oliver's feet left the ground. You little, Daniel started. I screamed. I grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away. That's when my mother appeared beside me, her hands clamping around my wrists with surprising strength. Stop defying him, she screamed in my face. You'll make it worse. I fought against her grip, but she held on, her fingernails digging into my skin. I watched, helpless, as Daniel slammed my son against the wall. The sound of Oliver's body hitting the plaster was so loud. Too loud. He didn't even cry out. He just crumpled when Daniel let go, sliding down the wall like a rag doll. Blood immediately started dripping from his mouth. I wrenched free from my mother and dropped to my knees beside Oliver. His eyes were half closed. There was so much blood, on his chin, his shirt, the carpet. Oliver, I said, my hands hovering over him, afraid to touch him, afraid I'd hurt him worse. Oliver, baby, talk to me. Behind me, I heard my father's voice, that's what happens to disrespectful brats. He was smirking. I saw it when I looked back. My father was smirking. Then I heard clapping. Actual clapping. Vanessa stood in the doorway, her hands coming together in deliberate applause. Finally, she said. Someone shut him up. Now my kids won't copy his bad behavior. My parents moved toward her like she was magnetic. My mother put her arm around Vanessa's shoulders. My father patted her back. They formed a little circle, whispering to each other, and I caught fragments. Exactly right, should have done it sooner, the perfect child we always wanted. Daniel stood over me and Oliver, breathing hard, his fist still clenched. My mother turned back to us. Her face was composed now, cold. Take that worthless boy away, she said. Each word was enunciated clearly. You're not welcome here anymore. I lifted my son's limp body. He was so light. Too light. His head lolled against my shoulder, and I could feel his breath, shallow but steady, against my neck. I carried him through the house, past my family who stood watching like I was performing in some play they'd grown tired of, and out to my car. I laid him across the back seat as gently as I could. His eyes flickered open. Mom? His voice was barely a whisper. I'm here, baby. I'm here. Are we going home? Yes. Good. He closed his eyes again. I drove to the emergency room. Oliver had a concussion, a split lip that required 3 stitches, and bruising along his ribs and back. The doctor asked what happened. I told the truth, my brother attacked him. The doctor's expression shifted, professional concern becoming something harder. She called someone, a social worker, I think, who asked more questions. Did I feel safe going home? Was there anyone else in the household? Would my brother have access to Oliver again? Never, I said. Never again. They kept Oliver overnight for observation. I sat in a chair beside his bed and watched him sleep. Someone had cleaned the blood off his face, but I could still see it in my mind. I could still hear the sound of his body hitting the wall. I could still see my mother's face, not worried, not horrified, but irritated that I'd made a scene. That's when I made the vow. I didn't say it out loud. I didn't need to. It crystallized in my mind with perfect clarity. I would destroy them. All of them. Not with violence, I wasn't them, but systematically, thoroughly, the way you'd excise a tumor. They'd made it clear I wasn't family anymore. Fine. Then I'd show them what it meant to make an enemy of someone who had nothing left to lose. I started the next morning. First, I documented everything. I took photos of Oliver's injuries from every angle. I saved the hospital records, the doctor's notes, the social worker's report. I recorded every text message, every voicemail. My mother called twice that first day, not to apologize, but to tell me I'd embarrassed the family and blown things out of proportion. I let it go to voicemail both times and saved the recordings. Then I called a lawyer. Her name was Jennifer Martinez, and she'd been recommended by a friend who'd been through a difficult custody case. I met with her 3 days after the incident, Oliver still home from school with his injuries. I want to press charges, I told her. Against my brother for assault. And I want a restraining order against my entire family. Jennifer looked at the photos, read through the hospital reports, listened to the voicemails. Her expression remained neutral, but I saw her jaw tighten. This is clear-cut assault on a minor, she said. The district attorney will absolutely pursue this. As for the restraining order, given the documented threats and your mother's statement that you're not welcome, I think we have grounds for a no-contact order for you and your son. How long will it take? For the restraining order? We can file for an emergency order today. It should be granted within 48 hours. Do it. While Jennifer prepared the legal paperwork, I started digging into my family's lives. It wasn't hard. People who think they're untouchable get careless. Daniel, it turned out, had been lying about his employment situation. He'd been collecting unemployment while doing under-the-table construction work, pocketing cash and not reporting it. I knew this because he'd bragged about it at a family dinner 6 months earlier, laughing about beating the system. I'd filed it away, not knowing then that I'd need it. I reported him to the state unemployment office with dates, locations, and the names of contractors he'd worked for. I included photographs I'd taken at a job site when I'd been guilted into dropping off lunch to him, photos that showed him clearly working, time-stamped and geotagged. Vanessa was easier. She loved social media the way some people love breathing. Every aspect of her perfect life was documented online: her children, her house, her husband's career. What she didn't realize was that she'd also documented evidence of tax fraud. Her husband, Marcus, was a partner at a prestigious law firm. They lived well beyond what his publicly available salary suggested they should be able to afford. I started looking into their lifestyle: the new car every year, the designer clothes, the private school tuition for 2 children, the vacation home in the Bahamas. Vanessa posted constantly about Marcus's business trips to the Cayman Islands. She photographed their investment properties and tagged locations. She bragged about their art collection and how much pieces had appreciated in value. I compiled everything and sent it anonymously to the IRS. Not just photos, but a detailed timeline of purchases, property acquisitions, and income discrepancies. I suggested they look into offshore accounts and unreported assets. My parents were the hardest. They were retired, living on my father's pension and Social Security. They didn't have jobs to lose or businesses to report. Their vulnerabilities were social, not financial. My father had been a principal for 30 years. He was respected in the community, a member of the Rotary Club, a deacon at their church. My mother volunteered at the library and organized the neighborhood watch. Their reputation was everything to them. I started with the church. I wrote a letter, not anonymous this time, signed with my name, to the pastor and the deacon board. I detailed what had happened, included photos of Oliver's injuries, and explained how my parents had not only allowed the assault but had endorsed it. I quoted my mother's words exactly: "Take that worthless boy away." I sent copies to the Rotary Club and the library board. I posted a detailed account on a community Facebook group, including screenshots of my mother's threatening messages and the hospital records. I didn't rant or curse. I simply stated facts and let people draw their own conclusions. The restraining order was granted. Daniel showed up at my apartment 2 days after he was served, pounding on the door and shouting. I called the police. He was arrested for violating the protective order. That arrest triggered an investigation into his unemployment fraud. Within a week, he was being prosecuted for multiple counts of benefits fraud. He faced jail time and significant fines. Vanessa called me, screaming, when the IRS launched their audit. "What did you do?" She shrieked. "I didn't do anything," I said calmly. "I'm not welcome in the family, remember? Why would you think I had anything to do with your problems? You're insane. You're sick. I'm going to. You're going to what? Have your brother assault my son again? Oh wait, he can't. He's not allowed within 500 feet of us." She hung up. 3 months later, Marcus was disbarred. The IRS investigation uncovered not just tax fraud, but evidence that he'd been using client funds to support their lifestyle. He lost his law license, his partnership, and eventually, faced criminal charges. They had to sell the house, the cars, the vacation property. Vanessa's social media went silent. My parents' reputation crumbled faster than I'd expected. It turned out I wasn't the only family member they'd mistreated over the years. My father's rigid, authoritarian approach to school discipline had created enemies. Former students, now adults, came forward with stories of humiliation and excessive punishment. The church quietly asked him to step down as deacon. The Rotary Club stopped inviting him to events. My mother was removed from the library board after multiple volunteers complained about her treatment of them. They tried to rally support, to paint me as a vindictive daughter who'd blown a family disagreement out of proportion. But the photos of Oliver's injuries were damning. The hospital reports were clear. And my family's own words, captured in messages and voicemails, revealed the truth about who they really were. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt hollowed out, like I'd burned through something essential to make this happen. But every time I looked at Oliver, at the scar on his lip or the way he still flinched at loud noises, I remembered why I'd done it. 6 months after that night, Daniel pleaded guilty to assault and benefits fraud. He served 8 months in jail and was ordered to pay restitution. When he got out, he moved to another state. I heard through distant relatives that he was working at a gas station, living in a room above a bar. Marcus was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison. Vanessa divorced him and moved in with my parents, bringing Madison and Trevor. Their perfect house became crowded and tense. Vanessa had to get a job, her first in 15 years, working retail. Madison dropped out of pageants. Trevor got expelled from private school and ended up in public school, where his bullying behavior landed him in constant trouble. My parents lost their social standing, their church community, their friend groups. My father aged 10 years and 6 months. My mother stopped volunteering, stopped going out. They became isolated, bitter, trapped in their house with their daughter and grandchildren who reminded them daily of how far they'd fallen. I heard about all of this through fragments: a former neighbor who ran into me at the grocery store, a distant cousin who sent a carefully worded email. I didn't seek out information. It found me anyway. Oliver healed. Physically, at least. The scar on his lip faded but never disappeared completely. The nightmares lasted for months. He saw a therapist who specialized in childhood trauma, and slowly, gradually, he started to smile again. He started to talk more. He made friends at school. He never asked about his grandparents, his uncle, his aunt. It was like they'd never existed. We moved to a different town a year later. Fresh start, new school, new apartment. Oliver joined the robotics club. He started playing chess. He built elaborate structures with Legos and talked about becoming an engineer someday. One evening, 2 years after that night, Oliver looked up from his homework and said, "Mom, I'm glad we left." "Me too, baby." "Do you ever feel bad about what happened to them?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. Did I feel bad that Daniel had a criminal record? That Vanessa lost her perfect life? That my parents spent their retirement in shame and isolation? No, I said honestly. They hurt you. They would have kept hurting you. I protected you the only way I could. Good, he said, and went back to his math problems. But here's the thing nobody tells you about revenge: it doesn't fix anything. It doesn't heal the wounds. It doesn't give you back what was taken. I destroyed my family. I systematically dismantled their lives, their careers, their reputations. I did exactly what I vowed to do that night in the hospital. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Because 3 years later, I still wake up sometimes at 2 a.m. and see Oliver's body hitting that wall. I still hear my mother's voice, "Take that worthless boy away." I still see my father's smirk. The difference now is that when I check on Oliver in the middle of the night, I find him sleeping peacefully in his bed, in an apartment they don't know the address of, in a town where nobody knows our history. He's safe. He's healing. He's becoming the person he was meant to be, untwisted by their cruelty. Last week, Oliver came home from school and told me he'd stood up to a bully who was picking on a smaller kid. "I remembered what you said," he told me. "About protecting people who can't protect themselves." My family taught him what cruelty looked like. I taught him what protection looked like. I haven't heard from any of them in over a year. The last contact was a letter from my mother, forwarded from our old address. I almost didn't open it. When I did, I found 3 pages of accusations and blame. How I destroyed the family. How I'd ruined innocent lives over a misunderstanding. How I was vindictive and cruel and ungrateful. Not once did she mention Oliver's injuries. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she acknowledge what they'd done. I burned the letter in the sink and washed the ashes down the drain. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder what my life would have been like if I'd just left quietly that night. If I'd taken Oliver home, tended his wounds, and tried to move forward without scorching the earth behind me. Maybe we'd have struggled less financially. Maybe I'd have felt less alone. But then I remember my mother's hands holding me back while my brother hurt my child. I remember my sister clapping. I remember being told my son was worthless. And I know I made the right choice. Because the thing about family is this, the word doesn't mean anything if there's no love behind it. Blood relation isn't a free pass for cruelty. Being a parent or a sibling or a grandparent doesn't give you the right to hurt someone smaller and weaker and then demand forgiveness because we're family. I learned that too late to save my own childhood. But I learned it in time to save Oliver's. That's what I tell myself on the hard days, anyway. On the days when the isolation feels heavy, when I wonder if I went too far, when I question whether destroying them was worth the cost to myself. Then Oliver comes home from school, drops his backpack in the hallway, and tells me about his day. He laughs at a joke his friend made. He shows me a drawing he did in art class. He asks what's for dinner and complains about his chores in that normal, annoying way that healthy children do. And I know the answer. I'd do it all again. Every single time. Because the vow I made that night wasn't about revenge, not really. It was about protection. It was about drawing a line so thick and dark that no one could cross it ever again. My family destroyed themselves. I just handed them the matches. And if that makes me the villain in their story? Fine. I'll wear that badge proudly. Because in my son's story, the only one that matters, I'm the one who got him out. I'm the one who said enough. I'm the one who proved that love doesn't mean accepting abuse. Sometimes I think about running into them somewhere. The grocery store. The doctor's office. Some random street corner. I imagine what I'd say, how I'd feel. Would I be angry? Sad? Triumphant? But the truth is simpler and colder than that. I don't think about them much anymore. They're ghosts of a life I left behind. And ghosts can't hurt you if you stop believing in them. Oliver asked me once if I missed having a big family. Aunts and uncles and grandparents. Holiday dinners and birthday parties with lots of people. No, I said. Because we have something better. We have each other. And we have people who chose to love us, not people who demanded we accept their cruelty because we share DNA. He nodded, satisfied with that answer. Last month, on the 3rd anniversary of that night, I took Oliver to dinner at his favorite restaurant. Just the two of us. He ordered too much food and told me about a coding project he was working on at school. He laughed so hard at something on his phone that soda came out of his nose. He was goofy and happy and completely, beautifully himself. On the way home, he fell asleep in the car. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror, his head tilted against the window, his mouth slightly open, his hands relaxed in his lap. That's when I felt it. Not triumph or satisfaction or even peace. Just this quiet, bone-deep certainty. I saved him. Whatever else I did or didn't do, whatever else I am or am not, I saved my child from people who would have broken him. And honestly? That's all that matters. The vow I made that night destroyed them, yes. But more importantly, it built something new. It built a life where my son could grow up safe. Where he could be sensitive without being punished for it. Where he could trust that I would always put him first. People talk about family like it's sacred. Like blood is this unbreakable bond that should be preserved at all costs. But I learned the truth that night, family isn't about blood. It's about who shows up when you're bleeding. And when my son was bleeding, literally bleeding, they told me to take him away. So I did. And I made sure they understood exactly what it cost them. What I didn't expect was the aftermath that nobody warns you about. The quiet ways that severing family ties changes you, reshapes your bones, rewires your brain. For the first 6 months after we left, I jumped every time the phone rang. I checked the locks on our doors 3 times before bed. I scanned parking lots before getting out of the car, looking for Daniel's truck or my father's sedan. Oliver noticed. Kids always notice. Are they coming to find us? He asked one night, watching me check the window for the 4th time. No, baby. They can't. The law won't let them. But you're scared they will. I sat down on his bed. He was 9 by then, getting taller, losing that little kid softness in his face. I'm being careful. That's different from scared. It looks the same, he said, and I realized he was right. I started therapy around then. Not because I thought I'd done anything wrong, but because I recognized that hypervigilance in myself, that constant background hum of danger. My therapist, Dr. Chen, was a small woman with gray hair and steady hands. She didn't try to convince me to reconcile with my family. She didn't suggest I'd overreacted or gone too far. Instead, she said something that cracked me open: "You're grieving." "I'm not," I said automatically. "I don't miss them." Grief isn't always about missing someone. Sometimes it's about mourning what you never had. The family you deserved. The protection you should have received. The love that was supposed to be unconditional. I cried for 45 minutes straight in her office that day. Oliver was at school. Nobody was watching. I let myself break apart in a way I hadn't allowed myself to since that night, and Dr. Chen just handed me tissues and waited. "They made me believe I was the problem," I said when I could finally talk again. "For 32 years, they made me feel like I was too sensitive, too dramatic, too weak. And I believed them." "Do you still believe them?" I thought about Oliver, safe in his classroom, learning about fractions or state capitals or whatever 9-year-olds learn. I thought about how he slept through the night now most of the time. How he'd started playing soccer and came home muddy and proud. How he'd made a best friend named Marcus, different Marcus, kind Marcus, who came over on weekends to build Lego cities and eat too much pizza. "No," I said. "I don't believe them anymore." But letting go of their voices in my head was harder than I'd expected. I'd catch myself apologizing for things that didn't need apologies. I'd minimize my own needs, my own feelings, automatically. I'd start to call Oliver and then pause, wondering if I was being too protective, too worried, too much. Dr. Chen taught me to notice those moments. "Whose voice is that?" she'd ask when I spiraled into self-doubt. "Is that yours, or is that your mother's?" Usually, it was my mother's. The hardest part was the holidays. That first Thanksgiving after everything fell apart, I tried to make it special. I cooked a small turkey, made mashed potatoes from scratch, even attempted pumpkin pie. Oliver and I ate at our tiny dining table, just the two of us, and halfway through the meal I started crying into my green beans. "Mom?" Oliver looked terrified. "I'm okay," I said, wiping my eyes. "I'm okay. I thought I'd be relieved. Not having to see them. Not having to pretend everything was fine." "Aren't you relieved?" "Yes. But I'm also sad." "Which doesn't make sense." Oliver put down his fork. He looked so serious, so much older than 9. "It makes sense," he said. "You can be happy something bad is gone and still wish the bad thing had been good instead." I stared at my son, this small person who somehow understood complicated grief better than I did. "When did you get so wise?" "I have a good teacher," he said, and went back to his turkey. We built new traditions after that. Friendsgiving with co-workers and Oliver's friends' families. Christmas morning in our pajamas, no pressure to dress up or impress anyone. Birthdays celebrated however we wanted, laser tag one year, a movie marathon the next, a camping trip to the state park when Oliver turned 10. I started noticing other fractured families too. Single parents at school pickup, kids being raised by grandparents or aunts or family friends. We weren't alone in being alone. I made friends with another mom, Patricia, whose own parents had disowned her for divorcing their golden boy son. We traded babysitting and venting sessions, and she was the first person outside of therapy who I told the whole story to. "Good," she said when I finished. "I hope they rot." I almost laughed. "That's not very evolved of you." "I'm not evolved. I'm practical. They hurt your baby. They chose cruelty. You protected him. That's not revenge, that's consequences." Maybe she was right. Maybe I'd been too caught up in questioning my own actions, too conditioned to think I was always wrong, to see it clearly. They'd hurt my child. I'd stop them from ever doing it again. Everything else was just details. But the details mattered to other people. Extended family members, cousins I barely knew, my father's sister who I'd seen maybe 5 times in my life, started reaching out. Some were genuinely concerned, having heard fragments of the story and wanting the truth. Others were clearly fishing for gossip or trying to play mediator. My Aunt Carol called when Oliver was 10. "Your mother is devastated," she said without preamble. "She's lost so much weight. She barely leaves the house. She told me to take my worthless son away and never come back," I said flatly. "She didn't mean it like that." How else could she have meant it? Silence. Then, family spite. That doesn't mean you throw everything away. She watched her son assault my child. She held me back so I couldn't stop it. That's not a fight, Carol. That's abuse. You've always been dramatic. I hung up. Blocked her number. I was done explaining myself to people who'd already decided I was wrong. But those conversations left marks anyway. Little seeds of doubt that would sprout at 3 a.m. Had I gone too far? Should I have tried mediation instead of legal action? Was I punishing them or protecting Oliver? Dr. Chen and I worked through it. Let me ask you something, she said one session. If you could go back, knowing everything you know now, what would you do differently? I thought about it. Really thought. I'd have left sooner, I said finally. Years sooner. I'd have never exposed Oliver to them in the first place. But in that specific moment, when your brother attacked your son, what would you change? Nothing. I wouldn't change anything. I'd make the same calls, file the same reports, burn the same bridges. Because the alternative was allowing them access to hurt him again. Then you have your answer, Dr. Chen said. Oliver turned 11. Then 12. He shot up 5 inches in a year and developed opinions about everything: music, politics, whether pineapple belonged on pizza. He started middle school and came home with stories about teachers and classes and drama that seemed impossibly complicated for 12-year-olds. He never asked about my family anymore. They'd become like characters from a book he'd read once and forgotten. But sometimes I'd catch him touching the scar on his lip absently, and I'd wonder what he remembered. What nightmares he didn't tell me about. What fears he'd learned to carry silently because he didn't want to worry me. One Saturday afternoon, I found him looking at old photos on my laptop. I'd forgotten I'd left it open. He was scrolling through pictures from before: birthdays at my parents' house, Christmas mornings with extended family, Oliver as a toddler sitting on Daniel's shoulders. You looked happy, he said when he noticed me watching. I was good at pretending. Was any of it real? I sat down beside him. The photos showed a version of us I'd barely recognized. Younger me, still trying to fit into spaces that rejected me. Baby Oliver, too small to understand he wasn't wanted. Some of it, I said. I loved you. That was real. Everything else, I don't know. Maybe I loved the idea of what they could have been more than who they actually were. He closed the laptop. Do you think they ever think about us? Probably. But not in the way that matters. What way matters? The way that makes you want to change. Want to be better. They probably think about us in angry ways. Victim ways. Like we're the ones who hurt them. That's messed up. Yeah, I agreed. It really is. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm glad we left. Me too. Even though it was hard? Especially because it was hard. The easy thing would have been to stay and pretend everything was okay. We chose the hard thing because it was the right thing. He nodded, processing. Then, because he was 12 and his brain moved like lightning, can Marcus sleep over tonight? We want to finish building the Death Star Lego. And just like that, we were back to normal life. The life we'd built from scratch, messy and imperfect in hours. I did eventually hear about what happened to them in more detail. Not from them, I kept every number blocked, every avenue of contact closed, but from people who knew them. Small town gossip travels like wildfire, even when you move away. Daniel never recovered from his jail time. His arrest record made it almost impossible to find decent work. He bounced between jobs: construction, warehouse work, anything that paid cash and didn't check backgrounds too carefully. He'd aged badly according to reports, looked 10 years older than he was, the drinking having caught up with him in visible ways. Part of me felt something about that. Not quite satisfaction, not quite pity. Just acknowledgement that consequences are real and permanent. Vanessa divorced Marcus while he was in prison. She tried to stand by him initially, posting vague supportive messages on social media about difficult times and family strength. But when the full scope of his fraud became public, when former clients started filing lawsuits, when it became clear he'd stolen from widows and retirees to fund their lifestyle, she bailed. Changed her last name back, scrubbed him from her social media presence, and moved forward like he'd never existed. She and the kids lived with my parents in that house that had once been a showplace and was now just cramped and tense. Madison, from what I heard, had turned into a teenage terror, shoplifting, getting caught with substances at school, running away periodically. Trevor had become a smaller, meaner version of Daniel. The perfect family Vanessa had tried to curate had imploded, and she had no idea how to handle real parenting, the kind that requires patience and humility and admitting when you're wrong. My parents became those people you see in restaurants eating in complete silence. My father developed health problems, heart issues, diabetes, the stress manifesting physically. My mother stopped doing her hair, stopped wearing the pearls, stopped caring about appearances. The neighborhood they'd lived in for 30 years didn't invite them to block parties anymore. Former friends crossed the street to avoid conversations. I should have felt victorious hearing all this. I'd set out to destroy them, and I'd succeeded beyond my initial plans. They'd lost everything that mattered to them: status, reputation, financial security, family cohesion. But mostly I felt tired. Tired of carrying them in my thoughts. Tired of measuring my life against theirs. Tired of the weight of what I'd done, even if I do it again. You know what I want? I told Dr. Chen one day. What's that? I want to stop thinking about them entirely. I want them to be like people I vaguely knew in high school. Background noise. Not important. Are you there yet? Almost. And I was. Closer every day. Oliver started high school. He joined the robotics team and the chess club. He got his first girlfriend, a smart, funny girl named Zoe who came over for dinner and actually talked to me like I was a person, not just her boyfriend's mom. He got his first heartbreak 6 months later when they broke up, and I held him while he cried and resisted every urge to say all the parent things that don't actually help. He was becoming himself. Not despite what happened, not even because of it, just himself. That was the goal all along, I realized. Not to erase the trauma or pretend it hadn't happened, but to make sure it didn't define him. One night when he was 15, we were watching a movie, some action thing with explosions and terrible dialogue, and a scene came on where a character reconciles with their abusive father. The dad gives a tearful apology, the kid forgives him, heartwarming music swells. Oliver snorted. That's such garbage. Yeah? People don't just change because you want them to. And forgiveness isn't mandatory. That's manipulative. I paused the movie. You've thought about this? Sometimes kids at school say stuff about family. Like how you have to forgive family because they're blood. Or how everyone deserves a second chance. He looked at me. They don't know what they're talking about. No, I agreed. They don't. Do you ever? He stopped, started again. Do you ever wish things had been different? Like, wish they'd been good people so we could have a normal family? Every day. But wishing doesn't change what is. Would you take it back if you could? What you did to them? This was the question I'd been asking myself for years. The one I'd worked through in therapy, journaling, long drives alone. No, I said. Because taking it back would mean putting you at risk again. And I'd burn the world down before I let anyone hurt you. He nodded slowly. Good. Because I wouldn't take it back either. Even though it was hard. Even though we were alone. He reached over and grabbed another handful of popcorn. We're not alone anymore anyway. We have people. He was right. We've built a chosen family over the years. Patricia and her kids. Oliver's friends and their parents. My co-workers who'd become genuine friends. Dr. Chen, in her way. The soccer coach who'd believed in Oliver when he was scrawny and uncoordinated. The neighbor who brought over soup when we were sick. The community we'd woven from people who chose to show up. That's what my birth family never understood. Love is a choice you make every day. They thought blood was enough. That the label of family entitled them to unconditional acceptance no matter how they behaved. But real family, the kind that matters, is built from consistent actions. Showing up. Protecting. Supporting. Choosing each other again and again, especially when it's hard. We unpaused the movie. The reconciliation scene ended with the characters hugging, everything wrapped up neatly in 90 minutes. That's not how it works, Oliver said to the screen. No, I agreed. It's not. Real life is messier, longer, more complicated. There's no swelling music or neat resolution. There's just the daily choice to keep moving forward, to keep building something better than what came before. And some bridges, once burned, should stay that way. Not because forgiveness is wrong, but because some people earn their exile. Because protection matters more than reconciliation. Because sometimes the strongest, bravest, most loving thing you can do is walk away and never look back. I didn't destroy my family because I wanted revenge. I destroyed them because they gave me no choice. And I'll carry that truth, heavy and sharp and absolutely certain, for the rest of my life.
Story 9.
My sister called sobbing that her baby shower was cancelled. I'm too stressed, It's too expensive, so I shipped expensive gifts and wrote heartfelt cards instead. 3 days later, my TikTok feed showed the elaborate reveal, 40 guests, custom decorations, and games I'd helped plan with her months before. Every single family member was there, recording memories without me. As my sister captioned photos, blessed to be surrounded by real family, I said nothing. Until she called frantically about unexpected delivery complications and begged, I need help with the hospital bills, you're the only one who can afford it. I simply replied, ask your real family, and forwarded her the videos, adding that I was cutting off the mortgage payments I'd been making for her since her husband lost his job. And then I watched the fallout. My sister called sobbing that her baby shower was cancelled. I'm too stressed, it's too expensive, and I believed her because that's what you do when someone you love sounds like their world is ending. Her voice cracked on every third word. She kept apologizing, kept saying she knew how much I'd been looking forward to it, kept insisting she felt terrible, but there was just no way. The nursery renovations had cost more than expected. Brett's job search was going nowhere. The medical bills were piling up. I heard all of it through the speaker while I sat in my home office, staring at the spreadsheet where I'd been tracking every mortgage payment I'd made on her behalf for the past 7 months. I'm so sorry, she whispered again, and I could picture her exactly, curled up on that cream sectional I'd helped her pick out, one hand on her belly, mascara probably streaking down her cheeks. I know you were planning to fly in. I know you bought gifts already. Don't worry about it, I said, and I meant it. My heart sank, sure, but underneath that was something softer, something almost relieved. She needed me to understand. She needed me to be the person who always understood. Your health and the baby come first. We'll celebrate after he's born. She exhaled like I'd just lifted a piano off her chest. You're the best sister. Seriously. I don't know what I'd do without you. That should have been the first red flag. I didn't think about it much over the next 2 days. I was busy, the way I'm always busy, back-to-back client meetings, a merger negotiation that kept me up until 2 in the morning, emails that bred like rabbits in my inbox. But I did think about Maya. I thought about how scared she must be, how alone she probably felt with Brett barely functioning and their savings account gasping on life support. So I went shopping. Not just shopping. I curated. I spent 3 hours in that boutique baby store where everything smells like lavender and costs more than my first car payment. I picked out the organic cotton onesies she'd shown me on Pinterest, the hand-carved wooden toys, the cream-colored blanket with her son's name embroidered in sage green thread. I added books I remembered from our childhood, the ones Mom used to read to us before everything fell apart between our parents. I wrapped each item myself, which I never do, because I wanted her to feel the care in every crease of paper. Then I wrote the cards. 4 of them. 1 for each gift box. I told her I was proud of her. I told her she was going to be an amazing mother. I told her that even though I couldn't be there in person, I'd be there for every milestone, every late-night panic, every moment she needed someone who remembered her before she became somebody's mom. I may have cried a little while writing them. Just a little. I shipped everything overnight. $2,000 in gifts, another $150 for shipping, and I didn't even flinch. What's money for if not this? She texted me when they arrived. You didn't have to do this. Followed by a string of crying emojis. Followed by I love you so much. I sent back a heart and went to my next meeting. 3 days later, I was eating takeout sushi at my desk, mindlessly scrolling TikTok while I waited for a contract revision, when my entire world shifted. The video autoplayed. Pastel pink and blue balloons everywhere, cascading down in an arch that must have cost $500 alone. A banner that read "Oh baby." In that trendy hand-lettered font. Tables covered in custom decorations, the exact games I'd helped Maya plan 2 months ago, when we'd spend an entire Sunday on FaceTime brainstorming themes. There was the Guess the Baby food station with the little jars labeled in gold calligraphy. There was the onesie decorating table with fabric markers and mason jars tied with ribbon. And there was Maya. She stood in the center, glowing in a white eyelet dress I'd never seen before, hands cradling her belly, surrounded by at least 40 people. I recognized every face. Aunt Teresa with her phone up recording. Mom holding a champagne flute of what was probably sparkling cider. Brett's entire family clustered around the gift table, which was buried under professionally wrapped presents that made my carefully chosen boxes look suddenly pathetic in my memory. The video was captioned, "Blessed to be surrounded by real family. Baby boy is so loved already." Real family. I watched it 3 times before my hands started shaking. Then I went to her profile and saw the rest. 23 posts from the shower. Photos of her opening gifts while everyone laughed. Videos of games where people shrieked and hugged. A montage of decorations set to some acoustic song about motherhood and miracles. Each post had hundreds of likes, dozens of comments from relatives congratulating her, calling her glowing, saying they couldn't wait to meet the baby. Not a single person had mentioned me. Not one. I should have been in those photos. I should have been the one holding her hand during the games we'd planned together. Instead, I was 600 miles away, sending gifts to a shower that never got cancelled, writing cards that probably ended up in the trash, being the devoted sister who always understood while she posed for Instagram with everyone who actually mattered. I almost laughed. The sound came out wrong, caught somewhere between my throat and my chest. My phone buzzed. A text from Maya: "Baby boy was so active today. I think he knows we're getting close." I stared at it for a long time. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I typed and deleted 17 different responses. Everything from "How was the shower?" to "You're a liar" to "I saw the videos" to things I won't repeat even in my own head. Finally, I just sent back, "That's wonderful." Then I muted her notifications and went back to work. I said nothing for 2 weeks. Not to her, not to my mother, not to any of the relatives whose faces I'd recognized in those videos. I went to the gym every morning at 5 and ran on the treadmill until my legs felt like wet sand. I took every extra shift and client dinner my firm offered. I restructured my investment portfolio. I deep cleaned my apartment. I did everything except think about what it meant that the person I'd loved most in the world had looked at me and decided I wasn't worth including in her happiest moment. But I couldn't not think about it. Not really. It followed me everywhere, while I was drafting contracts, while I was in the shower, while I was trying to fall asleep. I kept seeing that caption. Real family. As if paying her mortgage for 7 months made me what? Fake family? Convenient family? The family you called when you needed money but excluded when you wanted memories? My therapist would probably say I should have confronted her. That I should have called and asked why. That I should have given her a chance to explain. But I knew why. I'd always known why. I was honest with myself. Maya and I had different roles in our family story. She was the one everyone gathered around, soft, warm, perpetually in need of rescuing. I was the one who did the rescuing. The successful one. The one who moved away and built a career and didn't need anyone. The one who could be counted on to understand when she wasn't invited to Thanksgiving because there wasn't enough room or when her birthday got forgotten because things have been so crazy. The one who paid and paid and paid, in money and time and swallowed feelings, for the privilege of being tolerated at the edges of her own family. I was making coffee one morning when my phone rang. Maya's name lit up the screen. I almost didn't answer. My finger hovered over the decline button. But old habits die hard, and somewhere deep in my wiring was still that little girl who'd held her baby sister in the hospital 28 years ago and promised to always take care of her. I answered. "Oh, thank goodness," Maya's voice came through thin and panicked. "I've been trying to reach you. I've been busy." My voice sounded flat even to my own ears. I know, and I'm sorry to bother you, but," she took a shaking breath. "Something's wrong. The baby. They're saying there might be complications with the delivery. They want to do more tests and possibly a planned cesarean, and none of it is covered by our insurance because of the high-risk classification, and Brett's Cobra ran out hand." She was crying now. Real crying, not the performance crying from 2 weeks ago. "And I don't know what to do. The hospital wants a deposit before they'll schedule anything. $20,000. We don't have it. We don't have anything. I know this is huge, I know I'm asking too much, but you're the only one who what?" I said softly. "Who can help? Who can afford it? Please. I'm scared. The baby? Have you asked Mom?" Silence. "What about Aunt Teresa? Uncle Rob? Brett's parents? All those people who were at your baby shower?" More silence. Then, "You saw." I saw. "I can explain. Can you?" I pulled out my laptop and opened my banking app. Pulled up 7 months of mortgage payments. Pulled up the wire transfers I'd sent when Brett lost his job. Pulled up the Venmo transactions for the nursery furniture, the car seat, the hospital bills from her emergency room visit in her second trimester. Because I'd love to hear the explanation for why I wasn't important enough to invite to the baby shower I helped plan, but I'm important enough to call when you need money. It wasn't like that. Her voice had gone small. "Mom said, Mom thought it would be awkward because you're so busy and we didn't want you to feel obligated to come all this way. Awkward. And then it just kind of happened and everyone was asking about dates and we just picked one and You told me it was cancelled. I know. She was sobbing now. I know. I messed up. I was embarrassed. I didn't know how to tell you. But this is different. This is about the baby. My son. Your nephew. Please don't punish him because blessed to be surrounded by real family, I quoted. That's what you captioned the photos. I didn't mean, that wasn't about you. Then who was it about, Maya? No answer. I stared at my computer screen, at the numbers that represented years of being the dependable one, the understanding one, the one who loved her little sister so much she'd let herself be treated like an ATM with feelings. Ask your real family, I said. What? For the hospital bills. For the delivery deposit. Ask your real family. The 40 people who were important enough to include. Surely among 40 people, you can find $20,000. They don't have that kind of money. You know they don't. Please. I'm begging you. I'll do anything. My hand was steady as I opened my email and started a new message. I'm forwarding you something, I said. Videos from your shower. Just in case you forgot who was there. Who mattered enough to celebrate with. Don't. I'm also forwarding you something else. A notice from my bank. I'm stopping the automatic payments on your mortgage. Effective immediately. The sound she made was inhuman. You've had 7 months to get your finances in order. 7 months of not having to worry about losing your house. I think that's more than generous, considering I apparently don't qualify as real family. You can't do this. We'll lose everything. Then I guess you should have thought about that before you lied to me. My voice didn't shake. I felt oddly calm, like I was watching myself from somewhere else. Before you took everything I gave you and decided it still wasn't enough to earn me a seat at your table. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? I want you to understand what you did. I hit send on the email, the videos, the screenshots, the records of every payment I'd made. I want you to sit with the fact that you looked at someone who loved you unconditionally and decided she was worth less than strangers. I want you to feel what I felt when I saw those videos. I was wrong. You're right. I was horrible. But please, the baby. The baby will be fine. Hospitals don't turn away pregnant women. They'll work out a payment plan. Your real family will help you figure it out. I paused. You should go. I'm sure you have calls to make. Please don't do this. Goodbye, Maya. I hung up. My phone immediately started ringing again. I declined the call. It rang again. Declined. Again. I blocked her number. 60 seconds later, my mom called. I answered. Hi, Mom. What is wrong with you? No greeting. Just fury. Your sister is having a medical emergency and you're abandoning her? I'm not abandoning anyone. I'm just not paying for people who don't consider me family. She made a mistake with the shower. She knows that. But you're going to punish her? Punish your nephew? Over hurt feelings? Hurt feelings, I repeated. Is that what you think this is? You've always been so sensitive. So dramatic. Maya looks up to you. She loves you. She loves my money. That's a disgusting thing to say. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, I've given her everything and it's never been enough. Money, time, support. I've paid her mortgage for 7 months, Mom. 7 months. Did you know that? Silence. Did you know that when you were all at her shower? When you were recording videos and eating cake and celebrating without me? Did anyone think to mention, hey, maybe we should invite the person who's literally keeping Maya housed? She was embarrassed to ask you. She didn't want you to feel used. I actually laughed at that. So instead she just used me without asking? You're being cruel. I'm being honest. There's a difference. I opened my banking app again, looking at the numbers. I've given Maya $68,000 over the past year. Not including gifts. Not including the things I just shipped for a shower that never got cancelled. $68,000. And I never asked for it back. Never made her feel small about it. Never posted on social media about what a good sister I was. Money isn't everything, you're right. It's not. That's why it hurts so much to realize it was the only thing about me that mattered. My mother's voice dropped low, dangerous. If something happens to that baby because you were petty, don't you dare. My calm finally cracked. Don't you dare put that on me. I'm not the one who lied. I'm not the one who threw a party and excluded family. I'm not the one who only calls when there's a crisis and a bill to pay. That's not being petty. That's called having self-respect. You're going to regret this. Maybe. But right now, the only thing I regret is not doing it sooner. I took a breath. I need to go. Give Maya my best. Tell her the real family will take care of her. I hung up. Over the next 3 hours, I received 47 text messages and 19 calls from various family members. Aunt Teresa called me selfish. Uncle Rob said I was breaking Mom's heart. Cousins I hadn't heard from in years suddenly had opinions about my character. Brett's mother left a voicemail calling me evil. I blocked them all. Then I poured a glass of wine, ordered Thai food, and sat on my balcony watching the city lights flicker on while my phone continued buzzing itself to death on the kitchen counter. The thing about being the strong one is that everyone assumes you don't break. They pile on, assuming you'll hold it, because you always have before. They take and take, assuming you'll give, because you always have before. They hurt you, assuming you'll forgive, because you always have before. Until you don't. I slept better that night than I had in years. The fallout came in waves. First was the social media offensive. Maya posted a long, tearful story about being abandoned in her darkest hour. About family betrayal. About putting pride before an innocent baby. She never mentioned my name, but she didn't have to. Everyone knew. The comments section filled with strangers calling me heartless. Someone made a TikTok about rich siblings who abandoned their struggling family that got 500,000 views. I was a villain in a story written by someone who'd spent months lying to me. I didn't respond. I didn't defend myself. I just kept living. Second was the financial reality. Maya and Brett's mortgage went into default after the first missed payment. Turns out they'd been barely scraping by even with my help. The bank started foreclosure proceedings. Maya called from her mother-in-law's house, where they'd moved temporarily, leaving voicemails about how I was destroying her family. About how her son would grow up knowing his aunt chose money over his life. I saved every voicemail but never listened to them all the way through. Third was the family fracture. Christmas plans imploded. Aunt Teresa sent a group text uninviting me from her annual party. My mother stopped calling entirely, which somehow hurt more than her anger had. I spent Thanksgiving alone in my apartment with Chinese takeout and a documentary about financial fraud. The irony wasn't lost on me. But something else happened too. I got a call from my brother-in-law's sister, Rachel. We'd met exactly twice, both times at family gatherings where we'd barely spoken. She asked if we could meet for coffee. I almost said no. But curiosity won. She showed up looking tired, wearing scrubs from her hospital shift. I wanted to apologize, she said without preamble. For my family. For how they've treated you. I stirred my coffee, waiting. Brett told me everything. About the mortgage payments. The money you've sent. All of it. She looked at me with something like admiration. You've been supporting them for months while they acted like everything was fine. While Maya threw a shower she claimed she couldn't afford. Your brother lost his job. It's hard. My brother is also a grown man who could have gotten a different job instead of holding out for his exact previous salary. Who could have downsized instead of keeping a house they can't afford? Who could have been honest with you instead of letting Maya lie? She leaned forward. The delivery complications? They're real. But they're also manageable. The hospital offered them a payment plan months ago. Brett refused because he thought you'd cover it. My stomach went cold. What? He told Maya not to take the payment plan. He said you'd never let anything happen to your nephew. That you'd come through eventually because you always do. Rachel's eyes were bright with anger. They've been counting on your guilt. I see. Do you? She pulled out her phone, scrolled, then turned it to show me a text thread. Brett to Maya, stop worrying. She'll pay. She's too soft not to. Maya's response, I feel bad. Brett again, don't. She owes us. She wasn't there for us growing up. This is her making up for it. I read it 3 times. He's my brother, and I love him, but he's using you. Rachel pulled her phone back. I thought you should know that before you started second-guessing yourself. Before the family guilt trips worked. Why are you telling me this? She smiled, sad and knowing. Because I used to be the person everyone relied on too. I paid for my parents' retirement. I bailed out my siblings. I was the responsible one. She gestured to herself. Took me until I was 35 and divorced and bankrupt to learn that you can't save people who won't save themselves. That being family doesn't mean being a doormat. We sat in silence for a moment. The baby? I finally asked. We'll be fine. Maya's at 37 weeks. Even if complications happen, the hospital won't let anything bad happen. Brett's parents are helping with a deposit. They're working out a payment plan for the rest. She paused. They'll land on their feet. They just won't land on yours. After she left, I sat in that coffee shop for another hour, watching people come and go, thinking about all the times I'd confused love with sacrifice. How I believed that if I just gave enough, cared enough, supported enough, I'd finally be important enough to keep. How I'd spent years being Maya's safety net instead of her sister. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Someone had clearly given Maya a new way to reach me. He's here. 8 pounds, 6 ounces. Healthy. No complications. In case you cared. I stared at that text for a long time. In case you cared. As if the entire problem was my lack of caring, not my excess of it. I typed back, I'm glad he's healthy. I wish you all the best. Then I blocked that number too. 4 months later, I got a letter. Not an email, not a text, an actual letter, in Maya's handwriting, forwarded from my old address to my new apartment across town. I almost threw it away unopened. But I didn't. It was 6 pages long. She apologized, really apologized, not the manipulative kind where she explained why it wasn't really her fault. She admitted lying. She admitted using me. She admitted that Brett had convinced her it was okay because you had so much and they had so little. She told me about the baby, about being a mother, about how terrifying it was to realize she'd burned down the most important relationship in her life for money she didn't even end up needing. She said she understood if I never forgave her. That she didn't deserve forgiveness. That she just wanted me to know she was sorry and she was finally getting help, therapy, financial counseling, marriage counseling. That she was trying to become someone worthy of having me as a sister. She didn't ask for anything. That was new. I put the letter in my desk drawer and didn't respond. Another 3 months passed. I got promoted. I went on dates that went nowhere. I learned how to make sourdough bread. I adopted a cat named Ramona who had no interest in anyone's drama but dinner time. I built a life that didn't revolve around waiting for someone else to need me. And then, on a random Tuesday, I was grocery shopping when I saw them. Maya was pushing a cart with a baby carrier clipped into the seat. The baby, my nephew, I guess, though it felt strange to think of him that way, was wearing a tiny orange jacket, sleeping with his fist curled under his chin. Brett walked beside her, carrying a shopping basket, saying something that made her laugh. They looked tired. They looked stressed. They looked like every other young couple struggling with a new baby and not enough money and too many bills. They looked happy. Maya looked up and saw me. The color drained from her face. The smile disappeared. For a second, I thought she might turn her cart around and run the other way. But she didn't. She walked toward me, slowly, like approaching a spooked animal. Brett stayed back, his jaw tight. Hi, she said softly. Hi. She gestured to the carrier. This is James. I looked at the sleeping baby. He had Maya's nose. Brett's dark hair. He was beautiful in that way all babies are beautiful, fresh and unaware that the world is complicated and cruel and full of people who will disappoint each other. He's lovely, I said, and meant it. Did you get my letter? I did. I meant every word. I know. She blinked fast, fighting tears. I don't expect anything. I wanted you to meet him. Even if you hate me. He deserves to know his aunt. Eventually. If you ever, her voice broke. I looked at her. Really looked at her. I saw the exhaustion, the regret, the desperate hope that maybe, possibly, I might not despise her forever. I saw my baby sister, who'd made terrible choices but was trying to do better. Who'd hurt me in ways that still ached when I thought about it too long. I also saw that I wasn't bleeding anymore. That the wound had scabbed over into something harder, tougher. That I'd survived. I don't hate you, I said. I don't trust you. But I don't hate you. She nodded, tears spilling over. That's fair. Maybe someday. I gestured vaguely at the space between us. Not now. But maybe someday. Okay. She wiped her face. Okay. We stood there for another moment, 2 women who shared blood and history and a mountain of damage, both of us holding our respective carts like shields. Take care of yourself, Maya, I said finally. You too. I walked past her, down the aisle, toward the checkout line. I didn't look back. That night, I pulled out her letter and read it again. Then I wrote my own, shorter, more careful, with boundaries drawn in every paragraph. I told her I was glad she was getting help. I told her I hoped she'd build a good life for her son. I told her that if she wanted a relationship with me someday, it would have to be different. It would have to be real. I told her I loved her, but I loved myself more now. I mailed it the next morning and felt something in my chest finally settle. 3 years later, Maya sent me a birthday card. Just a card, no letter. It had a watercolor flower on the front and her signature inside, along with a crayon scribble she said was from James. No apology, no plea, no manipulation. Just a card acknowledging I existed. I put it on my fridge. 6 months after that, she invited me to James's 3rd birthday party. Small, just immediate family, at a park near their apartment. She said I was welcome but would understand if I didn't want to come. No pressure. I thought about it for 2 weeks. Then I bought a sensible gift, books, not expensive, and showed up. Maya looked shocked to see me. You came. I came. The party was chaotic and loud, full of toddlers shrieking and parents chasing and cake that ended up everywhere except in mouths. Brett nodded at me but kept his distance. Mom was there but didn't speak to me beyond a stiff hello. Aunt Teresa pretended I was invisible. But Maya stayed close. Not hovering, just present. She introduced me to James. This is your Aunt Sarah, and he looked at me with big, solemn eyes before shoving a toy truck in my direction. Truck, he said seriously. I see that. It's a nice truck. He nodded and ran off. Maya laughed. He's not big on conversation yet. Give him time. We watched him play for a while, the silence between us more comfortable than it had been in years. Thank you for coming, she said finally. I know it wasn't easy. No. It wasn't. I'm not going to mess this up again. She looked at me with something raw and honest in her face. I mean it. Whatever this is, whatever we're building, I'm not going to mess it up. Good. I'm not expecting us to go back to how things were. I know that's gone. But maybe we can build something new. I thought about that. About all the years we'd been close in a way that was really just me holding her up. About the months I'd spent rebuilding myself without her. About the careful, tenuous thread we were weaving now between who we'd been and who we might become. Maybe, I said. And I meant it. Not because I'd forgiven everything. Not because the hurt had disappeared. But because I'd learned the difference between setting boundaries and burning bridges. Between protecting myself and punishing someone forever. Because sometimes the bravest thing you can do is let someone try again, even after they've proven they can fail you. But this time, I was doing it with my eyes open. With my hand on my own wallet. With my heart guarded by rules I'd written myself. This time, I was doing it on my terms. Maya smiled at me, tentative and hopeful, and I smiled back. A small smile. A careful smile. But real. James ran over and grabbed my hand with sticky fingers. Come see, he demanded, pulling me toward the sandbox. I let him lead me. Behind us, I heard Maya laugh, light and relieved, and I thought maybe, possibly, we might actually figure this out. But if we didn't, I'd be okay. I'd learned that much, at least. I'd learned how to be okay on my own. And that, I thought as James showed me his sandcastle with the fierce pride only a 3-year-old could muster, was worth more than any family that only wanted me when I was useful. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from my friend Vanessa, coffee tomorrow? I need advice on my sister drama. I smiled and typed back, absolutely. I have some experience in that area. Then I put my phone away and focused on the sandcastle, on the little boy whose life I was at the edges of, on my sister watching from across the park with cautious hope written across her face. The sun was warm. The day was ordinary. The damage we'd done to each other hadn't vanished. But we were here, trying, and that was something. That was enough for now. Later, driving home through familiar streets, I thought about the woman I'd been 3 years ago. The one who'd measured her worth by how much she could give. Who'd believed love meant accepting whatever scraps were offered. That woman was gone. In her place was someone harder, wiser, and far more selective about where she invested her heart. Someone who knew the difference between being generous and being a doormat. Someone who understood that you couldn't build real relationships on guilt and obligation. Someone who'd learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is walk away. I'd walked away. And in the space I'd cleared, I'd found myself. Maybe Maya and I would rebuild. Maybe we wouldn't. Maybe that thread we were weaving would strengthen into something real, or maybe it would snap under the weight of everything that had come before. But either way, I'd survive. I'd more than survive. I'd thrive. And that, I thought as I pulled into my apartment complex, as Ramona yelled her greeting from the window, as I stepped into my quiet, carefully built life, was the real ending to the story. Not forgiveness. Not revenge. Not even reconciliation. Just me, finally free, finally whole, finally understanding that I'd always been enough. Even when I'd been surrounded by people who made me feel like I wasn't. Especially then. But life has a way of testing your resolve when you least expect it. 4 months after James's birthday party, Maya called me. Not texted, called. My stomach clenched when I saw her name on the screen, muscle memory from years of crisis management kicking in before I could stop it. Hey, I answered cautiously. Hi. Her voice was steady, not panicked. That was new. I know it's late notice, but I wanted to ask you something before anyone else did. Okay. Mom's turning 60 next month. Brett's mom is planning this whole surprise party thing. She asked if I thought you'd come. Maya paused. I told her I'd ask you myself. No pressure. I know things with Mom are still complicated. I just thought you deserved to hear it from me instead of getting an ambush invitation. I sat down on my couch. Ramona immediately claimed my lap. That's it? You're just asking? That's it. You're not going to tell me how much it would mean to Mom? How I'm being stubborn by staying away? How family forgives? No, she laughed, short and sharp. Because I'm the last person who gets to lecture anyone about family obligations. And because my therapist would murder me if I tried to manipulate you after 8 months of trust building. Despite myself, I smiled. Your therapist sounds smart. She's expensive, which Brett reminds me of weekly, but yeah. She's smart. Maya took a breath. Look, I'll be honest. It would be nice if you came. James asks about you sometimes, where Aunt Sarah? And it's sweet. But if you don't want to be in a room with Mom and everyone who chose her side, I get it. I really do. I scratched Ramona's ears, thinking. Is it a big party? Like 40 people. Brett's mom rented out a restaurant. There's going to be speeches and a slideshow and probably crying. She groaned. So much crying. You know how Mom gets. I did know. Our mother treated milestone birthdays like Oscar acceptance speeches, long, emotional, with a list of thank yous that somehow always managed to highlight who hadn't been grateful or attentive or present enough. Can I think about it? Of course. Party's the 23rd. Let me know by the 20th if you need me to add you to the head count. She paused. And Sarah. Thanks for not hanging up on me. Thanks for not making it weird. I'm trying. It's hard, but I'm trying. After we hung up, I sat there for a long time, weighing options. Part of me wanted nothing to do with it. The part that still woke up sometimes remembering how it felt to see those shower videos, to realize I'd been erased from my own family's narrative. That part wanted to send a polite decline and spend the night doing literally anything else. But another part, the part that had been growing stronger over the past year, was curious. Not about reconciliation with my mother, necessarily. But about who I was now, in rooms where I used to shrink myself. About whether I could stand in the center of my own family and feel nothing but my own solid ground beneath me. I texted Maya on the 19th, I'll come. But I'm leaving if it gets ugly. Her response came immediately, deal. And thank you. The restaurant was predictably elegant, the kind of place where the napkins were folded into swans and the menu didn't list prices. I arrived exactly on time, dressed in a navy dress that cost more than Maya's monthly grocery budget and made me feel like armor. Power clothes for a power move. Brett's mother, Diane, greeted me at the door with a warmth that felt approximately 30% genuine. Sarah. So glad you could make it. Your mother will be so surprised. I smiled blandly. I'm sure. The room was already half full. I recognized most of the faces, aunts, uncles, cousins I'd grown up with and grown apart from. A few people nodded at me. Most looked away quickly, suddenly fascinated by their drinks. Aunt Teresa actually turned her back when she saw me, which was almost impressive in its pettiness. Maya found me within 5 minutes. She was wearing a floral dress that looked like it came from a thrift store, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, James balanced on her hip. He was bigger now, less baby and more little boy, with chocolate smudged on his collar. You came, she breathed, relief written across her face. I said I would. I know, but I thought you might change your mind when you got here and saw, she gestured vaguely at the room full of people who'd frozen me out. Saw the welcoming committee? I reached for James, who studied me seriously before allowing himself to be transferred. He was heavier than I expected. "Hey, buddy. Remember me?" "Aunt Sarah," he said solemnly, then buried his face in my shoulder. "He's shy today," Maya said. Someone told him there would be cake and now he's suspicious of all promises made by adults. Smart kid. We stood there for a moment, the three of us, an island in a room full of people who didn't know what to do with my presence. I felt their stares, their whispers. Heard my name drift through conversations like smoke. "This is weird," Maya finally said. "So weird? Want to hide in the bathroom until Mom gets here?" I considered it. Desperately. But I'm not giving them the satisfaction. That's the spirit. She squeezed my arm. "Come on. Let's get you a drink. If you're going to be uncomfortable, you might as well be buzzed." At the bar, I ordered a gin and tonic. The bartender, a kid who couldn't have been older than 22, made it strong enough to strip paint. Bless him. Brett appeared at Maya's elbow, shifting uncomfortably. We hadn't spoken since the grocery store encounter. He looked older, tiredness carved into the lines around his eyes. Fatherhood and financial stress were aging him in real time. "Sarah," he said stiffly. "Thanks for coming." "Brett." He cleared his throat. "I owe you an apology. Several, actually. For the things I said. The way I treated you. I was wrong." I waited. James squirmed in my arms and I set him down. He immediately ran toward a table with balloons. "I convinced myself you owed us because you had more. That it was fair for you to help because you were successful and we were struggling. I didn't think about what we were taking from you." He looked at Maya, who nodded encouragingly. "I was using you. We both were. And I'm sorry." It was possibly the most words Brett had ever spoken to me at once. "Okay," I said. He blinked. "Okay? I appreciate the apology." I took a sip of my drink. "I'm not saying we're good. I'm not saying I trust you. But I appreciate you saying it." Relief washed over his face. "That's fair. That's more than fair." Maya grabbed his hand, and something passed between them, a look of understanding, of shared work, of two people trying to build something better than what they'd had. It was almost enough to make me feel hopeful. Almost. Then my mother walked in. The room erupted in surprise. And camera flashes and that particular chaos that comes from 40 people trying to be spontaneous in a coordinated way. Mom stood in the doorway, hands over her mouth, tears already streaming. She was wearing a cream pantsuit and the pearl earrings Dad bought her on their 20th anniversary, back when they still pretended to like each other. Her eyes swept the room, cataloging faces, landing on each person with that specific look she had, part gratitude, part calculation of who would be mentioned in the thank you speech and who wouldn't. Then she saw me. Her face did something complicated. Surprise, yes. But also something harder. Something that looked like anger wearing a smile. She crossed the room toward me with the determination of a heat-seeking missile. People parted to let her through. The room had gone quiet, everyone watching this reunion like it was dinner theater. "Sarah." She pulled me into a hug that felt more like a restraint. "You came. Happy birthday, Mom." She pulled back, holding me at arm's length, studying my face. "I didn't think you'd be here. After everything." Maya invited me. Her jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Did she?" "Mom," Maya started. "It's fine." Mom's voice was bright, brittle. "It's wonderful. My whole family is here. Both my daughters." She looked at me with eyes that held no warmth. Even the one who abandoned her sister when she needed her most. The room went silent. I took another sip of my drink. Interesting take on events. "Is it?" She crossed her arms. "Because from where I stood, you punished Maya for a mistake. You cut her off when she was terrified and pregnant and vulnerable. You chose money over family. I chose self-respect over being used. Same thing, apparently, in your world." Maya stepped between us. "Mom, don't. Please. This isn't the time." "When is the time? When am I supposed to tell your sister that what she did was cruel? That she broke your heart? That I lied to her?" Maya's voice cut through the room. "That I excluded her from one of the biggest moments of my life after she'd done nothing but support me? That Brett and I decided it was okay to use her as a bank because we couldn't get our lives together?" Mom's face went pale. "That's not what happened." "That's exactly what happened." Maya's hands were shaking but her voice stayed steady. And Sarah had every right to walk away. Every right to protect herself. Because I treated her like garbage and she looked at our mother with something like pity. You took my side without even asking for her story. I took the side of my pregnant daughter who was in crisis. I wasn't in crisis. I was lying. Maya's eyes filled with tears. I was manipulating her because I knew she loved me enough to believe me. And when she finally stood up for herself, you punished her for it. I don't have to listen to this at my own birthday party. Then don't. I set my drink down. I'll leave. I only came because Maya asked, and I'm not interested in being the entertainment. I turned toward the door. Wait. It was my mother's voice, smaller now. Just wait. I stopped but didn't turn around. I don't know how to do this, she said quietly. The room was still silent, 40 people holding their breath. I don't know how to be a mother to you. I never have. You were always so independent, so capable. You didn't need me the way Maya did. You just handled everything. Fixed everything. I thought that meant you were fine. I turned slowly. I wasn't fine. I was just good at pretending. I know that now. She looked old suddenly, fragile in a way I'd never seen. Maya told me. About the money. About how much you'd been doing. About how we all just took and took because you never said no. I shouldn't have had to say no. You should have noticed I was drowning. You're right. Her voice cracked. You're absolutely right. I failed you. I've been failing you for years. And I don't know how to fix it. The honesty of it hit me harder than her anger had. I'd expected defensiveness, justification, the same old patterns. Not this raw admission. I don't know if you can fix it, I said carefully. But maybe we could start with you treating me like I matter. Like I'm not just the one who shows up with solutions but the one who deserves to be included. To be thought of. To be more than a checkbook with feelings. She nodded, tears running down her face, mascara tracking in dark lines. I can do that. I want to do that. Okay. Okay? Okay. I picked up my drink again. But I'm not making any promises. And the first time I feel used or dismissed or erased, I'm gone. Permanently. That's fair. Diane chose that moment to clap her hands. Well. Now that we've had our dramatic moment, shall we eat? The caterers are waiting. The spell broke. People laughed nervously, moved toward their tables, pretended they hadn't just witnessed a family implosion. But something had shifted. I felt it in the way people met my eyes now instead of looking away. In the way Aunt Teresa actually nodded at me as I passed. Maya grabbed my hand as we walked to our table. Thank you, she whispered. For staying. For saying what needed to be said. I did it for me, not for her. I know. That's why it mattered. Dinner was surprisingly pleasant. I sat between Maya and a cousin I barely remembered who turned out to be funny and kind in going through her own family drama. We traded war stories over salmon and risotto. James fell asleep in my lap during the speeches, his weight warm and trusting. My mother's speech mentioned me by name, actually mentioned me, and thanked me for coming, for being strong, for teaching her daughter about boundaries. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't forgiveness. But it was something. As the party wound down and people started leaving, my mother found me at the coat check. Can we have coffee sometime? She asked. Just us. No audience. I thought about it. About all the times I'd wanted exactly this, my mother's attention, her interest, her effort. About how much younger Sarah would have wept with relief at this offer. About how current Sarah knew that one coffee wouldn't erase years of neglect, but might be a starting point. Maybe, I said. Call me next week. We'll see. She smiled, small and genuine. I'll call. In the parking lot, Maya walked me to my car. James was asleep on Brett's shoulder, his little body slack with exhaustion. So, Maya said. That was intense. Just a bit. Think you'll get that coffee with Mom? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. I unlocked my car. I'm still deciding who I want to be in all of this. Fair. She hugged me, quick and tight. For what it's worth, I like who you're becoming. The version that doesn't let people walk all over her. Yeah? Yeah. She's a little scary, but in a good way. In an I'm not taking your nonsense way. Maya pulled back. Drive safe. Text me when you get home? Will do. I drove home through quiet streets, past houses lit up with other families' lives, thinking about the woman I'd been 3 years ago and the woman I was now. About the distance between wanting to be loved and demanding to be respected. About how sometimes the people who hurt us most are the ones we love most, and that doesn't make the hurt matter less. My phone buzzed at a red light. A text from my mother: "Thank you for coming tonight. For giving me a chance. I know I don't deserve it." I typed back, "Let's have that coffee." "But Mom? I need you to really try this time. Not just say you will. Actually try." Her response came before the light turned green: "I will. I promise I will." I didn't know if I believed her. Didn't know if this was the beginning of something real or just another cycle of hope and disappointment. But I was willing to find out. Not because she deserved it. Not because family meant automatic forgiveness. But because I'd finally learned that giving people chances didn't mean giving them power over my peace. That I could show up, be present, and still walk away if it got toxic. That I could love people and protect myself at the same time. Those things weren't opposites anymore. They were both just parts of being whole. When I got home, Ramona was waiting by the door, loudly offended by my absence. I fed her, changed into pajamas, poured a glass of water. My apartment was quiet, peaceful, exactly as I'd left it. My phone buzzed again. This time Maya: "James wants to know if you'll come to his soccer game next Saturday." I told him I'd ask. I smiled and typed, "What time?" Her response: 10 a.m. Fair warning, he's terrible at soccer. But enthusiastic. Perfect. I'll be there. And I would be. Not because I owed her. Not because family demanded it. But because I wanted to. Because somewhere in the wreckage of what we'd been, we were building something new. Something that acknowledged the hurt while choosing to move forward. It wasn't the ending I'd imagined 3 years ago, sitting in my office watching my family celebrate without me. It was better. Because this ending belonged to me. I'd written it myself, with boundaries as punctuation and self-respect as the theme. With the understanding that love without respect is just manipulation wearing a prettier mask. With the knowledge that walking away from toxicity isn't cruelty, it's survival. And sometimes, if you're lucky, walking away teaches people to do better. To be better. To realize what they lost and decide to earn it back. Sometimes. Not always. But sometimes was enough to make me show up to that soccer game, to have that coffee with my mother, to let Maya's calls ring through to my actual phone instead of voicemail. Sometimes was enough to make me try. With my eyes open. With my guard up. With my self-respect intact. And that, I thought as I climbed into bed with Ramona purring against my chest, was the real victory. Not that they changed. But that I had.
Story 10.
At 9 years old, my parents sold me like cattle, because I was a girl and they only wanted sons. I remember the exact weight of my mother's hand on my shoulder that morning. Not comforting. Possessive. Like she was making sure I wouldn't run before the transaction was complete. My father sat at the kitchen table with 3 men I'd never seen before, and they were looking at me the way people look at furniture they're considering buying. Measuring. Calculating. One of them had yellow teeth and kept clicking his tongue against them, a wet sound that made my skin crawl. "She's small for 9, one said. "She'll grow," my father replied. He didn't look at me when he said it. My brothers, Arjun, 12, and Dev, 14, watched from the doorway. Dev was smirking. Arjun looked away when I caught his eye, but he didn't leave. Neither of them said a word. That should have been the first red flag, but honestly, there had been so many red flags in my life that I'd stopped seeing the color. The men discussed price. My mother's hand tightened on my shoulder every time the number went up, like she was afraid I'd somehow escape and cost them money. I stood there in my torn yellow dress, the only one I owned that didn't have visible stains, and tried to understand what was happening. I'd heard whispers about girls from our village disappearing. Going to work in the city, people said. Sent to distant relatives, they said. Nobody ever said sold, but everyone knew. "Does she cook?" the man with yellow teeth asked. "Enough," my mother said. "She learns fast." I almost laughed. I'd been cooking since I was 6 because my mother refused to feed me if I didn't earn it. Fast learner. Sure. That's what you call a starving child who figures out how to boil rice without burning it because the alternative is going to bed with your stomach eating itself. The negotiation lasted 45 minutes. I know because I counted every minute on the clock above the stove, watching the second hand drag itself through time like it was wading through mud. When they finally agreed on a price, 200,000 rupees, which might as well have been $1 million to us, my father stood up and shook each man's hand. "Tomorrow night," he said. "Have the money ready." The men left. My father turned to me for the first time that morning. "Go to your room," he said. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." I went. What else could I do? I was 9 years old, barely 4 feet tall, and every adult I'd ever known had made it clear that my existence was a burden they couldn't wait to shed. My room wasn't really a room, it was a corner of the storage area with a mat on the floor and a blanket that smelled like mildew. My brothers had an actual bedroom with 2 beds and a fan. I had cockroaches and the sound of rats in the walls at night. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay on my mat and stared at the water-stained ceiling and tried to imagine what tomorrow would bring. The stories I'd heard about sold girls weren't good ones. Domestic servants who got beaten. Factory workers who lost fingers. Worse things that people only whispered about when they thought children weren't listening. My heart sank every time I heard footsteps outside my corner, thinking someone was coming to tie me up or lock me in so I couldn't run. But nobody came. They didn't need to. Where would I go? I had no money, no relatives who would claim me, no skills beyond cooking rice and scrubbing floors. I was trapped by circumstance as effectively as any locked door. Around midnight, I heard the front door open. Quiet. Cautious. The footsteps that followed were lighter than my father's, quicker than my mother's. Then my aunt was standing in my doorway. Aunt Priya was my mother's younger sister, and I'd met her exactly 3 times in my life. She lived in the city, worked as something important, I never knew exactly what, and wore clothes that looked like they cost more than our entire house. She was tall and thin, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that always looked like they were calculating something. My mother hated her. Called her selfish, unnatural, a woman who'd forgotten where she came from. "Get up," Aunt Priya whispered. "Grab whatever you care about. You have 2 minutes." I stared at her. My brain couldn't process what was happening. "Move," she hissed. I moved. I didn't have much, some clothes, a small wooden elephant that Arjun had carved for me before he decided I wasn't worth his time, a photo of my grandmother who'd died when I was 6. I shoved them into a cloth bag. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely tie the bag closed. Aunt Priya grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward the door. We moved through the house like ghosts, avoiding every creaking floorboard. My father was snoring in the bedroom. My mother's breathing was slow and steady. My brother's door was closed. We made it outside. Aunt Priya had a car, an actual car, black and sleek, the kind I'd only seen diplomats driving. She opened the back door and practically shoved me inside. "Get down," she said. "Stay down until I tell you otherwise." I crouched on the floor between the seats. She covered me with a blanket that smelled like lavender and something else, something expensive I couldn't name. Then she got in the driver's seat and started the engine. We drove for what felt like hours. I couldn't see anything under the blanket, could only feel the car turning, stopping, accelerating. At some point, we stopped at what sounded like a checkpoint. Voices. Official ones. My aunt said something I couldn't hear, and then we were moving again. When she finally told me I could sit up, dawn was breaking, and we were on a road I didn't recognize, surrounded by fields I'd never seen. "Where are we going?" My voice came out smaller than I wanted. "Airport," she said. She didn't take her eyes off the road. "We're leaving the country." "What?" "Your parents sold you. They already had the buyers lined up for tomorrow. But I outbid them last night." She glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "I paid them 500,000 rupees for you. Told them I wanted to take you to the city for training, that I'd send them more money once you were earning. They took it without asking questions." My mouth was dry. "But you're not going to." "Of course not." Now she did sound angry. "Do you think I'd pay 500,000 rupees just to turn around and do the same thing they were going to do? I'm getting you out. We're going to Canada. I have citizenship there. I have a house, a job, a life. And now you're going to have one too." I started crying. I couldn't help it. 9 years of hunger and fear and knowing that I was unwanted, that my existence was a mistake my parents regretted every day, all of it came pouring out in the back of that car while my aunt drove and didn't say anything, just let me cry until I was empty. The airport was chaos. So many people, so much noise. Aunt Priya held my hand tight and moved through the crowds like she owned the place. She had papers ready, a passport with my photo, documents that said she was my legal guardian, tickets for both of us. I didn't understand how she'd managed all of this so fast, but later I learned she'd been planning it for months. Watching. Waiting. The moment she heard my parents were planning to sell me, she'd acted. The flight was the longest day of my life. I'd never been on a plane. Never been more than 20 kilometers from my village. Now I was crossing an ocean, leaving behind everything I'd ever known. Part of me was terrified. Part of me was so relieved I could barely breathe. Aunt Priya sat next to me the whole flight, working on her laptop, occasionally ordering food for both of us. Real food. Chicken curry and rice and warm bread and fruit. I ate until my stomach hurt, and she didn't say anything, just kept ordering more when I finished. "You're going to go to school," she said somewhere over the Pacific. "Real school. You're going to learn English properly, and math, and science, and anything else you want. You're going to have your own room with your own bed. You're going to have clothes that fit and food every day, and nobody is ever going to touch you or hurt you or make you feel like you're worthless. Do you understand me?" I nodded. I didn't believe her yet, but I nodded. Canada was cold. It was October, and I'd never experienced weather below 20 degrees in my life. Aunt Priya had a coat ready for me at the airport, thick and puffy and warm. Her house, our house now, was in a suburb outside Toronto. It was small by Canadian standards, she told me later, but to me it looked like a palace. 3 bedrooms. 2 bathrooms. A kitchen with appliances I didn't recognize. A backyard with actual grass. "That one's yours," she said, pointing to the smallest bedroom. "It needs furniture, but we'll go shopping tomorrow." My room. Mine. With a door that locked from the inside. The first few months were hard in ways I didn't expect. Learning English was brutal. The other kids at school stared at me, whispered about me, asked questions I didn't know how to answer. "Where are you from? Why do you live with your aunt? Where are your parents?" I learned to lie. To say my parents died. It was easier than the truth. Aunt Priya worked long hours as an engineer for some tech company, but she always made time for me. She helped with homework. She taught me to cook Canadian food. She took me shopping for clothes and school supplies and books. She signed me up for swimming lessons because she said every child should know how to swim. She never asked me to be grateful. Never held the rescue over my head. She just gave me a life. The nightmares were the worst part. I'd wake up screaming, convinced I was back in that storage corner, that the men with yellow teeth were coming to collect me. Aunt Priya would come into my room and sit on the edge of my bed and talk to me until the fear subsided. She never told me to get over it. Never said I was safe now so I should stop being scared. She just waited with me until the terror passed. Years went by. I grew. I learned. I became someone new, someone who laughed easily, who had friends, who got good grades, who believed in a future that didn't involve servitude or pain. Aunt Priya pushed me hard academically, but not cruelly. She expected excellence because she knew I was capable of it, and somehow that belief became self-fulfilling. I was capable. I was smart. I was worth something beyond what someone would pay for me. I graduated high school with honors. Got accepted to the University of Toronto for computer science. Aunt Priya cried at my graduation, the only time I ever saw her cry. She'd given me everything, and asked for nothing in return except that I build a good life. I was in my second year of university when she got sick. The diagnosis came fast and brutal, stage 4 pancreatic cancer. The doctor gave her 6 months. She lasted 4. Those 4 months were a nightmare of hospitals and treatments and watching the strongest person I'd ever known waste away to nothing. She kept working almost until the end, kept insisting she was fine, kept trying to take care of me even when she could barely stand. I dropped out of school for the semester to take care of her. Drove her to appointments. Made sure she ate. Held her hand when the pain got so bad she couldn't speak. "You've been the best thing in my life," she told me 3 days before she died. We were in her bedroom, the one with a big window that looked out on the garden she'd never had time to properly tend. "Saving you saved me too. Made everything worth something." "Don't talk like that," I said. "You're going to stop." Her voice was gentle but firm. "I need you to listen. I've left everything to you. The house, my savings, my investments, everything. It's all in order. The lawyers have the papers. You're going to be fine financially. Better than fine. I don't care about the money. I know. That's why I'm giving it to you." She squeezed my hand with what little strength she had left. "Promise me you'll finish school. Promise me you'll build something beautiful with your life. Promise me you won't let them take it from you." I didn't have to ask who them was. I'd never told her about the nightmares where my parents found me, tracked me down, demanded I come back. She knew anyway. "I promise," I said. She died the following Tuesday at 3:47 a.m. I was holding her hand. One moment she was breathing, and the next she wasn't, and the person who'd given me everything was just gone. The funeral was small. Some colleagues from her work, a few neighbors, me. I stood there in a black dress I'd bought 2 days earlier and listened to people talk about what a brilliant engineer she was, what a dedicated professional, what a private person. Nobody mentioned me. Nobody knew the whole story. That was fine. It was private. It was ours. The lawyer handling the estate called me a week later. The numbers he quoted made my head spin. The house was paid off and worth nearly $1 million. Her investment portfolio was worth another $2 million. Her savings and life insurance brought the total to just over $4 million. I was 21 years old, and I'd just inherited enough money to never have to worry about anything again. Your aunt was very clear in her instructions, the lawyer said. Everything goes to you, no conditions, no restrictions. She wanted you to have complete freedom. That night, I sat in her house, my house now, and cried until I couldn't breathe. Not because of the money. Because she was gone, and I'd never properly told her what she meant to me, and now it was too late. The doorbell rang at 10 p.m. I almost didn't answer. I was exhausted, emotionally destroyed, in no state to deal with anyone. But something made me get up, made me walk to the door, made me look through the peephole. My father stood on the porch, smiling like a game show host. My mother was next to him, wearing a sari I didn't recognize and enough jewelry to make her clink when she moved. Behind them were my brothers, men now, both of them, strangers with familiar faces. My heart stopped. Actually stopped for a second, then started again with a painful jolt that made my chest ache. I opened the door because I was too shocked to do anything else. My father's smile widened. There she is. All grown up. How did you find me? My voice sounded distant, like it was coming from somewhere else. You're not that hard to find, my mother said. Not when you're suddenly worth millions. Her eyes swept over me, cold and calculating. You've done well for yourself. I need you to leave. I tried to close the door. My father shoved past me before I could, forcing his way into the entryway. The others followed like he'd given them permission. Suddenly they were all inside, in Aunt Priya's house, contaminating the space she'd made safe for me. Now, don't be rude, my father said. We've come a long way to see you. You sold me. The words came out flat. Emotionless. When I was 9 years old, you sold me to strange men. You don't get to be here. That was different, my mother said. She was looking around the house with open envy, pricing everything with her eyes. That was when we had no money, when we were desperate. We had to make hard choices. You chose to sell your daughter. We chose to give you an opportunity, my father corrected. His voice had that reasonable tone that probably worked on other people, people who didn't know him. Your aunt intercepted that opportunity, which was very presumptuous of her, but ultimately it worked out well for you. And now you want money. I cut straight to it. That's why you're here. You heard about the inheritance and you want a cut. Not a cut, my mother said. It's rightfully ours. Priya was my sister. Whatever she had should have gone to me, not to you. You're just what? Just the child you sold? Just the mistake you tried to get rid of? Don't be dramatic, my father said. He moved deeper into the house, examining everything like he was planning where to put his own furniture. Priya obviously felt guilty about taking you without our permission, so she left you money to assuage that guilt. But family money should stay in the family. We're your family. The laughter that burst out of me was painful. You stopped being my family the day you took money from strangers in exchange for me. Ungrateful, my mother hissed. After everything we did for you, you did nothing for me. You starved me, you made me sleep in a storage closet, you told me every day that I was worthless, and then you sold me like I was livestock. We fed you, my father said. We kept a roof over your head. We gave you life, and then you tried to take it away. My brothers hadn't said anything yet. Dev was looking uncomfortable, like he wanted to be anywhere else. Arjun was staring at a family photo on the wall, me and Aunt Priya at my high school graduation, both of us grinning. Look, my father said, and now his voice had an edge to it. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. You have money that should be in our family. You're going to transfer it to us, or what? Finally, you're worth something, he said, and his smile was all teeth now, nothing warm in it. Hand it over. My mother stepped closer. Don't pretend you deserve a penny, you were always our biggest mistake. But Priya's money belongs to her real family. Her sister. Her blood. Not some charity case she felt sorry for. Some charity case? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm your daughter. You're an expense we couldn't afford, my mother snapped. An extra mouth, a burden, a disappointment from the day you were born. We did what we had to do. Now you do what you have to do and give us what's ours. Dev laughed. Actually laughed. Guess she's good for something after all. Arjun finally spoke. Dev, shut up. His voice was quiet, but Dev stopped. Arjun looked at me. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Don't start, my father warned him. She's right, Arjun said. We sold her. We took money from men who probably would have, he stopped. Swallowed. We took money and we let them take her. Aunt Priya saved her. Whatever Aunt Priya left her, she earned it by surviving us. You ungrateful, my mother started. I'm not ungrateful, Arjun said. I'm ashamed. I've been ashamed for 12 years. He looked at me again. I'm sorry. I should have said something. I should have done something. I was a kid and I was scared, and those aren't good enough excuses, but they're all I have. The silence that followed was terrible. My father broke it. Enough of this. We're taking what we came for. He pulled a folder from his jacket, slapped it on the entry table. These are transfer papers. You're going to sign them, and you're going to transfer 75% of everything Priya left you into our accounts. That's more than fair, we're letting you keep a quarter of it. How generous, I said. My mother's eyes turned to ice. Sign it now, or we'll make you wish your aunt never saved you. There it was. The thread I'd been waiting for. The final proof that nothing had changed, that they saw me exactly the same way they always had, as something they could use, hurt, or discard based on what benefited them. I looked at them all, really looked. My father, who'd sold me without hesitation. My mother, who'd gripped my shoulder possessively while men discussed my price. Dev, who thought this was all some kind of joke. Arjun, who'd finally found his conscience 12 years too late. I picked up the folder. Opened it. Looked at the transfer papers they'd somehow had drawn up, papers that would sign away everything Aunt Priya had built, everything she'd left me to keep me safe and free. No, I said. What? My father's face started to redden. No. I'm not signing anything. I'm not giving you anything. You are going to leave this house, and you are never going to contact me again, or I'm going to the police with a very detailed story about child trafficking and attempted extortion. You can't prove anything, my mother started. I have documents, I said. Aunt Priya kept everything. The records of the payment she made you. The emails where you discussed selling me. The photos she took of my bruises before we left. The recorded conversation where my father told her I was dead to you anyway after she took me. She was an engineer, and she documented everything. She also set up a dead man switch. If anything happens to me, everything goes to the police and the media automatically. Every email. Every photo. Every piece of evidence. Your names, your faces, everything. I was lying through my teeth. Aunt Priya had kept some records, but nothing that extensive. But they didn't know that. They believed it because it sounded like something Priya would do, because they were guilty and paranoid and suddenly unsure. So here's what's going to happen, I continued. You're going to leave. You're going to go back to wherever you came from. You're going to forget I exist. And if you ever try to contact me again, if you ever try to claim I owe you anything, if you ever even speak my name, I will burn your lives to the ground. I will make sure everyone knows what you did. Your neighbors, your employers, your friends. I will make sure the whole world knows that you sold your 9-year-old daughter and then tried to steal from her after the aunt who saved her died. You wouldn't, my father said, but his voice wavered. Try me. The standoff lasted maybe 30 seconds. It felt like hours. Finally, my father grabbed the folder and shoved it back in his jacket. This isn't over, he said. Yes, it is. My mother's face was twisted with fury. You think you're better than us. I don't think. I know. I'm better than you because I would never do to a child what you did to me. Now get out of my house. They left. Dev went first, practically running. My mother followed, spitting curses under her breath. My father paused at the door, looked back at me like he was going to say something else, then thought better of it and left. Arjun was the last one. He stood in the doorway for a moment. I really am sorry, he said quietly. I know. For what it's worth, I'm glad you made it out. I'm glad you're okay. I'm not okay, I said. But I'm alive, and I'm free, and that's more than I would have been if you'd had your way. He nodded. Started to leave. Turned back. They won't stop, you know. They'll find another angle. Another threat. They need the money too much. Then I'll deal with them again. You might have to do more than threaten. I know. He left. I closed the door, locked it, and slid down until I was sitting on the floor with my back against it. Then I called on Priya's lawyer. I need you to do something for me, I said when he answered. I need you to document a visit I just received. I need you to put legal barriers in place. Restraining orders, cease and desist letters, whatever you can do. And I need you to compile everything we have on record about my childhood and the circumstances of my adoption. May I ask why? Because they came for the money, and when that didn't work, they'll come for something else. And I need to be ready. He didn't ask questions. Just said he'd start in the morning. That night, I sat in Aunt Priya's bedroom, my bedroom now, and looked at the garden she'd never had time to tend. The house was silent. Safe. Mine. But it didn't feel safe anymore. It felt contaminated. They'd been here. They'd stood in the space she'd created for me and tried to take it away. The rage came later. Not the hot, explosive kind. The cold, calculating kind. The kind that made me think clearly and plan carefully. I spent the next 6 weeks building a case. The lawyer helped. We found more than I expected. Emails between my parents and other families discussing excess daughters. Messages in chat groups where they shared tips on getting the best price. My mother's own sister, another aunt I'd never met, had sold her daughter the year before I was born. It was a pattern. A business. And they'd done it openly enough that the digital trail was extensive. I sent copies of everything to law enforcement in India. To child protection agencies. To journalists who specialized in human trafficking stories. I didn't want money from them, I wanted consequences. The story broke 3 months after Aunt Priya's death. National news in India. Child trafficking ring exposed. My parents' faces were plastered everywhere. The arrests came quickly. My father, my mother, Dev, who'd helped facilitate 2 sales after mine. Arjun wasn't charged, he cooperated with authorities, provided testimony, burned his family to save himself. I watched the news coverage from my house in Canada. Saw my father being led away in handcuffs. Saw my mother screaming at reporters that her daughters had it coming, that they couldn't afford to keep them, that she'd done nothing wrong. Saw Dev crying, claiming he didn't know it was illegal, that he was just following orders. I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no relief, no vindication. Just emptiness. The messages started after that. From Arjun. From distant relatives who'd never cared about me before. From lawyers representing my parents, begging for financial help with legal fees. From cousins I'd never met claiming I had an obligation to family. I blocked them all. I finished my degree. Graduated with honors. Got a job at a tech company doing security work. Bought a smaller house in a different neighborhood, one without the memories. I sold Aunt Priya's house and donated half the proceeds to organizations that fought child trafficking. The other half I used to set up a scholarship fund for girls in situations like mine, girls who needed an escape and a second chance. I still dream about them sometimes. About the men with yellow teeth. About my mother's hand on my shoulder. About my father's voice saying I was finally worth something. I wake up gasping, convinced I'm back in that storage corner, that the auction is tomorrow, that nobody's coming to save me. But then I remember. I remember the car ride to the airport. The flight across an ocean. The bedroom with a door that locked from the inside. Aunt Priya sitting on the edge of my bed, waiting with me until the terror passed. I remember that I survived. That I built something. That I'm free. The nightmares don't stop, but they're not as frequent anymore. The anger doesn't disappear, but it's not as sharp. I carry what happened to me, the weight of being worth 200,000 rupees, the knowledge that my parents loved money more than they loved me, the memory of every hungry night and every moment I believed I deserved nothing. But I also carry what Aunt Priya gave me. The chance to become someone new. The freedom to choose my own life. The understanding that family isn't about blood, it's about who stays when staying is hard, who saves you when you need saving, who builds a home in the wreckage and hands you the keys. I'm 24 now. I have a career, a house, a life. I have friends who don't know my story and friends who do. I have a therapist who helps me untangle the knots of trauma. I have possibilities. My parents are in prison. Deb is in prison. They'll be there for years. Arjun sends me messages sometimes, apologies, updates, requests to talk. I don't respond. Maybe someday I will. Maybe someday I'll have the capacity to forgive him for being a scared kid who didn't know how to be brave. But not yet. Not while the wounds are still this raw. The thing nobody tells you about surviving something like this is that you don't stop surviving. It's not a one-time event. You survive it every day. You survive it every time someone asks about your family and you have to decide how much truth to tell. You survive it every time you look in the mirror and wonder if you're worth more than the price they put on you. You survive it every time you make a choice and wonder if you're choosing freedom or just running from ghosts. But you also learn that surviving is enough. That making it to the other side, even if you're scarred and angry and afraid, is a victory. That the people who hurt you don't get to define you, don't get to determine your worth, don't get to write the ending of your story. I wrote my own ending. The night I stood in the house Aunt Priya gave me and told my parents to leave, the night I chose to protect what she'd built for me instead of giving it away to people who'd already taken everything, that was my ending. Everything after that is just epilogue. They thought they could walk back into my life and take what they wanted because they'd always taken what they wanted from me. They thought I'd still be that 9-year-old girl with no voice and no choice. They thought wrong. I am not the girl they sold. I'm the woman Aunt Priya raised. I'm stronger than they are. I'm freer than they are. I'm worth infinitely more than 200,000 rupees or $4 million or any number you could put on a human life. And on the nights when the nightmares come, when I wake up certain that I'm still in that storage corner waiting to be collected, I remind myself, I am in a house I own. I am in a life I built. I am surrounded by choices I made. And nobody, not my parents, not the men with yellow teeth, not the ghosts of who I used to be, can take that away from me. The choice I made that night didn't destroy my family. They destroyed themselves years ago, transaction by transaction, daughter by daughter. I just made sure the world knew what they'd done. I made sure there would be consequences. I made sure no other 9-year-old girl would be sold by them, measured by them, reduced to currency by them. And if that makes me ruthless, if that makes me unforgiving, if that makes me the kind of person who burns bridges instead of mending them, I can live with that. Because I'm living. That's what matters. I'm living, and they're paying for their crimes, and somewhere in whatever comes after this life, I hope Aunt Priya knows that I kept my promise. I finished school. I built something beautiful with my life. And I never let them take it from me. Never. But the story doesn't end there. It never really ends, does it? That's what I've learned. Trauma isn't a chapter you close. It's a book you carry with you, and sometimes it falls open to pages you thought you'd moved past. 6 months after my parents were imprisoned, I received a letter. Not from them, they were forbidden from contacting me as part of their sentencing. This letter came from a woman named Meera. She was 26, lived in Mumbai, and she had a story that made my blood run cold. She was the girl who was supposed to be sold instead of me. The men with yellow teeth, they'd had a backup option. When Aunt Priya outbid them and took me away, they'd gone to another family, another desperate household with too many daughters and not enough resources. Meera had been 8 years old. They'd taken her the night after I disappeared. She'd spent 7 years as a domestic servant in a house where they beat her for burning toast and locked her in a closet when she cried too loud. At 15, she'd escaped. Walked out in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes on her back and a phone number for a women's shelter that another servant had whispered to her. She'd spent the last 11 years rebuilding her life. Got her education through night school. Learned computer programming through free online courses. Built a career. And when she saw my parents' faces on the news, connected to trafficking charges, she'd recognized them. Remembered seeing my mother at the meeting where she was sold. Remembered my father's voice negotiating her price like she was a used car. I'm writing because I need you to know something, her letter said. When I saw the news, I thought I'd feel satisfaction. Justice. But instead I just felt tired. And I realized, we're connected, you and me. We're part of the same story, even though we never met. You got saved and I didn't, and that's just how it went. I don't blame you for that. But I need you to know that what your aunt did for you, pulling you out before they could take you, it mattered. Even though I went through it, even though I suffered what you didn't have to suffer, I'm glad you got out. Because it means it's possible. It means that sometimes, someone escapes. I read that letter 17 times. Then I called the number she'd included at the bottom. We talked for 3 hours that first night. Her voice was rough, cautious, like she expected me to hang up at any moment. I told her about Aunt Priya. About Canada. About the guilt I carried, knowing that my escape might have condemned her. She told me about the house where they kept her. About the scars on her back from kitchen accidents they blamed her for. About the moment she decided she'd rather die on the streets than spend one more night in that place. Do you ever wonder what makes someone save a child? She asked me near the end of the conversation. Like, what was it about your aunt that made her capable of that? Because I think about it all the time. I had family too. They knew where I was. Nobody came. I don't know, I said. I asked her once why she did it. She said she couldn't stand the idea of me becoming what they wanted to make me. She said I reminded her of herself before she escaped our family. So she knew what it was like. Yeah. She got out young, worked herself to death to build something, and then when she saw them trying to sell me, she couldn't let it happen. Mira was quiet for a moment. I'm glad she existed. Me too. We became friends after that. Strange, complicated friendship built on shared trauma and divergent paths. She lived in Mumbai, I lived in Toronto, but we video called every week. She told me about her job at a software startup, about the tiny apartment she'd saved years to afford, about her therapist who specialized in complex trauma. I told her about the scholarship fund, about my work, about the nightmares that still woke me up gasping. You should come visit, I said one night, about 3 months into our friendship. I have space. You could stay as long as you want. She laughed, but it was a nervous sound. I've never left India. I'd never left my village until I was 9. That's different. You had someone with you. You'd have someone with you now. You'd have me. She came 6 weeks later. I picked her up from the airport, and the moment I saw her walking through the arrivals gate, something clicked into place. She was small, smaller than me, with the kind of careful posture that comes from years of making yourself invisible. Her eyes were dark and alert, always scanning, always watching for threats. When I hugged her, she went stiff for a second before relaxing. This is weird, right? She said. Meeting like this. Completely weird, I agreed. Come on. Let's go home. Home. I'd said it without thinking, but I saw her expression shift when she heard the word. Like it meant something different to her than it did to most people. I'd prepared the guest room, clean sheets, fresh towels, a vase of flowers on the nightstand. Stupid, probably. But I wanted her to feel. I don't know. Welcomed. Safe. All the things neither of us had felt growing up. She stood in the doorway of the room and just stared. What's wrong? I asked. Nothing. It's just, I've never had a room like this. Even now, my apartment in Mumbai, it's tiny. This is nice. It's yours for as long as you want it. She stayed for 3 weeks. We fell into an easy routine. I worked during the day while she explored the city or sat in my living room with her laptop doing freelance programming work. In the evenings, we'd cook together, trying recipes from both our cultures and usually making a mess. We'd watch terrible movies and make fun of them. We'd talk about everything and nothing. But there were hard moments too. The night she woke up screaming and I found her pressed into the corner of her room, convinced someone was coming to hurt her. The afternoon we passed a man on the street who looked like one of her former employers, and she froze for 10 minutes, unable to move or speak. The evening she broke down crying because I'd made dal the way Aunt Priya used to make it, and she said it reminded her of before, when she still had a mother who cooked, before everything fell apart. I'm sorry, she kept saying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be like this, you've been so kind. Stop apologizing, I told her. You think I don't have breakdowns? You think I don't have days where I can barely function because something triggered a memory? We're allowed to be broken. We earned it. She looked at me with those dark, alert eyes. You're not broken. Neither are you. We're just sharp around the edges. From where we got cracked. On her last day, we went to the botanical gardens. It was October, cold enough that we needed jackets, and the leaves were turning colors I'd never seen in India. We walked through the gardens slowly, not talking much, just existing in the same space. I've been thinking, Mira said eventually. About the scholarship fund you set up. The one for girls like us. What about it? I want to help. With the screening process, the selection, whatever you need. I know what it looks like when a girl is drowning. I can help identify the ones who need it most. You don't have to, I want to. I need to do something with all of this. She gestured vaguely at herself. All this pain, all these years, all this anger. If I can turn it into something that helps someone else escape, then maybe it means something. Maybe it wasn't all for nothing. So she became part of the foundation. Helped me expand it. We started small, 5 scholarships a year. Within 2 years, we were funding 20. Within 5 years, we'd helped over 100 girls get out of situations where they were being sold, trafficked, or forced into servitude. We didn't save everyone. We couldn't. But we saved some, and Mira was right, it meant something. The work was hard. Soul-crushing, sometimes. We'd get applications from girls who were so young, so desperate, and we couldn't help all of them. The ones we turned down haunted me. I'd see their faces in my dreams, mixed up with my own 9-year-old face, with Mira's face, with all the faces of girls who didn't make it out. But the ones we did help, they made it bearable. Like Anjali, who we pulled out of a trafficking situation in Delhi and sponsored through medical school. She's a doctor now, working in rural areas, treating women and girls who have nowhere else to go. Or Priya, we named the foundation after my aunt, and one of our first scholarship recipients had the same name, who escaped a forced marriage and became a lawyer specializing in child protection. They sent us updates. Photos of their graduations, their jobs, their lives. Each one was proof that the cycle could be broken. That being sold didn't have to be the end of your story. My parents found out about the foundation. I don't know how, maybe through news coverage, maybe through relatives who were tracking me. 3 years into their sentences, I received a message through their lawyer. They wanted to apologize. They wanted to meet with me, facilitate their parole hearing, wanted me to speak on their behalf. The letter was full of words like mistakes and circumstances and deep regret. It talked about how they'd found faith in prison, how they changed, how they understood now what they'd done wrong. It said they wanted to make amends. I burned it. Literally took it outside, put it in a metal bowl, and set it on fire. Watched the paper curl and blacken and turn to ash. You could have just thrown it away, Mira said. She was visiting again, staying for a month this time. I needed to watch it burn. Fair enough. She paused. Do you ever think about forgiving them? No. Not even a little? Mira, they sold me. They took money in exchange for their 9-year-old daughter. There's no amount of prison time or religious awakening or therapy that makes that okay. I don't care if they're sorry now. Being sorry doesn't undo what they did. I know. Sometimes I wonder if holding on to the anger hurts us more than it hurts them. Maybe it does. But it's my anger. I earned it. And I'm not ready to let it go. She didn't push. That was the thing about Mira, she understood the boundaries that other people couldn't see. She knew that some wounds don't heal, they just scar over, and sometimes the scar tissue is what keeps you standing. Arjun reached out again around the same time. He'd been trying for years, sending messages I never answered. This time, he showed up at my office. Security called me. There's a man here claiming to be your brother. Should we send him away? I should have said yes. Should have had security escort him off the property and told them to never let him back. Instead, I said, give me 5 minutes. I'll come down. He was waiting in the lobby, looking older than I remembered. Lines around his eyes. Gray starting at his temples. He'd lost weight. When he saw me, he stood up quickly, like he was worried I'd run. Thank you for seeing me, he said. I haven't decided if I'm seeing you. I came down to tell you to leave. Okay. That's fair. Just before I go, can I say something? I crossed my arms. You have 2 minutes. I testified against them. All of them. Mom, Dad, Dev. I told the prosecutors everything I knew. Every girl they sold, every family they worked with, every detail I could remember. That's why they got the sentences they did. Because I cooperated fully. You want a medal? No. I want you to know that I've spent every day since you left wishing I'd been brave enough to stop it. I was 14. I was a coward. I watched them sell you and I didn't do anything, and that's something I have to live with. But when I got the chance to make it right, even a little bit, I took it. I burned them all down. I lost my entire family because I chose to tell the truth about what they did. You lost a family that sold children. That's not a loss. That's an escape. He flinched but didn't argue. You're right. You're absolutely right. I just needed you to know that I tried. I know it doesn't fix anything. I know it doesn't change what happened to you, or to Mira, or to any of the others. But I tried. We stood there in the lobby, 2 people who used to be siblings, who shared blood and a house and a history that neither of us wanted. Why did you come here? I asked finally. Because I heard about the foundation. About what you're doing. And I wanted to ask if there's any way I can help. I have money saved. I have connections. I have time. If there's anything I can do, there isn't. Okay. I don't want your help, Arjun. I don't want your money or your connections or your guilt-driven charity. I want you to stay away from me and let me live my life without being reminded that I come from people who thought children were commodities. I understand. Do you? Because you keep trying. You keep reaching out like eventually I'm going to forgive you, like enough time will pass and we'll be siblings again. But that's never going to happen. We're not family. We stopped being family when you stood in that doorway and watched them negotiate my price. His eyes were wet. I know. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. He turned to go. Arjun. He stopped. The fact that you testified, that you helped put them away, that matters. Not to me, not to our relationship, but it matters. Someone else's daughter didn't get sold because you spoke up. So, thank you for that. But it doesn't change anything between us. I know, he said quietly. Goodbye, little sister. I'm not your sister. He nodded and left. I went back to my office and cried for 20 minutes. Not because I wanted to forgive him. Not because I regretted what I'd said. But because it was exhausting, carrying all of this. The anger and the grief and the memories and the work of constantly explaining to people why I couldn't just let it go and move on. Mira called that night like she always did. Arjun showed up at my office, I told her. How did that go? I told him to stay away from me. Good. He said he testified against them. That he helped put them in prison. That's something. Yeah. Something. Not enough, but something. Do you think you'll ever forgive any of them? She asked. I don't know. Maybe Arjun, eventually. He was a kid too. Scared and weak, but a kid. The others? No. Never. That's okay. You're allowed to never forgive them. Everyone always says forgiveness is for yourself, not for them. That holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. That's garbage, Mira said flatly. Sometimes anger is what keeps you alive. Sometimes refusing to forgive is the only power you have. Don't let anyone tell you that you need to let go of your anger before you're ready. It's yours. You earned it. That's why we worked so well together. We understood that healing isn't linear, that recovery isn't about becoming the person you were before the trauma. It's about building someone new from the pieces that survived. The foundation grew. We expanded beyond scholarships to include legal aid, therapy services, safe houses. Mira moved to Toronto permanently, became my business partner officially. We bought a building to house the foundation's operations. Hired staff. Built something real and solid and good. And every girl we helped felt like a middle finger to everyone who'd ever tried to break us. Last year, on the anniversary of Aunt Priya's death, I went to visit her grave. I go every year, bring fresh flowers, sit for a while and talk to her like she can hear me. We helped 43 girls this year, I told her headstone. 43. Can you believe that? Mira says we should expand to other countries, set up international operations. I think we might. I think you'd like that. The cemetery was quiet. Cold. Winter in Canada is nothing like winter in India, it gets into your bones, makes everything feel slower and heavier. I still miss you, I said. Every day. Every time something good happens, I want to tell you. Every time something bad happens, I wish you were here to tell me it'll be okay. You saved my life, and I never got to fully thank you for that. But I'm trying to pay it forward. I'm trying to save as many as I can, the way you saved me. A woman appeared on the path nearby. Late 40s, expensive coat, familiar face. It took me a second to place her, one of Aunt Priya's colleagues from her engineering job. We'd met briefly at the funeral. I thought that was you, she said, walking over. I come here sometimes too. Priya was a good friend. She was everything to me. I know. She talked about you constantly at work. Bored us all to death with stories about your accomplishments. She smiled. She was so proud of you. I hope I've made her proud. Are you kidding? The foundation, the work you're doing, Priya would be over the moon. That's exactly the kind of thing she believed in. Practical help for people who need it most. She paused. She never told us the full story, you know. Just said you were her niece, that she'd adopted you. But I could tell there was more to it. Could tell you were running from something. She saved me from people who wanted to hurt me. That sounds like Priya. She couldn't stand injustice. Spent her whole career fighting against systems that held people back. She looked at the headstone. She'd be really proud of who you became. After she left, I sat there for a while longer, Until the cold got too much and I had to leave. That night, Mira and I sat in my living room, our living room, really, since she'd moved in permanently, and planned the next year's operations. More scholarships. More outreach. More girls pulled from situations that would have destroyed them. Do you ever think about what would have happened if your aunt hadn't come? Mira asked during a lull in the planning. Every day. Me too. About my what if. What if someone had come for me? What if I'd been the one who got saved instead of the one who got sold? Do you resent me for that? She looked at me, surprised. What? No. Why would I? Because you suffered what I didn't have to suffer. Because I got lucky and you didn't. Luck doesn't work that way. Your aunt saving you didn't cause what happened to me. Those are separate things. Different choices made by different people. She leaned back against the couch. Besides, if you hadn't gotten out, you wouldn't have started the foundation. And the foundation saved me in a different way. Gave me purpose. Gave me a sister. She smiled. We both got saved. Just took me longer. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, two survivors building something good from the ashes of our worst days. My phone buzzed. A message from one of our scholarship recipients. Photographs. She just graduated from university, the first in her family. She was beaming in her cap and gown, holding her diploma like it was made of gold. Look at this, I showed Mira the photos. We did that, Mira said softly. We made that possible. Aunt Priya made that possible. We're just continuing what she started. No, Mira said firmly. Priya saved you. You saved yourself after that. You built this. And now we're saving others. That's not continuation. That's transformation. Maybe she was right. Maybe that's what survival looks like, not just escaping, but transforming the escape into something that helps others escape too. Taking the worst thing that ever happened to you and using it as fuel to make sure it happens to fewer people. I still have nightmares. Probably always will. Still wake up sometimes convinced I'm 9 years old and tomorrow is the auction. Still carry the weight of knowing my parents saw me as currency, not as a person. But I also carry something else now. The weight of 43 success stories. The knowledge that I took the worst thing in my life and built something beautiful from it. The certainty that Aunt Priya's sacrifice wasn't wasted, that her love multiplied outward, saving girl after girl after girl. That's what I chose the night my parents showed up at my door. Not just to protect what Aunt Priya left me, but to use it the way she would have wanted, to save as many as possible. To make sure their story of selling children ended with consequences, and my story of being sold ended with salvation for others. And on the nights when the nightmares come, when I wake up gasping and afraid, Mira is down the hall. The foundation is running. The girls we saved are building lives. And somewhere, in whatever comes after this, I hope Aunt Priya knows. I kept my promise. All of them.